America 2 centuries before. They have extensive records. They're really big on genealogy. The branch in America had severed its ties with the Roses, using the silver bear as our emblem. We have also intermarried extensively with Anawir, people without the gift. As a result, not everyone inherits. Maybe that's why you were born without a stone. But many people in this branch of the family carry the gifts and are physically healthy, and they're vulnerable because they either don't know about their gifts or haven't been trained to use them. They are unaffiliated, which means they lack protection. So, the Roses began tracking us down. They would find those who carried the crystals, particularly the warrior trait, and those people would disappear. They are particularly fond of stealing children and raising them for the game. It was a long time before we understood what was happening, but there were some of us in the family who studied the old ways, who knew the traditions, who understood the significance of the Weir books. "Where's the rest of the family?" Jack asked. "All over," Linda replied. "There are still several big strongholds in Britain, but they are all over the world. These are really rich and powerful people, Jack. These are people who can see the future and control others. They have no trouble making a living." Jack thought about his aunt, who always had plenty of money and no visible means of support. "Are you telling me these tournaments are going on all the time and nobody knows about it?" "Not so many anymore, because of the shortage of warriors. But they do go on," Linda shrugged. "The tournament system has worked well, from a wizard point of view. It saves lives and property. You see, wizards aren't allowed to attack each other under the rules of engagement, which haven't been changed since they were written in the 16th century. The other guilds, of course, are fair game." Jack remembered the book of fighting rules Hastings had given him. "The rules. Oh, right, I have those." His day pack was lying on the table. He reached into the side pocket and retrieved the slim volume. Linda reacted as if Jack had pulled a snake from his pack. "Where did you get that?" she demanded. "Mr. Hastings gave it to me. I've been studying it." "Well, you won't be needing it because you won't be fighting anyone," his aunt said flatly. "Then why do I have to go through all this training?" Jack stuffed the book back into his pack, more confused than ever. Linda gripped his arm, blinking back tears. "Jack, I'm just doing my best every day to keep you alive. When you were born, I had to involve Jessamine Longbranch, or you would have died. She is the premier wizard of the White Rose. She gave you a warrior stone with the assumption that you will eventually fight for them. I managed to convince her that she should leave you where you are, that you could be trained later, that it would be difficult for the Red Rose to find you in Trinity." Aunt Linda smiled wanly. "You know, I can be very persuasive, and up until recently, you've remained hidden. The premier wizard of the Red Rose is a man named Geoffrey Wiley. He was the man you met at the graveyard. Since the White Rose has known you were here all along, I can only assume Wiley's group is behind the poison. But it doesn't really make sense. If they know who you are, they'd only kill you as a last resort." Nick nodded. "If a wizard wanted to kill you, he wouldn't poison you. He would act more directly. But Wiley wouldn't kill you. He would capture you and call a tournament. If the White Rose can't field a player, he would win by default." He rubbed his beard thoughtfully. "I haven't seen any sign of wizards in Trinity since the day of the soccer tryouts. If they're still in town, they're in hiding. Maybe because of Hastings. I don't think we should panic just yet." Linda frowned. "If Dr. Longbranch realizes the Red Rose is onto you, she'll take you. Right away." She noticed Jack's lack of comprehension and rushed on. "She'll take you for training. I know something of what they do to warriors to prepare them for the game." Her voice trailed off, as if she suddenly realized to whom she was speaking. "You're nearly grown, Jack. Dr. Longbranch won't wait much longer to take you in any event. So I contacted Hastings. He was the one who suggested we retrieve the sword and train you in secret. He thought Shadow Slayer might make the difference, might level the playing field." "Who exactly is Hastings?" Jack asked. "I've known him for a long time. He descends from the Bear line, as we do. He is a powerful wizard, and he's always had a strong interest in warriors and warrior training. He has long been a defender of the lesser guilds, what are called the Ana-Wizard Weir, or non-wizard Weir. I knew he would be an excellent teacher." Jack was beginning to understand just how bleak the situation was. Trinity didn't seem safe at all anymore. It seemed too small a hole to hide in. Maybe it was time to leave town. "Look, Aunt Linda, I have to go to England. My mother already bought the tickets. She's been talking for months about what we're going to do." "Can you avoid seeing Dr. Longbranch?" "I think Mom's already called her to tell her we're coming." Linda looked resigned. "Then you're going to have to start taking Weirsbane again." "No!" Jack stood, backing away from them. "I'm done with that stuff. You promised." "But Jack, she's going to suspect something. The change in you has been, well, remarkable." "I'm a teenager. Teenagers change." Jack shook his head. "I won't take it. I mean it. I'd rather die." Even as he said it, he was a little amazed at himself. He couldn't remember ever saying no to Linda. Linda looked surprised also, but kept any comment on it to herself. "All right, Jack. If that's how you feel." The week after the Cedar Point trip was exam week, the last week of school. When Will arrived at Jack's house that Monday morning, he found the kitchen door locked. Looking through the screen, he could see Jack with his head down, asleep at the table, his cereal uneaten. Will had to bang on the door several times before Jack awakened, wild-eyed. When Jack saw who it was, he got up and let Will in, relocking the door behind him. "So, you're locking your doors now," Will observed. He motioned for Jack to finish his cereal and poured himself half a bowl. Jack looked terrible. His black eye was now turning green and yellow. There were dark circles under the other eye. He might be a physical masterpiece, but he looked like an emotional train wreck. "Were you up late studying social studies last night?" "Social studies? Yeah." Jack mechanically shoveled soggy cereal into his mouth. "Fitch says he can get together with us tonight to study math. Ellen can't make it. I guess she has some relatives visiting all week." Jack shrugged as if he didn't care one way or the other. "Okay." "Listen, Jack," Will hesitated. "I was wondering if your problem is something the police could help with." It seemed to take a moment for Will's words to register. Jack stared at him. "What do you mean?" "Well, I'm wondering if you and your aunt are in some kind of trouble. It seems like every time she visits, things happen." Jack didn't say anything, so Will hurried on. "My Uncle Ross is a sergeant on the Trinity Police Force. Maybe we could talk to him. Just informally, you know. He might be able to give you some advice." Jack shook his head. There was an air of resignation about him that bothered Will. "No, it's okay. Everything's going okay," he repeated unconvincingly. "We're leaving for England in another week or two." Will nodded. "Well, you're not the only one who's traveling this summer. Did you know that me and Fitch are going to England too? That roused Jack from his lethargy. Right, Ellen told me, but I don't know much about it. Mr. Hastings set it up. The Chaucerian Society is spending a month in England. We'll overlap with you because you'll be there most of the summer, right? Jack nodded. I guess, but how can Fitch afford to go to England? There was some private foundation. Mr. Hastings had us all writing essays. Fitch's was really impressive. We're all getting some support, but he's getting a full scholarship. Just then, Will heard someone descending the back staircase to the kitchen. It was Linda Downey. Will regarded her with a peculiar mixture of hostility and fascination. Will was convinced that Jack's beautiful aunt was somehow responsible for Jack's troubles. Hi, Jack. Hi, Will. Linda greeted them warmly, but her smile faded when she saw Will's expression. Jack was oblivious. I'll drive you two boys to school. Will was disappointed. He had been hoping for private time to talk to Jack, to try to get to the bottom of the events at Cedar Point, to try to persuade him to talk to Uncle Ross. He couldn't think of any other way to help. Jack nodded. Sure, okay, he said, as if it were all the same to him. I'll get my book bag. Aunt Linda had rented a small silver sports car this trip. Ordinarily, Will would have begged for a chance to drive it, but this time they rode the short distance to Trinity High School in silence. Linda pulled up in front of the high school. As Jack climbed out, Linda leaned back over the gear shift toward Will, speaking so only he could hear. Please keep an eye on him, Will. Will looked up in surprise. She was close. Very close. She had those impossibly blue eyes fixed on him. And she looked absolutely serious, almost pleading. Oh, God, he said to himself, feeling the blood rush to his face. She extended a slip of paper. Here's my cell phone number. Call me if anything unusual happens. Sure. Okay. Their fingers touched as he accepted it. Reluctantly, he slid away across the seat and unfolded himself onto the sidewalk. He stood uncertainly, clutching the paper in his hand, watching as Linda drove away. After that, Will found it difficult to concentrate on his exam and was almost grateful when time was called. He and Jack turned in their social studies books and walked back to their lockers to collect materials to study for math. Jack's locker was next to Will's, and it was standing open. It looked as if it had been ransacked. I must have left my locker unlocked, Jack said to Will, shaking his head. I'm really losing it. And then suddenly, Penworthy was there. Mr. Swift, I need you to come to the office immediately. Penworthy looked so nervous he was literally twitching. Jack blinked at him. Is it about my locker? You might say so. The principal's mouth twisted up into a knot of distaste whenever he stopped speaking. It's all right, Jack reassured him. I don't think anything's missing. I told you to come with me, the principal repeated. You can leave your things here. Something in his tone made Will swing around to watch. Penworthy was practically pushing Jack down the hallway, and Jack was looking back over his shoulder at Will. Mystified, Will trailed along at a discreet distance. The principal hurried Jack to the front of the building and into the administrative office. Will walked into the outer office just in time to see Penworthy's inner office door close. The secretary looked up inquiringly. I'm waiting for someone to pick me up, Will said. He sat down in a chair by the door. They'll be here any minute. Linda's words came back to him. Keep an eye on him, Will. She was counting on him. He didn't plan on leaving until he found out what was going on. When Jack entered the principal's office, he saw two men seated at a small table. They were dressed casually in sweatshirts and jeans. Both looked to be in their 30s, rather rough-looking. One was dark with a stubble of beard, and the other was blonde and clean-shaven, with a prominent scar that ran down his jawline. Both looked like they worked out. They rose in unison, with matching puzzled expressions when Jack came into the room. "You are sure this is him?" one of them asked Penworthy, nodding at Jack. "This is Jackson Swift," Penworthy said deferentially. He sat down behind his desk and motioned Jack to an empty chair across the table from the two men. Jack took the seat, watching the two men warily. The men studied him as if they were seeing something unexpected. Each of the strangers produced a leatherette folder that flipped open to reveal a badge. The dark man spoke. "Jack, I'm Brad Hansford. This is Mike Sawicki. We're with Narcotics, Trinity Police Department. We'd like you to answer a few questions." Jack was baffled. He knew several of the police officers on the Trinity force, including Will's Uncle Ross, but he'd never seen either of these two before. He looked from one to the other of the men, and then over at Penworthy. The principal's hands were leaving damp spots on the desk blotter. "What's this all about?" Sawicki spoke up this time. "Jack, we searched your locker this morning and we found this." He tossed 2 plastic bags onto the table. One contained a green leafy material, the other a handful of pills and capsules. "Wait a minute," Jack protested. "I never saw that stuff before in my life." "That's why we want to talk to you, Jack. We'd like to clear this up." It was Hansford, the dark detective again. His voice was soothing. Jack's mind was slow to process, empty of useful thought. "Why were you searching my locker?" he asked finally, buying time. "We received a tip that you might be involved in drug trafficking," Sawicki said. "So we contacted Mr. Penworthy here. He's been a great help." He smiled at the principal, who looked distressed and important at the same time. "Look, you have the wrong person. I don't sell drugs." Dreaming. I must be dreaming again, Jack told himself. Only, how to wake himself up? "Where'd you get the black eye, Jack?" Sawicki asked. "Are you in some kind of trouble?" Jack started to say something, but thought better of it. He knew he was in serious trouble, and he couldn't understand why. Who would want to plant drugs in his locker? Sure, there were some people who wanted him dead, and others who wanted to take him captive. But why would anyone want him to go to jail? He struggled to think clearly, but his brain seemed unusually sluggish. These would be undercover cops, given the way they were dressed. But weren't they supposed to offer him a lawyer before they started asking questions? He tried to puzzle it out, but his mind wouldn't respond. Hansford was speaking again. "Why don't we go down to the station house? Ask you a few questions. We've already called your parents. They said they'd meet us down there." "But I have an exam in 2 hours," Jack said, then felt stupid that he'd said it. Hansford smiled. He was definitely the friendlier of the two. "With any luck, we'll clear this up, and you'll be back here in time to take it." Jack closed his eyes. Something fluttered in the back of his mind, like tiny wings. No, not wings. Words. A soothing litany. Go to the station house. Talk about it. Everything will be fine. He stiffened. They said they'd talked to his parents, but his dad was in Boston. Not a chance they'd spoken with him, and his mother would insist on driving him herself. And then it came to him. He opened his eyes. Hansford was looking steadily at Jack, concentrating, and Jack could feel the power that was being brought to bear. "Go to the station house. Everything will be all right," the insistent voice said. The men were wizards. Jack took a deep breath, fighting back panic. Above all, he knew he must not reveal what he knew about the deadly game being played. His only advantage was the fact that they thought he was just an untrained high school boy. It must be the Red Rose. His gaze slid to Penworthy. A whole school full of Penworthys wouldn't be enough to stop them. He needed help. Jack stood up. "I think I'm going to be sick," he announced, clutching at his midsection. And it wasn't far from the truth. "I need to go. I'll be back in a minute." The wizard stirred unhappily. "Why don't we just get going, Jack?" Hansford suggested. "You'll feel better as soon as you're out in the fresh air." "I'm serious," Jack replied, his voice rising. "I'm going to barf." Penworthy leaped to his feet. His office was carpeted in pale peach. "The restroom is just 2 doors down. You two can go with him if you like." Reluctantly, Hansford and Sawicki followed Jack into the outer office. Will was sitting in a chair by the door and looked up when Jack emerged from Penworthy's office, accompanied by the 2 detectives. Will was about to say something, but at that moment Jack caught his foot around the leg of a chair and fell practically into Will's lap. With his mouth next to Will's ear, Jack whispered, "Will, I'm in trouble. Find Hastings, quick, tell him." Hansford and Sawicki each grabbed an arm and lifted Jack to his feet and out the door. Will sat for a moment, dumbfounded. Hastings? What did he have to do with anything? But he got to his feet quickly, recalling the desperation in Jack's face. "Where's Mr. Hastings?" he demanded of Miss Prentice, the secretary, who was staring avidly after Jack and his escort. "Well, I'm sure I don't know," she replied. "I know he's in the building, but it's exam week, so everyone's schedule is a little—" Will put up a hand to stop the flow of words. "Look, it's important. I've got to find him right away." Penworthy appeared in the doorway of his office, nervously straightening his tie. "Mr. Childers, I don't like the tone you're taking. When we see Mr. Hastings, we'll let him know you're looking for him." Will turned and glared at the principal, reached out and put a hand on Penworthy's shoulder. Given the difference in their sizes, the gesture was eminently threatening. "I'm not playing around, Mr. Penworthy. If you know where he is, you need to tell me, or everyone's going to be sorry." Both the secretary and the principal stared at Will, who never raised his voice to anyone. Penworthy took a step back, swallowed, and seemed to shrink even further. "I don't know where he is. He might be helping with some of the exams. The intercom's still broken, so you'll have to look for him." "Who were those 2 men, and where were they going with Jack?" Will demanded. "They're police officers. They're taking him to the restroom. He's not feeling well." "If you see Mr. Hastings, tell him Jack Swift needs his help." Will spun on his heel and charged out of the office. It seemed like a hopeless task. The building was huge, and Hastings could be in any one of 100 classrooms. Because the classroom doors lacked windows, that meant opening 100 doors. He went down the hallway at a trot, throwing open doors, startling proctors and test takers, asking everyone he saw if they knew Hastings' whereabouts. Finally, he rounded a corner and practically ran into Fitch. "Whoa, watch it, Will. If you run over someone, there could be casualties." Fitch stopped laughing when he saw Will's face. Will explained the situation in a rush. Time was passing, and he was getting nowhere. "Look," he said to Fitch, "you keep looking for Hastings. I'm going to call Linda. She gave me your cell phone number." He sprinted to the bank of phones outside the cafeteria and dialed. She answered almost immediately. From the background noise, it sounded like she was in her car. "Miss Downey, this is Will. Jack's in some kind of trouble. He sent me to look for Mr. Hastings, but I can't find him." There was a moment of silence. Then Linda's voice snapped over the phone. "Where's Jack now?" "The last I saw, he was leaving the principal's office with 2 men. "Will, listen to me. We'll be there as soon as we can. Find Hastings." And she clicked off. Jack's 2 captors kept a tight grip on him. Their hands burned his skin through his shirt. He thought they might try to force him outside right then and there, but the hallway was crowded with students, and Jack doubled over, complaining loudly about feeling sick. Somebody, Jack didn't know who, called after him. Jack didn't look back. The two wizards headed for the restroom, apparently taking Jack at his word. Hansford was still playing his mind games. "You feel fine, Jack," the voice inside his head said. "Just cooperate, and everything will be all right." Once inside the restroom, Jack locked himself in a stall and made a great noise of retching. He had no idea what Will would do with his message. What if he couldn't find Hastings? Jack had made up his mind he wasn't going anywhere with Hansford and Sawicki. It just didn't seem that there was any future in it. The wizards were growing impatient. "Come on," Sawicki said, pounding on the cubicle door. "Let's not prolong this." "Give me a minute," Jack said through the door. "I don't want to puke in your car." "We don't care, Jack," Hansford said. "It's time to go. Your parents will be wondering where you are." "Listen," Jack said weakly. "Maybe I could come down with my parents a little later, after my exam. They'll want to call their lawyer anyway." "You won't need a lawyer," Sawicki said bluntly, then added hastily, "because this is very informal. Now come out now, or we're coming in after you." Jack considered his options. A restroom stall door wouldn't keep the two wizards at bay for long. He debated trying one of the attack charms Nick had taught him, only he knew he wasn't terribly powerful in wizardry, and he had no idea what he was up against. He decided it might be better to continue to play dumb until they got outside, then try to take them by surprise where there was less risk to other people and a better chance of escape. He flushed and unlocked the door, but as soon as he stepped through the doorway, Sawicki slammed a hand against his throat, pinning him against the frame of the stall, cutting off his air supply and effectively silencing him. He heard Hansford speak a charm, and it was as if hot metal had been flushed through his veins. All his limbs were suddenly too heavy to lift. An immobilization charm, if he read it right. Too late. And then Sawicki jerked him away from the wall and slammed him face down on the floor. Somebody's knee was in his back, and one arm was being twisted back painfully behind him until he thought his shoulder would give way. Then the other arm, and something was being clamped over his wrists, binding them tightly together. Time moved slowly now, and all of his senses were on full alert. The familiar school restroom stench was in his nose, the ceramic cold against his bruised face. There was dirt in the grout between the gray and burgundy tiles on the floor, Trinity High School colors. He had a split second to wonder if that would be the last thing he would ever see, if they would kill him, then and there. Then he realized that they probably wouldn't bind his hands if they meant to kill him. "Playtime's over, Jack," someone hissed. It was Hansford, the nice one. They rolled him over so he was lying uncomfortably on his bound arms, looking up into their faces, one on either side. Sawicki slid Jack's t-shirt and vest up to expose his chest. Hansford fished a silver cone from the neckline of his sweatshirt, similar to the one Dr. Longbranch used, only smaller. He placed it against Jack's skin, held it there a moment, nodded briskly to his partner, and then replaced it under his shirt. Jack tried desperately to roll away, but didn't even manage a twitch. "Listen close," Sawicki said. "We're taking you out of here alive, since you're worth a fortune as you are, and nothing to us dead. Come with us quietly and no one gets hurt, but we'll kill anyone who gets in our way. I want you to think about that before you make a scene on our way out." Just then, Jack heard the restroom door open. He looked up to see Leisha Middleton framed in the doorway. He wanted to cry out, to warn her to get away. Then, he wondered what she was doing in the men's room. But she shut the door behind her and came toward them, knelt next to him on the tile floor. She smiled and ruffled his hair in a proprietary manner. "So, you got him," she said. Jack opened and closed his mouth like a landed bass. "I thought you said he was untrained," Hansford said. "We couldn't detect any leaking magic at all. We had to take your word for it." "Which should be good enough for you?" Leisha slid her fingertips under Jack's shirt, peeling it away from the vest. "What have we here?" She fingered the vest. "Untold secrets? You think you know a person." Jack was thinking pretty much the same thing. Leisha sat down on the floor next to him and cradled his head in her lap, gently stroking his cheek. "You're not as pretty as when I last saw you. Looks like my boyfriend beat you up. Serves you right for ditching my party." She sighed theatrically. "Oh, Jack, what a fool I've been." "Me too." "Who are you?" Jack whispered. He wished he could squirm, even a little, to relieve the stress on his arms. "Who do you work for?" Each question was worth a little more time. "Me? I'm a wizard. Dr. Longbranch hired me to keep an eye on you last fall. I couldn't understand why Longbranch considered you worth watching, so I decided to find out. I worked so hard on you, Jack. I ferreted out all your boring secrets, but my timing was all wrong. At the time, you were totally ignorant, and you had nothing to tell me. And Longbranch had you doped up on Weirsbane so your body didn't leak magic either." Jack could remember little about his dates with Leisha, a rather pleasant blur. Nothing more. "Now I work for myself," Leisha went on, "and I've earned whatever I get this time, believe me. Stuck in this podunk town, making nice with hicks and idiots. Though I must say, it wasn't all unpleasant." She leaned over and kissed him. "Which reminds me." She rummaged, one-handed in her purse, and produced a small bottle. She uncorked it with her teeth. Gripping his jaw, she forced his mouth open and dumped the contents in, stroking his throat so he swallowed most of it. It seemed to be something she'd had practice at. The taste was familiar, and Leisha confirmed it. "Weirsbane. To prevent any nasty warrior surprises. A few minutes to let that take effect, and we'll be on our way." How did you find out?" "Well, I must say, the change in your physical attributes sparked an interest, and then Leander Hastings shows up in Trinity, which told me something was up." "You know Hastings?" Leisha actually shivered. "That bleeding heart traitor? We all know him. After he arrived, it seemed like you were always together, so I figured I'd slip you something at the party, take you into a back room, and see what I could find out. When you didn't show, I went out looking for you, and wasn't I surprised to see you blow poor Garrett clear across the parking lot." She tapped herself on the forehead. "I mean, duh." Hansford cleared his throat. "Speaking of Hastings, maybe we should get going." "What are you going to do with me?" Jack asked quickly. Leisha was having a good time, proving how stupid he'd been. Perhaps he could delay the inevitable a little longer. "That depends. Both houses are eager, make that desperate to get their hands on you. That should drive the price up." "You're traitors," Jack said, finally understanding. "You mean to sell me?" His stomach contracted, and he thought he really would be sick, only flat on his back as he was, unable to move, he would probably drown in it. He forced the thought away. "That's right, Jack. One deal like this, and we're set for life," Sowicki said. "You're what we call a one-of-a-kind item. No more hours spent in dusty libraries and small-town courthouses. No more digging two-bit soothsayers and sorcerers out of their hidey holes to sell for a pittance." "I think he's ready." Leisha stood and dusted off the back of her skirt. "Gotta go, Jack. Alicia Middleton wants nothing to do with a suspected drug dealer. But I'll see you later. Promise." She looked in the mirror, corrected her lipstick, pushed through the doorway, and was gone. Hansford and Sawicki each grabbed an arm and hauled Jack upright, so he dangled between them, helpless. "Now, we're going to walk out of here quickly and quietly," Sawicki said. He spoke a charm, and strength flooded back into Jack. He gave it about a second, then put his head down and plowed into Sawicki's midsection. The wizard fell hard, banging his head against the wall with a satisfying thump. Jack twisted and jumped high, slamming his right foot into Hansford's groin. Only, with his hands tied, Jack couldn't break his fall and slammed painfully into the edge of the sink. The Weirsbane was working, dulling his reflexes, throwing his physical instincts into disarray. Someone, Sawicki he supposed it was, gripped him by the hair, forcing his head back into the bowl. The wizard turned the water on full blast and Jack was drowning, sputtering and gasping, taking in water instead of air. Sawicki drove his fingers into Jack's midsection, sending power and pain ripping through him. When he tried to scream, he only sucked in more water. He twisted and turned but could not avoid the wizard's touch. After what seemed like an eternity, they lifted his head out of the sink and shoved him down to his knees on the floor. Sawicki gave him a sharp blow to the back, and Jack spewed water onto the tiles from his nose and mouth. But the wizard's hands under his arms kept him from falling forward onto his face. "Amazing, isn't it? How much you can hurt a person without doing any real damage," Hansford said softly. "That's just a crude demonstration, Jack. We know how to make you real sorry in ways you've never thought of. Don't mess with us." They lifted Jack to his feet again, keeping a hold on each arm. They practically carried him out of the restroom. Jack noticed with some small satisfaction that Hansford was limping badly. Jack scanned the corridor as best he could, his eyes streaming from the assault of the water, unable to wipe his face. There were still quite a few students around. The buzz of conversation stopped gradually, as those loitering in the hallway noticed the trio making their way to the door. The two men dragged their prisoner between them, Jack with his hair plastered down and dripping, his hands tied behind his back. The crowd in the hallway parted before them, the students backing up against the lockers on either side as if they wished they could crawl inside. Someone said, "Jack?" in a small and frightened voice. He didn't see who it was. Then he saw Will and Penworthy standing by the door of the office. Jack wondered what Will was doing there, if he'd managed to find Hastings, but he didn't want to ask in front of the traders. Penworthy's mouth was hanging open. The two wizards spotted the principal, and Hansford seemed to be debating whether to offer an explanation or not. Finally, he said loud enough for everyone to hear, "Sorry, he went kind of crazy in there. Must have been the drugs. It's okay now." Will took a step toward them. "Jack, what's going on?" His voice was quiet, but he had his fists clenched and looked ready to jump at a word. "No, Will." Jack shook his head, acutely conscious of the wizard's promise in the restroom. "It's okay. I'll be all right. I need to go with them." Will took another step forward as if to block their path. The outside door opened, and in strode his mother with Aunt Linda close behind. Jack swore softly. What were they doing here? Becca looked from Penworthy to the scene of Jack being dragged out by the two wizards. The expression on her face was dangerous, but it was Linda who spoke. "Stop right there," she commanded the traders. They came to a halt, staring, as if they were too surprised to do anything but obey. Becca turned to the principal. "Leotis, I think you have some explaining to do." Leotis Penworthy looked more nervous than ever. He mentioned to the two men in turn, "Becca, this is Mr. Hansford and Mr. Sawicki from the police department. They need to ask Jack some questions. I thought you were going to meet them down at the police station." "I knew nothing about this until Will Childers called us 15 minutes ago." Jack recognized her lawyer voice. "I want to know what's going on here." Jack's heart sank. His mother would not be intimidated by the police. She would never allow them to walk out with him unchallenged. Becca might be an adversary to be reckoned with in a courtroom, but she was no match for wizards. And Linda was standing beside her sister, the full knowledge of the danger in her face, trying to decide what move to make. "Please, God," Jack prayed, "not this." It was up to him to stop it. He focused on his mother. "Mom, listen to me. These men are not the police." She looked at Jack, then shifted her gaze to the two wizards. Sawiki tightened his grip on Jack's arm, a warning. Becca would brush aside any concerns about her own safety, so he used the argument that he knew would convince her. "They'll kill me if you interfere. They can do it in a heartbeat. The only way I have a chance is if you let me go with them. I'm serious." She gasped. "Jack," she whispered, her voice breaking over the single syllable. "Please, this has to be some kind of mistake. You have the wrong person. Don't hurt him." Jack was aware of movement behind him, the slight shifting of bodies that told him there were still students in the hallway. "Please, Mom, Aunt Linda, let us go. Do this for me." His eyes slid to Linda, willing her to stay in place as well. She was studying the two wizards, sizing them up. "Take me instead," Linda suggested. "I ought to be worth something to the trade." The voice alone was enough to melt hearts, and now she glowed as if illuminated from within. Jack felt a sudden push of power directed at the two wizards. The traders practically staggered under it. Hansford thrust his free hand at Linda, and she flew backward and hit the wall hard. She must have lost focus with the impact because the effect of the spell was blunted momentarily. She lay there, dazed for a moment. "Let's take her with us," Sawiki pleaded with Hansford, who seemed to be in charge. "We'll trade the boy and keep the enchanter for ourselves. No one else needs to know." Becca looked at Sawiki, then at Linda, frowning. Hansford shook his head. "No, I don't deal in enchanters anymore. Before you know it, she'll have us cutting each other's throats. We'll have our hands full as it is. Let's get out of here before she starts in again." Both men were looking edgy, as if they might lose control at any moment. "Let's go," Jack said urgently, hoping to get them out of there before they changed their minds about Linda. "I'm glad you've decided to be reasonable," Hansford muttered, shoving him toward the front doors. "At least until I get into the parking lot," Jack thought. The idea of being auctioned off to the roses made him shudder. "I'll make them kill me first," he swore silently. When they came through the doors to the outside, the heat and light of the summer day hit Jack like a physical blow, disorienting him for a moment. Someone shouted, "Down, Jack!" With a kind of war cry, he wrenched himself away from the wizards and flung himself backward onto the pavement, landing painfully on his bound arms, scraping his hands along the rough concrete. In the same instant, something shrieked through the air just above his head, something that carried the scent of fireworks and ozone. Someone screamed, Hanford or Sawiki. Both, he hoped. He lifted his head. Hansford lay face down on the concrete in front of the doorway. He was ripped nearly in half, his body contorted in a way that was inconsistent with life. Blood was spreading in a pool around him. Sawiki stood next to him, legs braced apart, looking wildly about for the source of the attack. The trader flung out his arm in a flat arc, launching flames in all directions, muttering charms desperately. He bent silently, reaching for Jack where he lay on the ground, clutching the front of his shirt, preparing to haul him to his feet, to use him as a shield. Then there was a hard concussion, like a sonic boom, that set Jack's ears ringing. Sawiki went flying, spread-eagled, taking the front of Jack's shirt with him. He collided with a car halfway across the parking lot with a sickening crunch. Sawiki lay unmoving, draped across the hood of the car. Leander Hastings stepped past Jack and nudged Hansford with his foot. Jack had no doubt that Hansford was dead, and it was hard to believe Sawicki could have survived his landing either. Then, Hastings knelt beside Jack. "Are you all right?" His face was grim, fierce. "I'm okay," Jack said hoarsely. He rolled onto his side. Now he was facing the dead wizard, blood and tissue on the ground. "Good. We don't have much time." Hastings took a quick look about the parking lot, then extended his hands over the wizard at his feet. He murmured a few words, and power leaped from his fingers. The body shimmered, then seemed to disassemble before Jack's eyes, dissolving and seeping into the pavement. Jack shut his eyes, shivering. After a moment, he heard Hastings walking away from him to see the other traitor. Jack felt like staying where he was, but he used his skinned and battered hands to push himself into a sitting position. There was no sign of Hansford, no blood staining the concrete. It was as if he'd dreamed it. He struggled to his feet. The borders of the parking lot had the smudged appearance that denoted a wizard's wall. The world beyond was indistinct. Hastings was walking back toward him, having disposed of the other body. What did you do with them?" Jack stammered. "They're 50 feet down. That should be deep enough." He was hard, cold, implacable, frightening. But when he turned to Jack, his expression softened. Hastings took his elbow gently and turned him, then closed his hands over the cuffs on his wrists. Jack felt the tingle of power against his forearms, and his hands were free. He rotated his shoulders, gasping with pain as he did so. Hastings placed his hands on them. Power trickled in, and the pain eased. He heard the wizard's voice behind him, unexpectedly kind. "It's all right, Jack. You're safe for now." For some reason, this gesture brought tears to his eyes, and he found himself trembling. The hands remained, soothing him. "Leisha Middleton's still in there, I think. She's working for Dr. Longbranch, but she's a traitor. She knows who you are." Jack knew he was babbling, but he couldn't seem to help it. "It's all right. She's likely gone by now. She's going to have more than me to worry about when Jessamine finds out what she's been up to." Jack realized he was hearing a repetitive thud, like something hitting the school's double doors from the inside. Jack twisted and looked back at Hastings and saw a smile ghost across the wizard's face. "I thought you would never come out of there. I didn't want to start anything inside with all those people." He gestured at the doors. "I put up a barrier to keep them from mixing in. I suppose I should let them out before the police arrive. Are you ready to deal with them?" When Jack nodded, Hastings said, "Just pretend you're in shock, and let me do the talking. People will expect you to be incoherent anyway." From somewhere, not far away, Jack could hear the sound of sirens. Hastings swept away the wizard wall, and suddenly the sirens were much louder. He gestured toward the school building, spoke a charm. The double doors burst open, and Will Childers came flying through them, obviously surprised when they suddenly gave way to his shoulder. He just managed to avoid landing flat on his face. Becca and Linda were right behind him. Becca let out a cry when she saw Jack, then led him over to the steps and made him sit down. She and Linda sat on either side of him, each cradling one of his bloody hands, smearing their clothes, but they didn't seem to notice. Hastings stood on the sidewalk, staring at Linda. Her gaze kept sliding to the wizard, then away when he caught her at it, a kind of thrust and parry between them. Jack remembered what Nick had said. They haven't seen each other for years. Fitch had appeared out of nowhere. He and Will stood slightly to one side, saying nothing, still watchful, waiting for someone to explain. 3 police cars skidded, screaming into the lot. Uniformed officers poured from the cars, guns drawn. "They ran that way," Hastings said, pointing to the athletic fields at the rear of the school. 2 men wearing jeans and sweatshirts. One blonde, the other dark-haired. They may be armed. More police cars arrived, and officers poured past them, swarming across the athletic field and into the neighborhood beyond. A crowd of the curious was growing. Students and teachers who had left the school, as well as new arrivals for the afternoon exams. 2 policemen herded them into the teachers' parking lot, behind a yellow tape barrier. Every officer in Trinity must be out here, Jack thought. The police force just wasn't that large. He allowed Becca and Linda to fuss over him, trying not to make eye contact with anyone. "Are you all right, Jack?" Jack looked up to see a bulky, sandy-haired man with a mustache. It was Will's uncle, Ross Childers. "Just bruised and skinned, I guess. I'd like to ask you some questions that might help us catch them, and then we'll have you looked after." He glanced at Becca. She rested her hand on Jack's shoulder, as if for protection. "Did you know those men, Jack?" He shook his head. "I never saw them before today." "Truth. Any reason anyone would be out to get you? Are you in any kind of trouble?" He shook his head again. "Lie." "Becca, you come into an inheritance or something? Make any new enemies down at the courthouse?" She considered before she answered. "No inheritance. Can't think of anyone in particular." "Exactly how'd you get away, son?" he asked. Someone spoke over his shoulder, answering the question for him. It was Hastings. "Will Childers told me there was some kind of standoff in the office. I came up the hallway and saw what was happening. So I went out the side door and circled around front, hoping to surprise them, which I did. Jack managed to get away in the confusion, and they ran." All of which was true, except for that last part. "That right, Will?" Ross fixed his gray eyes on his nephew. Will nodded, glancing at Hastings. Becca stood and embraced Hastings. "Mr. Hastings, I can't tell you how grateful I am," she said. "If it hadn't been for you, I don't know what would have happened." Linda smiled tentatively at Hastings and extended her hand to the wizard. "Thank you, Lee." He took it, looking down at her. It was like watching a small-scale electrical storm between 2 people. In the days that followed, a story of sorts emerged. The kidnappers had abandoned their getaway van in the school parking lot. It had been stolen that afternoon from a mall in Cleveland. There were a series of heated meetings involving Becca, the police, and Penworthy. Why hadn't the principal asked for better identification from the bogus policeman? Why hadn't he called Becca when the subject of searching Jack's locker had come up in the first place? Penworthy could explain none of it. Jack actually felt sorry for the little man. Whatever his faults, the principal had no defense against wizardry. Leisha Middleton never returned to school. There was some concern that she might have run afoul of the kidnappers, but then they heard that her parents transferred her to a private school in Boston, where she would be safer. The police continued to question Jack. Once Jack had the storyline, he stuck with it, but he could tell things weren't quite adding up as far as Will's uncle was concerned. Becca, the lawyer, would sit in on these question and answer sessions, and every now and then would put her arm around Jack and murmur, "He's the victim, Ross. Remember?" For his part, Jack wished he shared Hastings' ability to deflect questions. His aunt was hard to pin down as well. Each witness remembered Linda's offer to swap herself for Jack a little differently. Someone even remembered her speaking of the trade, and the kidnappers saying something about enchanters, but she just looked bewildered when Ross brought it up. "Ross, how should I know what they were talking about? I have no idea what I said. I was just trying to persuade them to let Jack go." The story created quite a splash in the local media and was even picked up by some national outlets. Camera crews from Cleveland stations camped out in front of their houses for a few days, but for some reason, none of the video they shot ever turned out. Linda persuaded Becca and Jack to make themselves strictly unavailable to reporters, in hopes that the story would die down quickly. It would be a disaster if news of the attack reached Jessamine Long Branch. Somehow, Jack made it through the rest of exam week. Each day Hastings or Nick drove him to and from school and camped in the hallway outside his exams. Will and Fitch and Ellen came to Jack's house nearly every night to study. There was always a wizard within shouting distance. Jack felt as though he were in prison. He'd always traveled freely all over town on his bike and on foot. More recently, he'd been driving. Now he couldn't make a move without an escort, all the while knowing that if the Red Rose couldn't get to him, they would go after the people he cared about. Will and Fitch and Ellen were the only friends Jack wanted to see, the only ones who didn't ask him 100 questions, who didn't have any hidden agendas, but he knew that by spending time with them, he was putting them in danger. It was impossible to get a moment alone with Ellen. This was the only time they would likely have, and it was running out. Jack's lessons with Hastings were suspended, so Jack could now spend hours sharpening his wizardry skills with Nick. He had been shaken by the traitor's ability to immobilize him so easily. Now, he focused on defenses against spellcasting. "The key to defense against wizardry is to stay alert," Nick advised him. "The spoken charm is like any other weapon. Take a dagger, for instance. If your enemy catches you unawares, he can slip it between your ribs before you have time to react. If a wizard casts a charm, you must speak the counter-charm before his takes effect. Failing that, you must interrupt the incantation. Otherwise, you may not ever get the chance. Fortunately, it is much easier to stop a spell than to cast one." That was good news to Jack, whose powers of wizardry were limited. He spent hours reviewing charms and counter-charms. On the evening of the last day of exams, Jack was sprawled on his bed reading science fiction, seeking escape, glad to be done with studying for a while. There was a light knock on his door. It was Becca. "Can I talk to you a minute?" When he nodded, she came in and sat down on the bed beside him. "Jack, I was just wondering." She twisted her hands in her lap, turned the opal ring that had belonged to her grandmother. "Is there anything you'd like to talk about?" Jack put his finger in the book he was reading to mark his place and sat up straighter. "What do you mean?" "What I mean to say is, you seem different somehow, like you're stressed. You've always been temperamental, but lately you fly off the handle at things that didn't used to bother you. All of a sudden you're working out all the time." She reached out a hand and gently touched his bicep. "Not that there's anything wrong with that, but you've never been interested in bodybuilding before." Her voice trailed off. "And now this episode at school." She swallowed. "I know your father and I have always been busy with 1,000 things, but you've always been so low maintenance. You seem to thrive, despite the divorce. But now—" "Come on, Mom," Jack said uncomfortably. "It's not like you've neglected me." "I know I have a rather strong personality." Becca slid a look at him. "But I want you to know you can tell me anything at all." "Okay," Jack said cautiously. "Anything at all. I'll remember that. So, is there anything you'd like to tell me now?" Becca looked up from studying her hands. Jack sighed because he had both arms around a great big lie that he couldn't let go of, could never let go of. He started with a truth. "I love you, Mom," he said, and ended with a lie. "I'm sure everything's fine now." Some instinct was pricking at her, and she was unconvinced. She gave him a look that said so. "You know, Jack, I'm afraid. I almost lost you when you were a baby. That would have broken my heart because I would have always imagined what might have been, the boy you would have grown to be. But if I lost you now, it would be much worse, because now I know how very special you are." And she smiled sadly, kissed him, and left the room. Linda was beginning to agree with Jack. England couldn't be much riskier than staying in Trinity. Although it was common knowledge they were going, Linda didn't want anyone to know exactly when or how. The kidnapping attempt was a blessing in disguise because it enabled her to convince Becca to go along with her plans. They finally decided they would leave a week earlier than scheduled and fly from Pittsburgh rather than Cleveland. The Chaucerian Society was preparing for its trip abroad as well. 10 members were going, with Will's parents as chaperones. Fitch was busy checking books out of the library and searching online, studying every aspect of British history and culture. His enthusiasm was infectious. Even Jack was becoming more excited about his own summer plans. Hastings and Linda encountered each other often during this period when Jack's teacher was picking him up or dropping him off, or stopped by for a visit. They were always polite and courteous to each other, but Jack sensed a frisson of energy in the air when they were together, like heat lightning on a stifling day. Hastings seemed uncharacteristically unsure of himself. Jack sometimes noticed him standing, watching her intently, one hand wrapped around the other forearm, as if working a problem. When the time came for Jack to pack for his trip, he couldn't bring himself to leave Shadow Slayer behind. He put the blade in its case, and then in a large carry-on duffel bag, placing a simple charm on it so no one would open it up. Jack was beginning to see how his gifts could smooth the way for him, particularly when it came to dealing with Anawir. He sorted through his other magical weapons. Jack hadn't looked at Blaze's mirror since the night Nick had returned it to him. Now he unwound it from its leather wrapping and turned it over and over in his hands. Finally, he peered into the cloudy glass. It cleared to reveal the nave of a medieval church, candles guttered in the corners, making little headway against the dark. A body lay on a rude pallet on the floor, covered by a rough blanket. It was surrounded by a solemn guard of warriors. 2 women knelt next to the body, heads bowed, praying, their soft voices the only sound in the stillness. Demons lurked in the shadows, circling the bier, advancing and receding, the women's prayers keeping them at bay. Jack squinted, trying to make out who the players were. Surely this scene was from the past, yet the women seemed to be wearing modern clothes. The image faded, replaced by the reflection of his own face. Obscure as always, Jack thought. Totally useless. Still, he slid Blaze's mirror into his carry-on. He could use all the help he could get. Nick would maintain the fiction that the house was occupied for 2 weeks after they left, then joined them in Oxford. He seemed unenthusiastic about visiting Britain. "It's too noisy over there," the old wizard explained to Jack. "You'll see what I mean when you get there. Besides, the food is bad. The British have never mastered the dessert course." "I wish you were coming with us," Jack admitted. "I feel like I need a caretaker more than ever." "Just remember who you are, Jack," the old man said. "The world will try to change you into something else. Don't let them. That's the best advice anyone can give you." Jack didn't share the change in schedule with anyone, not even Will and Fitch and Ellen, but he invited them over for dinner the night before their real departure. All the suitcases were packed and hidden away, everything ready for the morning. They ate out on the side porch. Aunt Linda kept everybody laughing with her cutting imitations of various Trinity personalities. Usually, Becca tried to rein in her irreverent sister, but tonight she laughed along with everyone else. Nicodemus Snowbeard told a very old, very romantic story about kings and queens, misapprehensions, and unrequited love. The hero, Leander Hastings, was a special guest, and he and Becca got into such a heated discussion about medieval art that the others had to beg them to call a truce. "Fine," Becca said, tilting up her chin and lifting her glass. "I will desist, though I will not give. I would like to propose a toast to Will Childers, Harmon Fitch, and Leander Hastings, brave men all who helped to save my son's life." Hastings raised his glass, smiled at Becca, and some awareness fluttered at the edges of Jack's consciousness. "Perhaps we'll meet in England, then," the wizard said. As dusk fell, Snowbeard lit the lanterns on the porch railing, and the fireflies flared in the shadows under the trees. There seemed to be a little magic in everyone that night. The air was thick with it. Jack sat back in a wicker chair against the house, quietly alert to it all. Linda and Hastings shared the glider, a little space between them, talking. Will and Fitch tossed a ball back and forth in the yard, the white sphere barely visible in the dimming light. Jack had the melancholy feeling that something important was changing or passing away, that they might never be together again, in just this way. Ellen sat down in the chair opposite him. She wore a long, flowing skirt and a sleeveless white sweater. Jack could not remember seeing her in anything but pants before. Since the weather had warmed, her skin had taken on a rich golden color from working in the garden. Gardening seemed to agree with her because she was looking very fit, Jack thought. "I like your mom," Ellen said wistfully. Jack glanced over to where Becca was now deep in a conversation with Hastings and Linda. "She can be kind of intense at times," he said. "Yes," Ellen said. She never required lengthy explanations. She swung her feet, her bare toes peeking out from under her skirt. "This is a nice town." She looked out at Jefferson Street, where the gas lamps were beginning to glow. The sound of children playing carried in the soft air. "I wish you weren't going to England." "Yes, well..." Jack stared out at the street. Ellen was leaving for Wisconsin the next day, and probably wouldn't be back in the fall. "You're going away also, and I don't even know if you'll be back." "I know," she said. And then Becca was there. "Would you like something else to drink, Ellen?" "No." Ellen rose to her feet. "I've got to get going. I've still got some packing to do. Thanks for having me over, Miss Downey. Dinner was great. I hope you have a wonderful summer." Jack walked her down the steps and into the shadows at the side of the porch. Ellen took his hands in hers. "Goodbye, Jack. Be careful." She released him. But Jack grabbed her wrist and pulled her back toward him. Drawing her in close, he tilted her face up and kissed her. Their first real kiss, and he didn't want it to be their last. So he kissed her again, taking his time, wondering why he'd waited so long. When finally he broke away, Ellen stayed in place, eyes closed, face turned up, as if she wanted to prolong it too. Resting his forehead against hers, he said, "Bye, Ellen. I'll email you when I get there." She swallowed hard, then turned away. Jack watched as she moved across the lawn, her white sweater pale against the darkness, until she turned the corner. Chapter 12. A Visit with Dr. Longbranch. Linda had booked rooms for herself, Jack, and Becca in a small, elegant hotel on Thurlow Place near the Victoria and Albert Museum and Kensington Gardens. Jack's room was bright and airy and opened out onto a garden. He threw open the garden doors and breathed deeply. Roses. He slid the bag with the sword in it under his bed, laid wards along the perimeter of the room, and collapsed, exhausted, on the bed. From the time the plane had landed, he had been overwhelmed with a feeling of homecoming, although he'd never been to England before. From the street signs to the buses to the greenery to the architecture, everything was uncannily familiar. What was more disconcerting was the constant murmuring, a cacophony of voices of the Weirland, long dead. They were everywhere, calling from church graveyards and gardens and old buildings. "Welcome the warrior," they whispered. He had begun to understand what Nick meant by noise. He hardly felt he'd slipped into town unnoticed. Once they were unpacked, he and Becca had lunch in the hotel dining room. Linda had other business to take care of, she'd said. Although they had traveled all night, Becca was full of plans. "Harrods is just up the street, so we'll have to go there. We can walk over to Kensington Palace, and you can see the gardens, and the Serpentine, and walk along Rotten Row." She waved her fork in the air. "Then tomorrow we'll go over to Buckingham Palace in the morning, and maybe see the Tower in the afternoon." She grinned wickedly. "I think you'll like that." "Sounds great, Mom." After all that had happened, Jack was genuinely looking forward to being a tourist. He and Becca toured Kensington and Knightsbridge that afternoon, and all three spent the next day seeing tourist London, Buckingham Palace and Big Ben, Trafalgar Square and the Tower. Jack found Westminster Abbey exhausting, and not because of jet lag. They began their tour in the shrine of Edward the Confessor. A sour-looking cleric delivered a rather long, boring speech about the history of the church, while ghost warriors drifted above his head and shoulders, gesturing urgently to Jack. Their voices echoed against stone like a tuneless choir. They trailed him through the Lady Chapel, where were buried the three great female adversaries of Tudor times, Elizabeth I, Mary Tudor, and Mary, Queen of Scots. "Partners both in throne and grave, here rest we two, sisters Elizabeth and Mary, in the hope of the resurrection." Jack paused at the tombs of Henry VII and Elizabeth of York. Their marriage had ended the War of the Roses, officially at least. Here, the Weirland became almost frantic. A gaunt ghost soldier seized Jack by the arm. His gray flesh was nearly translucent. A great gash beneath his chin stretched from ear to ear. "Beware, warrior," he intoned, reminiscent of Caesar's ghost. "Beware the gill." Jack allowed Becca and Linda to get a little ahead of him, then spun around and hissed, "Will you leave me in peace?" "Beware, warrior," the ghost repeated. "They'll pin a rose on your breast, the white of York or the red of Lancaster, and send ye out to the butcher's field." "Look, I have no intention of fighting anybody," Jack retorted, then clamped his mouth shut. An overweight couple in matching Bermuda shorts and tank tops was staring at him. One of them raised a digital camera and snapped his picture. "Jack, will you come on?" Becca stood framed in the entrance of the Lady Chapel, tapping her foot impatiently. "You've been totally distracted today." "Sorry." Jack followed her toward the front of the sanctuary. "After lunch, do you think we could go someplace where there aren't so many ghosts?" "Beware," the ghost called after him. If he'd had a chain, he would have rattled it. For the next several days, they immersed themselves in London. They went to the theatre, ate in pubs and Indian restaurants, and took the train to Kew Gardens. There was a full-day tour to Bath and Salisbury Cathedral and Stonehenge, Stonehenge turned out to be another spot that spoke to Jack. Jack shopped for a gift for Ellen, a British football club jersey, Manchester United or Chelsea. He bought both. He labored over a postcard for an hour. Wrote, "Hope you're having fun," and scratched it out. Finally sketched out a brief list of sights they'd seen and ended with, "Miss you. Wish you were here." He posted it to her Trinity address, hoping her parents would forward it. He emailed her from an internet cafe, but got no response. Becca had scheduled an appointment for Jack with Jessamine Longbranch on their last day in London. Both Linda and Jack were trying not to think about it, but it came quickly nonetheless. The night before the appointment, they had dinner at a Thai restaurant in Knightsbridge. Lost in worry, Linda and Jack had little to say. Finally, over dessert, Linda convinced Becca to take a tour to the William Morris Gallery, while Linda took Jack to his appointment. It was sorcery, plain and simple, but they both felt better with Becca out of danger. The next morning, Jack and Linda took the Underground to St. James Park. Longbranch's offices were in Westminster, near Parliament Square. All the way there, Linda second-guessed their decision to keep the appointment, even after they'd exited the train and left the stale air of the Underground station behind. Linda was sure Dr. Longbranch would contact Becca to reschedule if they didn't show. The next time, it might be Becca and Jack alone. The building was ancient, and the elevator was only a little less so, but Dr. Longbranch's offices were elegantly appointed, with expensive fabrics and antique furniture. The receptionist offered them tea, which they declined. They were the only ones in the waiting room. Soon, a nurse led them to an exam room. It was really more of an office, without the cold medical feel Jack was used to in American clinics. The nurse weighed him in his sock feet, then directed Jack to take off his shirt and sit up on the exam table. Jack removed both shirt and vest and set them next to him on the table. He glanced down at himself. The star-shaped surgical scar gleamed faintly over his breastbone. He realized he must look pretty pale. His chest had not seen the sun all summer. Linda seemed even more unsettled, seeing the changes in him. The muscles that stood out along his arms and across his chest. She paced nervously. Finally, Jessamine Longbranch swept into the room. She was dressed in silk trousers and an elegant sweater, a pristine white lab coat over top, that unusual stethoscope draped around her neck. She was carrying a folder. His file, he assumed. It struck Jack that she didn't look any older, but then he remembered that wizards don't show their age like other people. She stopped just in front of Jack and looked him up and down, holding the folder close to her chest. "Well, Jackson," she said, drawing out his name. "I do believe you've grown." Something in the way she said it made him feel even more self-conscious than before. She glanced at Linda. "Becca couldn't come? That's too bad." She kept talking as she examined him, her fingers full of power, sending off tiny electrical shocks as they touched his skin. He flinched and gritted his teeth. "No, don't tense up, Jack. That's better. I understand this is your first trip to London. I hope your mother and aunt have been showing you around." Jack nodded, then gasped as she ran her hot hands over the muscles in his back. We've seen a lot in a short time," he managed to say. "I'm really enjoying it." He didn't remember his previous sessions with Longbranch as being quite so physical. "As you should," said the doctor. "Land of your ancestors, I believe. Have you been to the Tower? Thrilling, really. All those stories of torture and murder." Dr. Longbranch kept up a constant stream of conversation, asking questions about their stay in London as she checked Jack's blood pressure and pressed her strange stethoscope against his chest. She had him jump down from the table and walk across the room and back, watching him, arms folded as he did so. The exam took longer than usual, but he told himself that perhaps it was because he had come such a long way to see her. She'd never shown nearly so much interest in him before. Finally, the doctor stepped back and looked him up and down approvingly. "You're in great shape, Jack. Tell me, when did you stop taking your medicine?" She snapped out the question, and it took Jack by surprise, like a quick blade under the ribs, as Nick would say. It took him a moment to respond. "I don't know what you're talking about," he stammered. Linda spoke up. "Jack and Becca have always been very good about following instructions, Jessamine." Her face had lost its color. "Is that so, Linda? I was thinking Jack here looks like someone who likes to break the rules. Have you ever heard of the White Rose?" Another quick blade, but this time Jack was better prepared for it. He considered a moment, then said, "Wasn't that a battle emblem in the War of the Roses? York carried the white rose, Lancaster the red." "Very good." She moved to the side of the examination table and ran her fingertips lightly across his shoulder. He tensed as the current went through him. She didn't seem to be making any attempt to blunt its effects. "You've been studying your history. There's a great deal of history in this part of the world, much more than most people realize, and your family has been in the thick of it. Did you know that?" Now she was stroking him, petting him like a dog. "I think it's time you became better acquainted with it. I know some people who can teach you." The change in her voice warned him, and he was prepared for the charm when it came. She spoke it quickly, tightening her fingers on the back of his neck, a simple immobilization charm. He spoke the counter-charm under his breath before she could complete it. Then he stilled himself, looking as immobile as he could. He didn't have to pretend to be frightened. "Jessamine, what the hell are you doing?" Linda's voice was sharp. "I must tell you, this is a wonderful surprise," Jessamine said. "I thought it would take months to get him into fighting condition, and now I find you've done it for me." "Listen to me," Linda said urgently, persuasively. "I don't know what you're thinking, but he's just a boy. The only reason he's alive today is because he's been hidden. As soon as the Red Rose finds out about him, he'll be a target." Jessamine laughed. "He doesn't look like a boy to me. He has gained 6 inches in height and 45 pounds since my last exam, and it's all muscle. He's breathtaking." Her voice hardened. "You do remember our bargain, don't you? It's time to give him up, Linda. We need to begin his training. We really haven't any choice. I would have come after him in Trinity had you not arranged to bring him to me here. The Red Rose has called a tournament for Midsummer's Day." She paused. "It appears they will put forward a champion." "That's impossible," Linda exclaimed. "How could they have managed that? You would have known about it before now." "We are working on locating and eliminating their player," Dr. Longbranch said coldly. "But we cannot exclude the possibility that we will fail. If we cannot answer the challenge, we will forfeit. And that will not happen." She smiled. "If we succeed in taking their player, the Red Rose will forfeit, and even if the tournament goes forward, perhaps Jack will win. I must admit, I'm optimistic now that I've seen him in the flesh." "He can't possibly be prepared for a tournament by Midsummer's Day," Linda persisted. "He doesn't know anything about fighting." The doctor tapped her long nails against his shoulder. "He was born to do this, Linda. He'll figure it out. My trainers can bring out the killer in anyone. I just hope they don't damage this beautiful body too much." She must have seen some reaction to that in Jack's face, because she cupped her hand under his chin and turned his face to look at her. "Don't be frightened, my mongrel. I know you'll catch on fast." She eyed him, speculatively. "They say a mixed breed is often stronger than its parents. I wonder if he'll pass down the warrior stone to his offspring. An interesting question." She went on, as if thinking aloud. Perhaps if he survives the tournament, we'll breed him. Would you like that, Jack? She asked, as if she were offering him a treat for rolling over. Jack was mortified. He felt the blood rush to his face, and then she said, "Look." He's blushing, as if he were a cute puppy. Jack looked at his aunt, sending her a desperate message. "Let's get out of here." "That's enough, Jessamine," Linda warned. She nodded slightly to Jack, and he slid his hips to the edge of the table. Dr. Longbranch was speaking rapidly now, all business focusing on Linda. "Here is the story. Unfortunately, Jack either slipped or jumped into the Thames from Westminster Bridge shortly after his appointment with me. You saw him fall. There will be several other witnesses. I recollect that he seemed preoccupied, depressed when I examined him. The body will never be found. You will convince your sister of this. Do you understand me?" It was clear that Jessamine had little interest in whether the story stuck or not. "Actually, I had rather hoped Becca might come to the appointment with Jack. We've found that the presence of family members can be very motivating during training. Well, no matter. I have some people here who will take him north and work with him intensively until the tournament. Then there's the matter of locating a suitable blade." Linda nodded at Jack over Dr. Longbranch's shoulder, an almost imperceptible movement. Jack pressed his fingers against the surgeon's collarbone and released power into her, knocking her to the floor. Jack shoved his feet into his shoes and yanked his vest on over his head. He jumped from the table and the two of them raced back down the hallway toward the reception area. They burst into the elegant waiting room to find the receptionist gone and two bulky-looking men leafing through magazines. Jack's escorts, apparently. Wizards, certainly. The two men looked up as if surprised, and Jack said, "I left my sword outside." And he and Linda walked swiftly past them and out the door into the corridor. Jack hoped the wizards would go back to see what had happened to the doctor, which might buy them some time. But when they opened the accordion doors to the elevator, the car wasn't there. They could hear it, toiling somewhere far below. He knew his simple charm wouldn't keep Dr. Longbranch down for long. "The stairs!" Jack exclaimed. Jessamine's office was on the 9th floor. They took the stairs, two at a time, careening across the narrow landings, flinging themselves around corners. Jack was acutely conscious of the sound of the elevator laboring in the shaft next to the stairwell. They reached the ground floor just in time to see Dr. Longbranch and the Wizards of the White Rose exiting the elevator. Jack and Linda charged for the front door, which burst into flames in front of them. Throwing their arms over their faces, they plunged into the flames and through them, and out into the fresh air. They were on Victoria Street, just off Parliament Square. "Head for the river," Linda hissed. The sidewalk was packed with tourists and government workers out for their lunch hour. When Jack looked back, the doorway was still in flames, but none of the Anawir seemed to notice. Some looked curiously at Jack, who was pulling his sweatshirt on over his vest. They melted into the crowds, taking photographs of Big Ben and the Westminster Bridge. Westminster Bridge, the site of the accident Dr. Longbranch had planned for him. They kept moving with the crowds toward the water. Should they cross the river? Hide in a building? Only Jack didn't know the area and was afraid of being trapped. He was leaning in to ask Linda what she thought when something hit him hard in the chest, sending him flying to the pavement. He sat up in time to see the two wizards from the waiting room running toward them. They had aimed at Linda, and Jack had stepped into the way at the last minute. Once again, his vest had turned the blow. Linda helped Jack to his feet, and they ran a zigzag across the square, keeping close together. The wizards fired only when they thought they had a clear shot at Linda. It seemed they meant to take Jack alive. The two groups caused a kind of ripple as they moved through the crowd. There were no weapons in evidence, so there was no panic, but people had to scramble to get out of the way of the pursued and the pursuers. Someone shouted at them as they passed. "Watch where you're going, you bloody idiots!" They were on Broad Sanctuary Street. This gave Jack an idea. Does Westminster Abbey count as a church? The Abbey was still some distance away. What are you talking about? Does it count as a church? Good idea, Linda said. Never mind, let's go in here. A smaller church stood in front of the Abbey itself. An elaborate maypole dance was in progress in the churchyard. Young girls and ladies in medieval gowns were weaving broad ribbons into an intricate pattern around the pole. Jack and Linda ducked under the ribbons and sprinted for the door of the church. Just as they reached the threshold, something struck Jack on the shoulder where his vest didn't protect him, almost spinning him around. It stung badly, but he managed to stumble into the sanctuary. It was cool and quiet inside. Tourists clustered around the stained glass windows and the marble memorials in the side aisles. Jack and Linda dropped into the nearest pew, glancing behind to see if anyone had followed them in. No one had. Jack's shoulder was beginning to throb, but when he pulled his sweatshirt away, he could see neither a bruise nor a mark where the skin had been wounded. A woman in a sensible skirt and sweater approached them. "Welcome to St. Margaret's. There will be a tour beginning in 10 minutes up by the east window." She gestured at an elaborate stained glass window at one end of the nave. "Can we just sit here for a few minutes?" Aunt Linda asked. "We're in need of a little prayer." The woman smiled and moved away, and Jack did say a few prayers once he'd caught his breath. Linda sat bolt upright, hands braced against the seat of the pew, eyes closed. Jack wasn't sure if she was praying or not. He wondered how many wizards were waiting outside. Enough to cover all the exits? Maybe I'll just stay here. Didn't fugitives in medieval times take sanctuary in churches in order to avoid the law? There was something familiar about the vaulted ceilings, the worn stone floor, the quality of the light, as if he'd been here before. As they sat, his shoulders stiffened, became more and more painful, and drew his attention like the bite of a poisonous insect. When it was too much to ignore, he nudged Aunt Linda. "I think something hit me, outside the church. Maybe you should take a look." She lifted his shirt away and touched his arm with the tips of her fingers. The area was bright red now, swollen and hot to the touch. Damn! Linda released a long breath. "It must have been a wizard's graph," she said. "It's a kind of magical dagger." "But it didn't break the skin," Jack pointed out. "It doesn't have to. It's really an enchantment. Very clever on their part, actually. Only a skilled wizard can treat it. They know we can't stay in here." I thought magic wouldn't work in a church." "The damage is already done. Your body's just responding to it." "What happens if it isn't treated?" This was another one of those questions that Jack had to ask, although he was sure he wouldn't like the answer. "You'll die." They sat in silence for a few minutes. Linda bowed her head, dropping her clasped hands between her knees. Her shoulders shook, and he realized she was crying. "Don't worry," he said awkwardly, patting her arm. "It's okay. I'll think of something." At this, Linda straightened, swiping away tears with the heel of her hand. "No, Jack," she replied. "I will." She pulled out her cell phone and slid to the far end of the pew and started punching in numbers. Jack's shoulder reverberated with pain, a cold flame that spread into his neck. He couldn't seem to get comfortable. He tried speaking a few healing and soothing charms, but nothing seemed to make any difference. He'd read somewhere that wizards are unable to heal themselves, let alone mongrels, as Dr. Longbranch put it. The shadows at the front of the nave organized themselves into a half-dozen medieval ghost warriors, who solemnly processed down the aisle to Jack's pew, their helmets under their arms. They knelt in the aisle next to him, a semicircle of men who appeared to have come straight from battle. They ranged in age from about 13 to middle age. Their leader was a red-bearded man in a blood-stained tunic, embroidered over with red roses. The hilt of his sword protruded over his shoulder. "Did we not tell ye to stay away, lad? Did we not warn you?" Jack licked his lips and looked about. No one else seemed to notice the invasion of Weirland. "I had to come." The warrior looked back at his companions. "He had to come," he repeated, lifting his hands in exasperation. "He had to come," the Weirland whispered, their voices like the wind through icy branches. Turning back to Jack, the warrior said, "And where is Shadow Slayer?" I left it back in my room," Jack admitted, feeling besieged. The red-bearded man raised an eyebrow. "So, ye went abroad among wizards with naught but your hands." He turned to the guard and added, "Leaving his blade behind." "Leaving his blade behind," came the echo, like a kind of Greek chorus. "Ah, well," the warrior said, "now ye've taken a mortal wound." He rested a gloved hand on Jack's knee. "Don't worry, lad. We'll keep vigil with the lady until the end. Vigil for the warrior Heir," he said to the others. "Vigil for the Heir!" "Jack!" The warriors drew back but did not disperse. Jack turned to see Linda beside him. She took his hand between hers. "Don't worry. I've reached Hastings. He's coming from Canterbury. It's about 60 miles away." "How long does it take?" Whether Jack meant the Graph or the trip from Canterbury, the answer was the same. "I don't know," his aunt said. Groups of tourists came and went. Jack felt worse and worse. He propped himself in the corner of the pew to keep from falling over. He was alternately chilled and overheated. Even worse, he was beginning to see things. Dark, shadowy things, like demons, crouched in the corners of the church. The walls writhed and quaked, advanced and receded. The Weirland huddled disconsolately in the aisle, whispering among themselves. Linda found a drinking fountain in the entrance to the sanctuary and brought him some water in a paper cup, which he drank greedily. She brought him 2 more cups. Then, someone slipped into the pew in front of him. It was Jessamine Longbranch. She looked shimmery and monstrous to Jack, who was having trouble focusing his eyes. He raised both hands feebly to keep her away. The Weirland stirred and muttered. "Jack, you don't look well. Not nearly as well as you looked in my office this morning." "Get out of this church, Jessamine, before God finds out you're in here," Linda whispered fiercely. "Do you know what's wrong with you, Jack?" The doctor's voice was probably meant to be soothing, but without its usual overlay of wizardry, it only sounded thick and sinister. "Wizard's Graph," Jack tried to reply, but it was difficult to say with his tongue so thick in his mouth. "Come outside, Jack, and we'll take care of you. Otherwise you'll be dead before the day is over." She turned to Linda. "You at least should know better than to try this kind of stunt." "Get out of here, Jessamine," Linda repeated. Dr. Longbranch shrugged. "We'll be outside. Let us know when you're ready to give him up." She raked back her dark fall of hair. "I can see already that Jack is very talented. I would hate to see him go to waste." She reached out her hand to him, and he shrank back into the pew like a cornered animal. She tucked a strand of damp hair behind his ear. Then she stood and walked out of the church, the heels of her shoes clicking on the stone floor. Did the end of the day mean sundown or midnight? Could be important, he thought, but then he couldn't remember why. He knew there was something he desperately needed to say. "Aunt Linda?" It came out as a scratchy whisper. She slid close to him and cradled his head in her arms, being careful of his shoulder, leaning in so she could hear him. "Aunt Linda, please don't let her take me. Please. I don't care what happens. Promise." Linda promised, tears dripping down her face. The woman who had greeted them when they entered the church had returned. She looked concerned. "Is your son ill?" she asked Linda. "Nephew," Linda corrected her automatically. "He is ill, but it's a spiritual kind of sickness," she explained. "Is it?" The woman raised her eyebrows. Jack was stretched out full length on the hard pew, his head in Linda's lap. He was shivering, delirious, muttering to himself. "Are you sure we shouldn't take him to hospital?" "Please, he needs to stay in here," Linda said desperately, "or he'll be lost." The woman hesitated. "Perhaps we can make him more comfortable." She disappeared for a few moments and reappeared with a thin bedroll and blankets. "I suppose I should introduce myself. My name is Sarah Barham. I am one of the church docents, but I also run a ministry for the homeless," she explained. "We accept donations here at the church, so we have some bedding here." "My name is Linda Downey," Linda replied, "and this is Jack. We really appreciate your help." When Leander Hastings arrived half an hour later, Jack lay on a mattress in a corner of the church. Linda and Sarah Barham knelt next to him, praying. They were ringed by kneeling ghost warriors, in vigil. Jack looked near death, his freckles standing out against the pallor of his skin, his breathing a shallow and ineffective rasp. The warriors faded back as Hastings approached, muttering unhappily. Linda leaped to her feet when she saw him. "Hurry, Leander. I'd almost given him up." When the wizard hesitated, she said, "Come on. There couldn't possibly be any problem with healing a person in a church." Hastings knelt next to Jack and rested his hand on the injured shoulder. It was red and shiny and swollen, with long red streaks that extended all the way from his arm to his chest. Jack moaned and tried to twist away. "Hold him down." Linda and Sarah each pinned one of Jack's wrists to the floor. Hastings placed his hands over the wound, speaking a charm slowly and distinctly. The skin immediately blistered up, turning a nasty green and yellow, as if the poison had risen and collected just under the skin. Sarah Barham cleared her throat. "What is he? A priest?" she asked Linda. "Not exactly," Linda replied. Hastings waited a minute, keeping his hands in place, then spoke a different charm. Minutes passed and there was no change. Then, slowly, Jack's complexion lost its waxy appearance. His breathing grew less ragged, and his whole body relaxed. Hastings smiled up at the two women. He was pale and perspiring, his green eyes muddy with exhaustion. He removed his hands. The blistering had subsided. The church docent looked from Jack to Hastings. "Well, I thought he was going to die," she admitted. "Me too," Hastings said shortly. He stood and wiped his hands on his trousers. "Is there any other way out of this church?" he asked softly. "Besides the obvious." "There is another door," Sarah said, "at the southeast end. But it's usually not open to the public," she added. "Could we use it?" Hastings smiled at the woman. "Please? The boy's in danger." "Well," she looked at Jack and back at Hastings. "I suppose so. I'll show you where it is." Hastings turned to Linda. "I need you to stall those wizards outside as long as possible. Don't let them know that he's gone. Better yet, see if you can convince them he's dead." He reached out and brushed her cheek with the back of his knuckles. "Be careful. I think we can assume they'll be angry." "Wizards!" Sarah took a step back, her hand flying to her mouth, as if she had suddenly realized that the tall stranger did have a certain supernatural look about him. "So to speak," said Hastings, smiling in a disarming fashion. "The boy's involved himself with a cult." He bent and lifted Jack again. Jack frowned and muttered something. "One more thing, Linda. Can you go to Canterbury and take over my Chaucerian Society? They're at Dovecote Hostelry in the Old City. We're visiting all the scenes of the great murders. Tomorrow they want to see where Beckett was killed. They're a bloodthirsty lot, it seems." Linda nodded without speaking. Hastings followed the bewildered Sarah Barham to the rear of the church and disappeared. Linda arranged the bedclothes to look like a recumbent form. Then she stationed herself next to the pallet to wait. Sarah Barham allowed Linda to stay beyond the official church closing time of 4:30. The enchanter kept her vigil, seated on the floor, her back against the wall. Daylight faded behind the stained glass windows as the interior lights kindled. It was after 9 p.m. when Jessamine Longbranch re-entered the church to find Linda dozing at her post. The wizard stood, hands on hips, gazing down at Linda. "I suppose the boy's dead?" She motioned at Linda's arrangement of bedclothes on the floor. "Yes," Linda replied. "You little fool!" The words were full of venom. "I can't believe you would sacrifice your nephew like this. Why not let him fight, and at least give him a chance?" "You cast the graft, Jessamine. I didn't. You can explain it to the rest of your house. Jack said he'd rather die than end up in your hands. I honored his choice." "I'm most displeased. I think I'll pay your sister Becca a visit. She's staying on Thurlow Place, isn't she?" Dr. Longbranch stalked from the church. Linda rang Becca repeatedly, but there was no answer. She lounged at the church until about midnight, then slipped out the back door. The Chaucerian Society was a flexible group. When Linda introduced herself as an expert in medieval myth and magic, who would be replacing Leander Hastings for a few days, there was hardly a ripple of concern. The boys, in particular, were pleased with the change. The notable exceptions were Will and Fitch, who knew that Linda Downey, surfacing unexpectedly, meant that trouble would follow. Linda was a good choice for the assignment. She was an ardent Anglophile, and shared her family's interest in English literature and medieval studies. She had lived much of her life in England, and was able to add detail and color to the information provided by the official cathedral guide. They were all suitably impressed with the sheer nastiness of a murder in church. We weren't far from that last night, Linda thought. She wondered where Jack and Hastings had gotten to. She'd heard he had a house in Cumbria. Perhaps they'd gone there. She tried to call Becca several times during the day, but there was no answer in the hotel room in London. Becca surely wouldn't leave for Oxford without Jack. She left a message at Devon House for Becca to call her in Canterbury. The story she had devised was that they had spotted the kidnappers in London, and although Hastings had taken Jack to a safe place, they were all in danger. There were no messages when Linda returned to Hastings' room. There was sparse evidence of his presence. A book on the table, a leather shaving kit in the washroom, a sweater draped across the foot of the bed. Impulsively, she pressed the wool to her face, breathing in his scent. Embarrassed, she dropped it on the bed. By now, Becca might be frantic. What if she called Dr. Longbranch? Surely, now that the wizard thought Jack was dead, she would leave Becca alone, despite her threat in the church. Unless Longbranch decided to use Becca to take revenge on Linda for the double-cross. And where were Jack and Hastings? Hastings owned property somewhere in Cumbria. Perhaps they had gone up there. Maybe Hastings had called Becca and told her some story on his own. Anything was possible. There was a knock at the door. When she pulled it open, Will and Fitch stood in the hallway. Fitch with a folder under his arm. They looked to be on a mission. "Hello, Miss Downey. We need to talk to you. Are you busy?" Will shifted from foot to foot. "Not at all. Please, come in. Would you like some tea or something?" Linda looked from one to the other. Fitch shook his head. "We came because we want to know why you're here and what it has to do with Jack," he said bluntly. "I see. Well, won't you sit down?" She gestured toward a little table next to a window that overlooked the narrow street below. They arranged themselves as best they could, seeming overlarge for the delicate table, all elbows and knees and long legs and wary determination. Fitch dropped his folder on the table and said, "So, where's Jack? And why are you filling in for Mr. Hastings?" Linda steepled her hands and rested her chin on her fingertips, studying them. They had earned the right to information. Without them, Jack would no doubt be dead, or worse. Jack's had trouble again since coming to London. He had to leave with Mr. Hastings. That's why I'm here. "Listen, we're tired of being clueless." Will placed his palms flat against the table. "Jack won't tell us anything. He says not to worry. There's nothing we can do. Crap like that. We think you can tell us what's going on." "I can do that. It's up to you to decide what you want to believe." Linda could make them believe Jack had been kidnapped by aliens if she wanted to. But this time, she preferred to convince them by non-magical means. She took a deep breath. Jack should have been a wizard, but he was implanted with a warrior stone when he was a baby. Fitch squinted at her doubtfully, as if trying to decide if she were joking. Implanted with a... what? A weir stone. Those who carry a warrior stone have certain magical attributes that manifest when they come of age. Right, Fitch rolled his eyes. Jack Swift is some kind of gladiator with superpowers. Is that what you're saying? Linda nodded. There are other stones and other guilds, of which wizards are the most powerful. Wizards play warriors in tournaments called the Game. Only there aren't many warriors left, so Jack is what you might call a rare find. Because of that, wizards are after him, trying to capture or kill him. Hold on, Will said, scowling. Wizards? Like in a fairy tale? Well, more like a nightmare, I suppose. They are crafters of magic, using spells and charms. Unlike warriors, wizards have no specific physical manifestation, but rather a powerful presence. Will slammed his hands down on the table. Fine. If you're not going to tell us the truth, just say so and quit wasting our time. Will, Fitch put a hand on Will's shoulder. Remember the dude in the graveyard? And the flaming sword and all that? That was a wizard. In fact, Linda hesitated, then went on. In fact, there are a number of wizards who live right in Trinity. Like who? Fitch demanded, searching her face for clues. Then his eyes widened behind his glasses. Mr. Hastings, I'll bet. Reluctantly, Linda nodded. Who else? Fitch thrust his chin forward, clearly in interrogation mode. Well, there's Nick Snowbeard and Leisha Middleton. Nick? And Leisha frigging Middleton? The princess? Well, yes, Linda said. She was working with those men who tried to kidnap Jack from the high school. No way! Fitch shuddered. Don't tell me Lobeck was involved too, Will said. Linda shook her head. A bully and a jerk maybe, but not a wizard. Not unless they come in stupid, Fitch added. Are we going to be able to see Jack while we're here? Linda hesitated. I don't know. I'm not even sure where he is right now. Fitch tapped his folder with his fingertips. What does this have to do with his grandmother and the graveyard? Susanna had the same gift, the same stone as Jack. She was a warrior like he is. That was her sword you dug up. We were hoping he could use it to protect himself. Can a weir stone be stolen? Not without killing the bearer. But could it be stolen? Like, if you cut somebody open, would someone have any reason for doing that? Maybe to implant it in someone else, like Jack? Linda thought a moment. Weir stones have some magical power in themselves. Wizards sometimes buy them off traders and use them as talismans. Jack's the only person I've heard of who had a stone implanted. That was because he was missing his. I was thinking about Jack's grandmother, Susanna Downey, and how she died. Whenever I see that star-shaped scar on Jack's chest, I think of it. What are you talking about? Linda looked from one boy to the other. She died in an accident. Didn't you say she fell from a horse? Fitch nodded. He opened the folder. But the cause of death was a hole in her chest. It said in the paper that maybe she fell onto a fence post or something. Look. He pulled a microfilm printout from his folder. I ended up with this when we went to the library. It sounded kind of far-fetched to me. I don't imagine forensics were very sophisticated in those days. He passed the paper to Linda. It was Susanna's obituary. Linda scanned it quickly, then read it again more slowly. Lee Hastings, a visitor in the township, found her lying in the woods back of the family farm in the late evening. Although known to be a capable horsewoman, Mrs. Downey took a fall onto a fence post. She had a severe gash to the chest, which was the cause of death. A tiny flame of an idea kindled in the back of Linda's mind. It burned with greater and greater intensity, no matter how hard she tried to put it out. Fitch broke into her thoughts. Maybe it's because we've been talking about all these murders in the past few days. And now the Weir stones. Could Susanna have been murdered and her stone stolen? Fitch stopped, peering at Linda. What's the matter? It's Jack, Linda whispered. I'm afraid I've made a terrible mistake. Chapter 13. Cumbria. Jack remembered little about his last hours in the church. He lay mortally wounded, the Weirland keeping vigil around him. A vast darkness threatened to overtake him, but somehow was kept at bay by the music of women's voices praying. He clung to the sound as to a lifeline, and then finally there was a new voice and a new prayer, and the darkness receded, and the throbbing in his shoulder eased. Someone lifted him up, and there was fresh air and rain on his face. He was carried some distance through the rain, and then bundled into the back seat of a car. He remembered the scent and feel of leather against his face. Someone lifted his head and poured a burning liquid down his throat. And then he slept. He awoke once to darkness and the slamming of car doors and what might have been his mother's voice. He tried to call to her, but it was impossible to stay awake. When he finally awoke again, it was to a soft daylight that intruded into sleep. He rolled over and buried his face in the pillow to force the light away. He was in a large bed that was made up with rather coarse linens with a light coverlet over the top. He was dressed in unfamiliar clothing, shorts and a t-shirt. Memory began to overtake him, and he sat up quickly, too quickly, became dizzy, and lay back against his pillows. The chamber was virtually bare, as if carved from rock, with stone walls and a stone floor, a fireplace, and a single unadorned window. There was an arched wooden door at the far end of the room. Apart from the bed, the only furnishings were a stand with a basin and pitcher on it, a small bedside table with sorcerer's bottles lined up on it, 2 plain wooden chairs, and a rocker drawn up next to the bed. A jeweled case stood propped against the hearth. It was Shadow Slayer, his sword, and next to it, on the hearthstone, lay Blaze's mirror in its leather wrapping. How did those get here? He'd left them at the hotel, under charms of protection. He desperately tried to remember what had happened at the end of the long afternoon in the church. There was no twinge of tenderness in his shoulder, no remnant of the wizard's graph. Had Hastings arrived in time, or was he in the hands of the White Rose? That thought made him get up and swing his legs over the side of the bed. He meant to retrieve his sword. If they were foolish enough to leave him a weapon, he intended to take advantage of it. Just then, the door opened, and his mother came in. Becca was wearing jeans and a bulky sweater, barefoot despite the chill of the stone floor. She carried a tray with a pot of tea and a generous breakfast. "Mom!" Jack was amazed and overjoyed to see her. Becca carefully set the tray down on the bedside table and then pulled him into her arms. They sat there on the edge of the bed for a long minute. Finally, Becca sat down and looked at him. "You seem much better, Jack. I was so worried when Leander came to get me. You looked terrible." There was toast and marmalade, bacon and eggs, and some kind of smoked fish. Jack spread the marmalade onto his toast, stalling for time, while he conjured up a question. Jack wasn't sure how his condition would have been explained. "Did Mr. Hastings tell you what happened?" She frowned, as if she were trying hard to remember. "He said you had caught a virus, and what you needed was some rest and peace and quiet, so we came up here." She stroked the hair away from his forehead. "Would you like me to get you something to read? There's a wonderful library downstairs." Jack stopped chewing and stared at his mother. This was not at all the response he had anticipated. He expected 1,000 questions he couldn't answer. He wondered how Hastings had handled her, why she had not insisted on his going to a hospital, though perhaps he already knew the answer to that question. "Where are we?" he asked, looking about the room. "And how long have I been sick?" "This is Leander's house. We've been here 3 days." Jack glanced around the room again. It was as spare as the man himself. The only color was from the sorcerer's bottles on the table. Hastings had never mentioned any connection to England, let alone that he had a house here. But it made sense, if Hastings knew Aunt Linda. "Are we still in London?" Something about the quality of the light and the stillness outside told him they were not. "This is Cumbria. It's the north of England. We're in the mountains, actually, not far from Scotland." Jack wondered how recent events would affect the rest of their time in England, wondered if wizards would soon be chasing him all over Britain. "What about Oxford? Aren't they expecting you?" "I have all summer to get to Oxford." She spoke languidly, as if there were no longer any urgency about getting there. She sat down in the rocker. "Jack, eat your breakfast before it gets cold. You haven't eaten for 3 days, and you need to get your strength back." Why had Hastings brought his mother up here? Perhaps to help care for him, but it certainly made matters awkward. He didn't see how they could hope to keep his problems secret much longer anyway. He felt like his whole life was unraveling and threatening to shred his family in the bargain. He pushed his breakfast aside for the moment and slid out of bed. It was unexpectedly high, and his feet hit the stone floor with a smack. The shutters over the window stood open, and the morning air was chilly. His clothes were nowhere in sight. The view through the window caught his eye. They were perhaps 3 stories up, looking out to a beautiful landscape of mountains and green hillsides, the foothills shrouded in mist. And then the door opened, and Leander Hastings walked in. He too was dressed in a heavy sweater against the cool morning. He seemed surprised to see Jack up and walking around. "Becca," he said, smiling, "it looks like your son is definitely on the mend." He came and stood behind her, resting his hands on her shoulders. There was an ownership about the gesture that set Jack's teeth on edge. "He looks much better," Becca agreed, half turning to look up into the wizard's face. "But I can't get him to eat much breakfast." Hastings crossed to the window and looked over Jack's shoulder. "Beautiful, isn't it? I feel renewed each time I come here." Jack turned away rudely. "Mom, I think I'd like to do some reading after breakfast after all. Do you think you could go down and find me a couple of books?" Becca actually looked at Hastings for an answer. The wizard nodded. "That's a good idea," he said. "Jack and I need to talk anyway. I'll come get you in a little while." Becca rose from the rocker and kissed Jack on his forehead. "Try and eat a little more," she said, and left the room. Hastings gazed after her until the door shut behind her. Jack broadened his stance, resting his fists on his hips. "What's wrong with her?" Hastings sat down on the rocker next to the bed. "There's nothing wrong with your mother. She's fine." He might have smiled, but didn't when he saw the expression on Jack's face. "You've put a spell on her," Jack persisted. "She's not acting like herself." "I haven't used any charms on her unnecessarily," Hastings replied, shrugging like an innocent man. "Though I may have to direct her a bit more, now that you're up and about." "You should never have brought her up here." "I see." Hastings toyed with an unusual ring on his left ring finger. It was a beautifully faceted stone set in an ornate gold setting, and it spun out light in 1,000 colors. "I've kept your mother safe," he said. "By now the roses are certainly looking for her. I don't know what more you want from me." Jack didn't know what else to say to the man who had once again saved his life, so he said nothing. "Sit down, Jack." Hastings motioned to the other chair, looking like a man with an unpleasant job to do. Reluctantly, Jack sat. Hastings waved a hand at the breakfast tray. "Better eat." Jack surveyed the tray, then grudgingly picked up a piece of toast. "How are you feeling?" the wizard asked. "I'm feeling good," Jack admitted. "It's like I had a bad dream." "A very bad dream," Hastings agreed. "Your shoulder should be fine with no stiffness at all. As long as the charm is destroyed in time, all is mended." "I don't really remember what happened." He finished the slice of toast and started in on his eggs. "After the charm was broken, I carried you to my car. Linda stayed behind to distract Dr. Longbranch and the others. I thought it best to stop and retrieve your mother. I knew she would be worried about you when you and Linda didn't return, and I was afraid she might go to see Dr. Longbranch. So I brought her up here." "I didn't know you had a house here." "This house is the ancestral home of my family, though I acquired it only a few years ago. This is the Lake District, the land of the poets, one of the magical places in Britain." Jack looked up to see Hastings, still watching him, as if sizing him up. It made him uneasy. "Why don't you tell me what's going on?" Jack sat back a bit from his breakfast. "What do you want from me?" "Had you heard that there is a tournament scheduled for Midsummer's Day?" Hastings' face was expressionless. "Dr. Longbranch told us about it." Jack thought hard. A lot had happened since his visit to Longbranch's office. "She said the Red Rose had issued a challenge, that they had a champion. She wants me to fight." Hastings nodded. "She does. And so do I." The words hung heavily in the air between them. Understanding came slowly, like the change in light that comes with the onset of bad weather. Their eyes locked briefly, and Jack's breath was stolen from him. So many puzzles, so many inconsistencies, and now it all made sense. And then he was angry, at Hastings and at his own stupidity. "That was your plan all along, wasn't it?" His voice trembled, despite his efforts to keep it steady. He shoved his breakfast tray away and leaned forward. "That's what you were preparing me for, all the formal training, the bouts in the meadow, everything." Hastings nodded. "Yes." He didn't look up, still focused on the ring. "This trip to England, was that your idea also?" His mother had decided this on her own, hadn't she? He tried to remember. The wizard spread his fingers in a gesture of confession. "I would have arranged for you to come to England this summer one way or another. I thought perhaps with the Chaucerian Society, but as it happened, you traveled with Becca." "So you lied to Aunt Linda," Jack continued, "making her think she could keep me out of this?" "Yes, I lied." Hastings was unapologetic. "Your aunt handed me the rather challenging task of keeping you alive. We simply disagree on strategy." "Well, you've chosen the wrong person. You can't make me fight for you. If it comes to that, I'll throw the match." "There is no throwing of the tournament. It's a fight to the death." "Then you'll have to find someone else to sacrifice." "Make no mistake. Either way, you will be sacrificed." Jack looked up, thinking he heard a threat, but Hastings' expression was a mixture of sympathy and impatience. The wizard leaned back and closed his eyes. "Face the facts, Jack. As far as you are concerned, this all started maybe 3 or 4 months ago with the trip to the graveyard, right? In the past 3 weeks, you have been attacked 3 times. That's just a taste of things to come." Hastings opened his eyes, fixed Jack with his green-eyed gaze. "Remember, the White Rose has left you entirely alone up until now. As soon as they realize you're alive, they'll come after you again, too. Perhaps the Red Rose tried to poison you. If not, they certainly know who you are now, since the incident at school. And then there are the traitors to consider. You're worth a bloody fortune, and the world is full of adventurers who will try to claim it." Jack could stay in his seat no longer. He rose and walked back to the window. The mists were burning off the low places, disintegrating into ragged streamers in the still air. Some sheep had wandered into view on one of the far hills. He wished he could just fly away from this place, from who he was, from his past and his future. Hastings was relentless. "Assuming you make it home from here, what do you think you'll go back to? Trinity will become a battleground for wizards. Your friends, each person in your family will be a point of vulnerability, particularly Annaware." He paused. "You've seen your mother. I brought her here as an example to you. All I have to do is speak a charm and she'll do anything I tell her to do. I can demonstrate that if you'd like." "Go to hell," Jack muttered into the crystalline air. "Which means she will be at the mercy of any wizard from either house who tracks her down. Your father, Will, and Fitch. No one will be safe. How many of them are you willing to sacrifice?" Hastings joined Jack at the window. His voice grew softer. "Trust me, I know. Even if you sleep with one eye open, I give you 6 months to a year. And even if you survive, you'll end up alone. You see, there are no rules out there." Jack rested his face against the cool stone surrounding the window. He thought of Trinity, of its quiet tree-lined avenues, the stone buildings of the university, the gaudy gingerbread of Jefferson Street. And then he imagined a barren ruin in its place. Why do they do it? These tournaments, I mean. Hastings spoke patiently, as if delivering a history lesson. These are ruthless, powerful people with time on their hands and the means to destroy each other. This system meets a lot of needs. It allows the settling of disputes with minimal bloodshed. Wizards claim to be heir to the legacy of the Dragon of Dungeon Gill. By contract, we own you. By that point of view, warriors are considered property, and are therefore expendable. Jack thought of Jessamine Longbranch and how she had treated him, like he was some animal that could be used and then put out to stud. Jack's hand stole to where the star-shaped scar lay under his shirt. "They should have let me die back then," he whispered. "I'd be better off." "Well, they didn't. And now we have to deal with what is." He touched Jack's arm, and Jack flinched. "What do you know about it? You're a... "I know all about it." Hastings' voice was so soft, Jack might have missed it. I could kill myself, Jack thought. He looked over the stone sill of the window, judged the drop to the courtyard below. It would probably be enough. Of course, he could end up paralyzed. Then they couldn't make him fight. He sighed and pressed his palms into his eyelids. Even his hands were calloused from swordplay. He was 16 years old. He didn't want to be dead or crippled. He wanted to graduate from high school and go to college and fall in love, none of which seemed very likely now. What happens if I fight? Jack realized he had crossed a line. All warriors in the game are associated with a sponsor. There is some protection in that, for you and your family, once you are declared. If you win, fame, fortune, and based on the current shortage of warriors, probably a considerable respite before you have to fight again. Hastings cleared his throat. Until I heard that the Red Rose was fielding a champion, I had hoped no one would be able to meet your challenge. If the challenge isn't answered, the game is forfeited. As good as a win, and not so bloody. Hastings almost smiled. You don't have much experience, but your weapon may make the difference. Will I be able to go home again? Afterward? If I win, he thought. After I kill somebody. Jack knew he could have killed Garrett Lobeck, but he wouldn't be facing Garrett Lobeck. Jack thrust the thought from his mind. Hastings thought a moment. I don't know, Jack. That's probably a question for you to answer. You are already quite different from the boy who went to Cole Grove. He ran his hand through his hair and leaned against the wall. It is not fair, and these are not attractive choices. Look at it this way. Even if you lose the tournament, your family and friends will be safe. He paused, a heartbeat. But I don't intend for you to lose. What happens at the tournament? It's a celebration over several days. Ceremony, wagering, and posturing on both sides. Then the champions fight each other in one-to-one combat. Everything is regulated by the rules of engagement. Where is it held? Here, in Cumbria, traditionally. Although it's a movable feast. The last one was held in Australia. What do you get out of it? Perhaps a chance to change the system? Perhaps a chance to save your life? No guarantees either way. Did he really have a choice? Jack had no doubt Hastings could force him to participate, whether he wanted to or not. He was just like any other wizard when it came to pushing people around. Hastings acted like he had some kind of personal rulebook he played by. If so, it was indecipherable to Jack. It was all pretty hopeless. The best he could do was to try to limit the risk to his family. Perhaps this would be easier than throwing himself out a window. The soft breath of the mountains cooled his flushed skin, whispering a warning. I'll play, he said. without turning away from the window. Hastings released a long breath. Jack wondered if it was a sigh of relief. "I thought you would," Hastings said. "What about Aunt Linda?" She would be furious with him, but there was nothing he could do about that. My choice, my life, and my death. "I'm hoping the tournament will be over before she knows you're playing." Hastings shook his head. "She is going to be very angry with me. Perhaps angry is not so bad as indifferent." He gazed out of the window. Jack couldn't stop himself. "But how could you... Weren't you..." His voice trailed away under Hastings' clear-eyed scrutiny. "Yes, we were together once." He half smiled. "You know, Jack, all of the women in your family are full of magic, whether they inherit the stone or not. They are among the casualties of this war." With some effort, Hastings shook off his melancholy. "I will make arrangements for us to attend the tournament then." He turned to go. But Jack still had a question. "So, if the Red Rose already has a champion, I assume that I will be fighting for the White Rose?" The wizard stopped and turned back, looking surprised and almost amused. "No, Jack. I thought you understood. You will be playing for me." Chapter 14. When Lovers Meet. Jack went back into training the day following his conversation with Hastings. The routine of it was almost soothing. The idea of a deadline was also appealing, compared to the cat-and-mouse game that had been going on for months. Every morning he ran for miles through the mists, up and down the treacherous hills surrounding the stone house. Hastings ran with him. They would return to the house and have breakfast with Becca. The stone house was almost a castle with sheer, fortress-like walls that dropped to a grassy plain, surrounded by hills. Informal gardens stretched from the back door to the wooded area at the foot of the fells. The first floor of the house included a great hall, a library, the kitchen and dining areas. There were at least 6 bedrooms upstairs. Jack never saw any staff around, although there always seemed to be food and drink available whenever they were hungry. Perhaps it was all done through sorcery. After breakfast, they worked with their foils in the meadow behind the house. Now the focus was no longer on defense, but on offense, on penetrating the opponent's defenses, the delivery of a killing stroke. And every afternoon, Hastings sent warriors against Jack. Some were new to him, while others were familiar from his previous bouts. Now there was no need to put up a barrier when he fought, to keep away prying eyes. No one came anywhere near, except for the occasional sheep that wandered down the hillsides. Somehow, Hastings kept Becca away from the bouts, though whether through personal charm or wizardry, Jack didn't know. Jack realized Hastings was concerned about his lack of experience. Despite relentless coaching and the quality of his weapon, it was hard to get around the fact that Jack had been in training for only a few months. The same could be true of his opponent, but he couldn't count on that. Jack wished he knew more about the warriors he fought against in practice, about their previous lives, how they'd come to be warriors, how many tournaments they'd fought in, how they'd died. Well, maybe not that last part. On his 3rd afternoon of training, a young man exploded into the meadow, Jack's 5th opponent of the afternoon. The man's brown hair was drawn into a queue, decorated with feathers, and he wore fringed buckskins. He carried a hatchet in one hand, a curved sword in the other, and a knife was belted at his waist. He appeared to be a New World frontiersman of the 17th or 18th century. He charged at Jack with a blood-curdling howl. Jack put up his hand. "Wait a minute!" For a moment, Jack didn't think the man had heard him. He kept coming, full speed, like he meant to take Jack's head off without breaking stride. But finally, at the last minute, the man slowed and skidded to a stop just outside the reach of Jack's sword. "What do you mean, wait a minute?" the man scowled indignantly. "You called me to a bout, and I came as ordered. Now go to." He spread his arms wide, a weapon in each hand, ready to receive Jack's charge. "Well," Jack said uncertainly, "I thought perhaps we could talk a little first." "Talk a little?" the warrior snorted, then spat on the ground. "What the devil for? We're fighting, not making love." "I was just wondering where you were from, how you became a warrior, things like that." Out of the corner of his eye, Jack could see Hastings standing by, hands on hips, shaking his head, probably rolling his eyes, too, but he was too far away to see. "Why do you care about that?" the warrior demanded. "I thought we probably have something in common," Jack persisted, "being as we're both warriors, you know." The warrior looked him up and down, at Jack's sweatshirt and athletic shoes. "You don't look like any warrior I've ever seen. If you must know, I started out fighting against the French when I was 14. When I tired of that, I went and lived with the Shawnee. Then I was captured by wizards. They chained me up and put me on board a ship back to the old country, put me into the hands of the warrior masters. I would have cut my own mother's throat by the time they'd finished with me. I probably fought 8 or 10 bouts over here before I bought it. And I think what we have in common is that a bloody wizard has us by the privates." He jerked a thumb at Hastings. "Now, go to, before he does something neither one of us will like." Reluctantly, Jack brought the tip of his blade up and assumed a ready stance. Wait a minute. This time it was Hastings. The wizard was striding purposefully across the field. "Now you've done it," the other warrior muttered to Jack, swearing softly. He swung around to face Hastings. "It's not my fault," he shouted when Hastings was still 20 feet away. "I wanted to fight him, but he'd rather talk. But give me a chance and I promise I'll give him a game." He wiped the sweat from his face with his grimy sleeve and shifted his feet nervously. "What's your name?" Hastings asked the warrior. "Brooks, my lord," the warrior replied, licking his lips. "Jeremiah's my Christian name, my lord." "Did I hear you say you'd fought in a number of tournaments?" As Hastings drew close, the warrior backed away. "I did say that, sir." Jeremiah Brooks spoke reluctantly, as if unsure whether to admit it or not. Hastings nodded. "Good. I need you to help my student here." "That's just what I was about, my lord," the warrior said, turning back to Jack and crouching as if to spring. "No," Hastings said quickly. "I had something else in mind. Something a bit more direct." Brooks began to backpedal. "Please, my lord, I came to fight a bout and I'm willing. Don't spell me." "I won't hurt you," Hastings assured him. Not reassured, Brooks turned to run, but Hastings extended his hands and the air shimmered around the frontiersman. He was bound tightly, his hands at his sides, his weapons useless. He tried to squirm free unsuccessfully. His eyes were fixed on Hastings, wide with fear. Now, it was Jack's turn. "Don't hurt him," he protested. "Don't you start," Hastings snapped. "I'm not going to hurt him. I'm just going to borrow what he knows on your behalf. Come here, Jack." "What are you going to do?" Jack asked warily. "If we're going to work together, you're going to have to trust me now and then," Hastings growled. "I said, come here." Angrily, Jack slammed Shadow Slayer into his scabbard and crossed the distance between them, and stood next to Brooks. Hastings shoved them both to their knees and squatted, facing them. He placed his hands on their heads. Brooks was muttering softly to him, swearing or praying. Swearing, Jack guessed, based on what he'd heard so far. I'm going to try to edit this, Jack, but it's an art and not a science. So bear with me, Hastings said, which made no sense at all. The wizard closed his eyes, concentrating, speaking a charm. And then, the power began to flow through his fingers. Jack felt as if his scalp were being stretched away from his skull, heat and light pouring into his mind, an invasion. He wanted to twist away from the wizard's hand, but found he couldn't move. His breath came quick and shallow, in ineffective gasps. He thought he cried out, and then images began to slide across his consciousness, slowly at first, and then faster, like bright frames in a jumbled videotape. There were landscapes, dense, green forests never touched by an axe, the ground open under a canopy of trees. An Indian trail that twisted and turned followed a creek with a Shawnee name that sang over the rocks as it descended to the Ohio. A broad valley, shrouded in mist, surrounded by mountains filled with bones where warriors were brought to fight. There were people, red-coated British regulars, scruffy colonials who could slide through the forest as well as any Shawnee, a girl in a tavern, with hair the color of buttercups and a blouse that slid softly from her shoulders. Wizards, hard-faced and ruthless with their black arts, with their metal collars and chains, who tortured him until he begged for the chance to kill somebody, who put fear into him for the first time in his life. The warriors, who came to him, tall and short, some of them very young, but none of them very old. He read their faces, could see hope and then death in their eyes. And sensations, the scent of rain racing across the lakes, the ring and spark of steel on steel, the stench of too many unwashed men too long together, the quick and deadly dance of the game, the yielding of flesh and bone to his blade, and the wet sucking sound as he freed it. And in the end, that soft slipping away of life as he lay flat on his back, staring up at the sky, the blood pumping from his body, knowing that someone else would fight the next time. When Hastings released him, Jack fell forward onto his face and lay there, trembling for a long time. He didn't want to look at the other two, because he didn't want them to see him crying. He could hear Hastings speaking softly to Brooks, he assumed. When he finally lifted his head, the warrior was gone. From then on, Jack knew all about Brooks. Too much. For all intents and purposes, he was the heir of the warrior's experience. But whether that boded well or ill for him, he didn't know. He had a body of memory of bloodshed, in the New World and the Old. He could tell which way a man would go in a fight by a shift in his weight or the look in his eyes. He could throw a hatchet and hit a tree 100 paces off. He didn't have to try it. He just knew he could. He feared wizards and their burning hands the way some men feared snakes and flying things, with an irrational and paralyzing terror. There were other things. He knew the taste of pemmican and venison and squirrel. It wasn't until Becca commented on it that he realized he'd acquired a colorful new vocabulary. After that, he tried his best to keep his tongue in check. Be careful what you wish for. Once again, he was angry with Hastings, who had given him a history he'd never asked for. At the same time, he knew it for the gift it was. He won the next 10 bouts he fought. The days went by, more than the few Becca had promised, and still she stayed. She was an almost ethereal presence, drifting through the corridors and gardens, reading in the courtyard, writing poetry. Because Jack and Hastings spent a lot of time in practice, she spent considerable time alone. But she never complained. The three of them always had dinner together. In the evenings after supper, Becca and Hastings would go for long walks in the hills. It was during those times that Jack took advantage of the library. It was a wonderful collection of books, some rare and valuable, English literature, studies of the great philosophers, scientific works, volumes about Eastern mysticism. The contents of a glass case in one corner held a particular fascination for Jack. It was a collection of books on wizardry. Although it was protected by a locking charm, it was one that Jack could easily disable. So he spent hours reading through ancient texts, some in Latin, some in Middle English, some in French, which he had taken in school, but there wasn't much overlap in vocabulary. He wished Nick were there to translate. He could use some advice anyway. Jack had been careful not to reveal anything about his training in wizardry to Hastings. He figured that keeping it secret might be an advantage in a game where he had few advantages to claim. After fighting most of the day, Jack was always exhausted by early evening and fell into bed early. Not even his reluctance to leave his mother alone with Leander Hastings could keep him awake. Jack was ambivalent over Becca's continuing presence. He was well aware that his mother would never approve of his decision to fight in the tournament, but he welcomed the chance to spend what might be his last days with her before Midsummer's Day. Sometimes he gazed into Blaze's mirror, hoping it would reveal something. But a mist lay over the silver surface like the fog that shrouded the mountains at sunset. Then came an evening, 10 days into his stay in Cumbria, and 4 days prior to Midsummer's Day. Becca and Hastings had gone out walking as usual. Jack was deep in a book on convertere, that is, the art of transforming one thing into another. He heard a sound, as of a door closing somewhere in the house. He thought perhaps that his mother and Hastings had returned early. Quickly, he returned the book to its shelf, closed the cabinet, and reapplied the locking charm. He heard no voices filtering down the hallway, no one calling his name. Curious, he crept to the door of the library and looked up and down the hall. Empty. Could it have been the wind? He thought it was unlikely any breeze could have moved the heavy wooden doors in that place. An intruder? Perhaps the wizards of the Red or White Rose had tracked them there. Shadow Slayer was in the great hall where he'd left it after practice. He slipped noiselessly down the hall to the huge 2-story entry and scanned the room beyond. It was dimly illuminated by the fading light that leaked through the gallery windows. There was no sign of anyone or anything moving on the main floor or on the gallery above. His sword still leaned against the corner of the hearth. He took a deep breath and sprinted across the flagstones that separated him from his weapon. He had reached the apron of the huge fireplace when he heard a noise behind him. He seized his sword and spun around in a half-crouch and came face to face with Linda Downey. "Jack!" She grabbed him and held him tight, careful to avoid the blade as she did so. "I knew you couldn't be too far from your sword." She patted his sword arm, then released him and looked him over carefully. "Are you all right? Is your shoulder healed?" Jack nodded, completely undone by this turn of events. He carefully set his sword back on the hearth and retreated until his back was against the masonry. His mind was spinning madly. What now? Linda didn't give him much time to think about it. She seemed to be in a considerable hurry. "Where's Hastings?" she demanded. Jack found his voice. "He's out for a walk, I think." "Good. We've got to get out of here before he gets back." She picked up the case and the sword and handed them both back to Jack. How did you find us?" Jack stammered. "I knew he owned property up here. It just took me a while to trace it. Come on, Jack," she said urgently. "You're in danger here." "I can't just leave," Jack protested. "We'll write him a note when we're far away," Linda replied grimly, "with no return address." Mom is here, Jack said finally. Becca? Linda exclaimed. I've been worried sick about her. Has she been here all this time? Thank God she's all right. And then, after a pause, but what is she doing here? Hastings thought it was best if she weren't searching the town for me, asking questions, perhaps going back to Dr. Longbranch. Jack shrugged, unconvincingly. Is she in the house? Linda asked quickly. Jack shook his head. She's out walking with him. Linda stared at him for a moment, then appeared to come to a decision. Never mind. I need to get you to safety. Then I'll come back for Becca. Nick's waiting for us in Oxford. From there we'll find a safer place. There was a mixture of enchantment and desperation in her voice. Please, Jack. You've got to come with me now. Can't you at least stay for a cup of tea? The voice came from the doorway. Or a glass of wine, for old time's sake? It was Hastings, with an armload of kindling, Becca just behind him. I was just about to light a fire. He turned to Becca. Look, Becca, your sister has come to visit. Linda! Becca embraced her sister. How did you find us? I wanted to call you, but there's no phone up here. You've seen Jack? He's much better. Linda withdrew enough from Becca's embrace to glare at Hastings. Lee, this is just like you. Becca stared at them, looking from one to the other. Do you two know each other? Hastings looked up from the hearth, resting his forearms on his knees. Becca, forgive me. Would you mind fetching us some wine? Becca nodded, pursing her lips thoughtfully. Let me see if I can find us something in the kitchen. She disappeared. So, you've left the Chaucerian Society behind, Hastings said, standing up. He pointed at the kindling and it burst into flame. I hope they're in good hands. He was studiously avoiding looking at the enchanter, which wouldn't have been easy for any man. They're safe enough, she replied. Will's parents are with them. They're leaving for their tour to Scotland and Ireland, which you should know, since you set it up. Hastings nodded. So, perhaps you can stay a few days? He looked at her quickly, then away. To Jack's surprise, he sounded hopeful, almost eager. Linda was having none of it. Look, I appreciate all you've done, but I think it's time Jack and Becca went to Oxford, she said evenly. My car is not far away, and I've come to drive them there. Hastings folded his arms, making an exasperated sound. Do you really think Jack can go down to Oxford, with every wizard in the United Kingdom hunting him? Well, they can't stay up here, Linda muttered, balling her hands into fists. Who are you worried about? Jack or Becca? He raised a hand to prevent an onslaught of words. Don't you see? Jessamine knows who he is. So does Geoffrey. It's over. Jack could stand the game playing no longer. I've decided to fight in the tournament, Aunt Linda, he said. Jack! She turned on Hastings. You were supposed to prevent this. What kind of charm have you laid on him? She demanded. Hastings sighed. Had I wanted to force him into it, I could have taken him a long time ago and saved myself considerable trouble. Becca returned with a bottle of wine and some glasses. She scanned the angry faces and poured a glass for Linda first. Maybe you'll feel better after you've had some wine, Becca suggested calmly, handing it to her. There's more than one way to spellbind a person, Linda said darkly, then caught herself, sliding a glance at her sister. Becca, I need to talk to Leander in private. Becca handed a glass of wine to Hastings and laid a hand on his arm, a gesture of support. Linda, I want to know why you're being so rude to him. He saved Jack's life back in Trinity. When Jack was taken ill in London, he invited us to come up here so he could recover. He's been nothing but kind to Jack and me. Then you show up here unannounced and treat him like a villain in his own house. Leander, Linda vibrated with anger. Oh, all right. Reluctantly, Hastings set his wine down on the table. He put an arm around Becca and muttered a few words under his breath. Becca froze where she stood, eyes open, lips parted, as if she were about to say something. Hastings lifted her and settled her gently on the couch. Then he picked up his glass again, holding it in front of him like a shield. Speak your piece, if you feel you must. Linda swung around to face Jack. Jack, if you participate in this barbaric system, you will just perpetuate it. Hastings drained his glass quickly and refilled it from the bottle on the table. Linda, you will not be allowed to interfere with this, he said softly. So now you've taken to using 16-year-old boys to get your revenge? Is that it? If I could do it myself, don't you think I would? You know me better than that. Jack was absolutely lost. What are you two talking about? He demanded. He dropped wearily into a chair. Linda's voice was brittle and cold. Didn't you tell me once that Mr. Hastings always chooses what he wants to talk about? I assume he didn't choose to tell you about his family. Jack shook his head, already depressed. He knew he was about to hear another old story. He felt like his life had been entirely ruined by events that had occurred long before he was born. Leander's older sister, Carrie, was born a warrior. Lee's childhood was spent moving from place to place as his family tried to avoid the roses. Linda took a sip of wine. Hastings was staring into the fire. It didn't help. Geoffrey Wiley found her when she was 18 and claimed her for the Red Rose. Her voice softened. She never made it to the tournament because the White Rose got her first. His father and brother were killed, and his mother was never the same. Leander was 10 at the time. Wiley? Jack repeated. She glanced at Jack. It's a story that has been played out 1,000 times in our family. Only, Leander has been obsessed with fighting Wiley and the Roses ever since. So when I was looking for someone to help me protect you from the Roses, I thought of him. I never thought he would choose to embrace the system that killed his sister. She threw what remained of her wine in Hastings' face. Hastings caught Linda's wrist with one hand and shook the wineglass from it. It shattered on the flagstones, scattering drops of wine like blood on the hearth. He wiped wine out of his eyes with the other hand. Don't make me lose my temper, Linda. His voice was deceptively gentle. Linda didn't back away, but leaned into him, standing on tiptoe to get close to his face. Why? Is that what happened to Susanna? The daylight had fled completely, and the room was illuminated only by magic and the flames on the hearth. For a moment, the little scene was like an engraving. The tall wizard, the tiny enchanter, both spinning out fragments of light. Jack and his mother, everyone, frozen. Then Hastings released his grip on Linda's wrist and stared back. The two stared at each other for a long moment. Something like that, he said. He sat down in a chair by the fireplace and put his face in his hands. Jack looked from his aunt to Hastings and back again. Linda leaned wearily against the fireplace. Jack, meet the man who murdered your great-great-grandmother. But that was 100 years ago, Jack protested. And she fell from a horse. None of this was making sense. No, she didn't, Jack. Hastings straightened, but did not look at him. Susanna was a warrior, but she was a pacifist. She wouldn't help me fight the Roses, nor would she allow me to train her son. When she learned what my purpose was, she wanted nothing more to do with me. I could not convince her that running and hiding always fail in the end. So you killed her, and you took her stone, Linda said quietly. He flinched. Not exactly. She killed herself because of me. There is a difference, if a small one. She offered her stone, and I took it. Hastings extended his left hand. The stone in his ring shone brilliantly. I use it to remind myself of what I did and what I lost. It is a source of power. But if I could take it all back, I would, in a heartbeat. Jack remembered the scene in Blaze's mirror, the young red-haired woman he'd thought was his mother, the struggle at the top of the cliff. She'd buried the dagger in her own breast. There was a brief silence, broken only by the snap of resin in the fire, and then Jack spoke. "How did you know?" he asked his aunt. "It was in her obituary. Her body was found by Lee Hastings. Hastings to us. They weren't so fussy about spelling in those days. She had a chest wound, but I am sure it was not difficult for a wizard to plant a story about a fall from a horse. Will and Fitch had it partly figured out." "But that was 100 years ago," Jack repeated stubbornly. There was a faint smile on Hastings' face. "I am much older than you think I am, Jack. We wizards are long-lived and have long memories. Why do you think this barbaric tournament system has gone on as long as it has?" "What about Susanna's son?" Jack was slowly putting the story together. "What happened to him?" "His name was Andrew," Hastings replied. "Your great-grandfather. I helped him escape with his father after Susanna's death. I kept track of him, kept the Roses away from him, but chose not to interfere with him after Susanna died." There was a century of pain in his voice. The man in the mirror had wept, rocking the young woman in his arms. "You were in love with Susanna," Jack said. "And you're the one who tends her grave." The words came back to him. Wizards have long memories. Hastings did not dispute it. He stretched his long legs out in front of him and stared moodily into the fire. After a moment, Linda said in a voice that would cut diamonds, "So, Jack, it appears that Mr. Hastings is working his way down through the Downey women. First your great-great-grandmother, then me. Perhaps your mother is next." "Just stop it!" Jack said loudly enough to shut them both up. He felt that he was getting way too much information, but still not enough to understand. He'd never seen his aunt in such a state, ever, and he hoped he never would again. There was a raw, primitive edge to her anger that was bewildering. Now, they were both staring at him. "Becca is my mother," Jack went on, more quietly. "She's a great lawyer and a civil libertarian, and she'll always back the underdog in a fight. She loves medieval literature, and she makes her students love it too. She likes to garden and take in strays, and she has nothing at all to do with this." "That's what wizards do, Jack," Linda said evenly. "They go after whatever they want. They run over other people in the process. And it looks like you're on course to be the next sacrifice in Mr. Hastings' quest for revenge." Hastings spread his fingers. "I didn't ask for this job. You asked me to save him, and I'm doing the best I can. He smiled bitterly. Don't you see? I failed. More than 100 years I've been fighting the Roses, trying to organize a rebellion against this system, training warriors to defend themselves, pulling off daring raids and rescues. And for what? The Warrior Guild has been wiped out, for all intents and purposes. His voice softened. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. You've been fighting this war since you were Jack's age. From what I've heard, you're still fighting. Just not with me. He held her gaze for a long moment, and then looked away, toward the fire. Linda looked stricken. Lee, Even that's not enough for them, Hastings growled. Now Jessamine Longbranch is trying to figure out how to create new warriors. Next, they'll be digging up the bodies of those they've murdered and cutting them apart. He touched the ring on his finger self-consciously. So it's time to change strategies. I've been cutting off the arms of the beast and it's done no good. This time, I'm going after the heart. You're going to try to gain control of the council, Linda whispered. And the artifacts. Hastings nodded. If I play Jack and win, I'll own the Wizard Council, and all their cache of magical weapons under their damned rules, at least until the next tournament. And there won't be another, if I can prevent it. He looked at Jack. As I told you, I had hoped neither house would be able to come up with a player. They would forfeit, and you wouldn't have to fight. Well, maybe you can find the Red Rose player and eliminate him, Linda said acidly, mimicking Dr. Longbranch. That would be perfect. Hastings slammed his fist against the table, rattling the crockery. Do you have a better suggestion? I wouldn't have done this if I didn't think it was Jack's best chance. It's too late. What do you think his future is going to be like? Where are you planning to hide? They're going to butcher him sooner or later, just like the rest of the Weirland. And there's nothing you or I can do about it. And if they take him to play, you know what they'll do to him, don't you? At least if I sponsor him, that won't happen. Mr. Hastings told me that both the Red and the White Rose will be hunting for me now, Jack said with little emotion. He said they would go after my family in order to get to me. Is that true? Linda sighed. That has been the pattern, she admitted. No matter where I go, they'll track me down. I can never go home. Jack shook his head. I'm already tired of this, and it's only been a few months. I can't do this for a lifetime. At least this is clean and simple. There was a brief silence. Where are they holding the tournament? Linda asked. Hastings shrugged. At Raven's Gill, perhaps. Linda drew in a quick breath. What makes you think you would get out of there alive? The members of the council will draw lots to choose who has the honor of cutting your throat. Hastings smiled. As a sponsor, I will be protected. Until someone gets you alone. Wizards' rules are meant to be broken, Linda said. To Jack's surprise, there were tears in her eyes. Leander, maybe you are determined to get yourself killed, but leave Jack out of it. I'm already in it, Aunt Linda, Jack said quietly. Maybe it was the effect of the merger with Brooks, but there was some part of him that was no longer a child. Linda seemed to sense it too. You're different, she whispered. First your body, and now... The tears had escaped and were now sliding down her cheeks. You're 16 years old, she said softly. You're too young for this fight. I never picked it, Jack said. He turned to Hastings, feeling unusually calm and resolute. You need to let my mother go now. Aunt Linda can take her back. Whatever you two can cook up between you to keep her from worrying is fine. I'll be at your bout, but I don't want her involved with this, or with you. I think I deserve that much. Jack, I'm sorry. I'll send your mother back with Linda, Hastings said. He knelt beside Becca and took her hands. He spoke quietly, and although Jack was listening intently, he couldn't make out most of the charm. Becca blinked and sat up, looking confused. Becca, Linda is here to drive you down to Oxford. Jack's going to stay on with me for a few days. We're going camping in Langdale Pikes. I'll drive him down to you next week. Jack was beginning to recognize the sound of wizardry. Becca stared at him a moment, then nodded. I suppose I knew we couldn't stay here forever, she said. But thank you for your hospitality. I know you'll have fun, sweetheart, she said to Jack, managing a smile. It will just take a minute to get my things. She looked as if she wanted to say something else, but then lost the train of it. She stood, wrapping her arms about herself, then turned and fled up the stairs. Hastings looked after her for a long moment, then turned to Linda. She'll sleep all the way home, and when she wakes up, she won't remember much about her stay here. She'll not worry, though, because she'll know Jack is camping with me. I'm not leaving you here, Jack, Aunt Linda said stubbornly. Don't you think your mother will catch on when you're dead? There's nothing you can do, Jack replied. I'll be fine, he said with more confidence than he felt. Besides, I might win. Becca returned with her bag. Linda gave Jack a fierce hug, her face wet with tears. Becca gave him a considerably drier one. And then they were out the door. With the women gone, the manor had the feel of a dead place. The wizard and the warrior stood awkwardly for a moment, at a loss for words. At some level, Jack had known it would come to this, from the first time he'd seen Hastings in Trinity. Even then he'd seen the deadliness in him, and somehow sensed his tragic history as well. More and more, there were no revelations, but simply the uncovering of truths long known, but dimly remembered. Everything had been written long ago. Their destinies were linked. As for Hastings, the wizard seemed more vulnerable than before. Flawed, somehow eminently human. A man who considered himself a failure at his life's work. Who was, perhaps, heading to his death in Raven's Gill, and bringing Jack along. Chapter 15. Raven's Gill. Fells. It was a fit name for these mountains, Jack decided. They were full of old magic, lost souls, and melancholy. And on this day, they were full of rain and mist as well. He and Hastings had left their car in a parking lot, some distance outside of Keswick. As they climbed higher and higher, the weather grew more brutal. Summer in the Lake District felt like November in Ohio. Jack wore a heavy jacket he had borrowed from Hastings, climbing pants, a thick sweater, and sturdy hiking boots. He carried his other clothes in a backpack, and his sword was slung across his back to leave his hands free for scrambling over the unforgiving terrain. Hastings set an unrelenting pace, always upward, following a path that Jack could barely pick out on the treacherous rock. The peak loomed up before them. Raven's Head, Hastings called it. But its stark melancholy suited Jack in his present mood. They climbed farther into the ravine, keeping the peak on their left-hand side. Their route coincided with a stream that leaped and tumbled among the broken stones. The rocks along the streambed were wet and slippery underfoot. They climbed almost vertically the last 100 yards until they came to a place where the water seemed to explode from a cliff face. "This is the water gate to Raven's Gill," Hastings had to shout over the roar of the falls. This left Jack as clueless as before, but he knew that Raven's Gill was their destination, the traditional site of the tournament. Hastings had suggested they enter the back way, for safety reasons. "The rules of engagement are not in force until you are officially registered for the tournament," Hastings had said. "I don't want to risk an ambush along the way." Jack remembered what Linda had said about the members of the council wanting to cut Hastings' throat, and assumed that the wizard might have personal reasons for slipping in unnoticed. As if the terrain and weather were not bad enough, the idea of an ambush had infused their journey with just that extra element of suspense. Jack found himself reacting to every little noise and flicker of movement. Hastings boosted himself easily onto a small platform of rock next to the falls and extended a hand to Jack so he could climb up after him. All of the stones and handholds were slippery with spray. Hastings pointed into the falls. "We're going in there." There was a scant 8 inches of ledge along the side of the gorge. By flattening themselves against the cliff and hugging the cold rock face, they were able to slide past the falls and into a rock chamber that lay beyond. It was cold and shrouded in vapor from the thundering falls. Jack could look out past the cascading water and see how far they had climbed. At the back of the vault, a narrow path snaked up between 2 massive blocks of stone. That was their road. They were hardly hiking anymore, but climbing. Any steeper, and they would have needed ropes, Jack thought. Tightening his fingers around stones above his head and hauling himself upward, trying not to think about what would happen if he slipped. His thoughts wandered to his opponent, putting flesh on the bones of speculation. Hastings had guessed that Jack's opponent must be young, or the Red Rose would have called a tournament before now. The White Rose had held the cup for years, a situation that rankled the other house. Since most warriors were taken as young children, he'd probably been in training for years. Perhaps he looked forward to this fight with anticipation, instead of dread. Another half hour of hard climbing, and they were over the rim and looking down on Raven's Gill. They couldn't see much. The valley was shrouded by a shimmering cloud that might have been mist, but which even Jack's uneducated eyes recognized as a wizard's barrier. "How did you know how to get through here?" Jack asked, struggling to catch his breath and hoping to delay the wizard long enough to do so. "I've had to get in and out of Raven's Gill unseen in the past," Hastings replied. The wizard wasn't even breathing hard. Hastings unslung his backpack and produced 2 lightweight cloaks. He pulled one on over his clothes and handed the other to Jack. "Put this on," he directed. Jack put his cloak on and pulled up the hood. "Have you ever been in a tournament before?" Jack asked. "I've never actually participated, but I've disrupted a few." Hastings reached into his pack and drew from it a small object, which he handed to Jack. It was a roughly hewn gray stone, oval, about the size of the palm of his hand. It was covered with unfamiliar runes and symbols, and hung from a finely wrought silver chain. It seemed to absorb light, rather than reflect it. Jack looked up at Hastings. "Put it on," the wizard said. "I'd like to surprise them if I can." He didn't offer any further explanation. Jack slipped the chain over his head and pushed the stone into the neckline of his sweatshirt. It lay against the skin of his chest, creating a slight tingling sensation. The wizard laid a hand on his arm, spoke a few words of Latin, and disappeared. "Hastings!" Jack could still feel the burn of the wizard's hand. "We're both invisible, Jack. The stone is called a Dirna Sefa, created by sorcerers. It allows us powers uncommon even to wizards. Now, stay close so I don't lose you." And he pressed ahead, more slowly now, descending the inner side of the hills that enclosed the gill. The footing was tricky, and Jack had to concentrate to keep from stumbling and to stay within reach of Hastings. As they approached the barrier, the wizard spoke a charm, and a ragged rent appeared in the mist before them. They stepped through, and it closed behind them. Now they could see clearly. Ravensgill was a broad, shallow valley, surrounded on all sides by sheer cliffs and frowning fells. Snow-fed streams tumbled from the flanks of Ravenshead and meandered across the valley floor, cutting it into meadows and parks, quilted with trees, and finally, escaping through the ravine they'd just climbed. At the far end of the basin, halfway up the slope, a large castle was built into the hill. It had been constructed of the native rock and resembled an outcropping, part of the landscape. It was surrounded on 3 sides by terraced gardens that sloped down to the floor of the gill. Far above their heads, halfway up the slope of Ravenshead, something caught the light, reflecting it into Jack's eyes. He squinted, shading his eyes. A crystalline boulder protruded from the granite, as if trying to escape its drab prison. It must be huge, tons of stone, he thought, to appear so prominent from this distance. It had several shining faces and was bluntly pointed at the end. The brilliance he was seeing was not reflected sunlight, but rather came from the heart of the stone itself. "What's that?" he asked Hastings, pointing, then remembered that Hastings couldn't see him. "That shiny rock up there." He could hear amusement in Hastings' voice. "Hardly a rock, Jack. That's Ravenshead, soul of the mountain, otherwise called the Weir Stone, the dragon's tooth. It is said that the crystals we carry originated from that stone, freed and shaped by a magic more powerful than any known today." He paused. "It is the stone that keeps us imprisoned," he added softly. Jack didn't understand. "What do you mean?" "The rules of engagement are part of the covenant that keeps the dragon sleeping in the mountain. If the rules are broken, the dragon will awake." "Is that true?" Jack shivered, gazing up at the stone that shimmered like a beacon on the hillside, while the top of the mountain was still shrouded in mist. Hastings shrugged. Jack was sure he did, though he couldn't see it. "That's what they say," he repeated. The weather was better in the valley than it had been on the fells, though everything dripped with moisture from the recent rain. The wall of stone around them diverted the relentless wind, which made it noticeably warmer. The grasses of the meadow were lush, deep greens and yellows where the buttercups bloomed. It was almost sunny, although the light had an odd, incandescent quality from the wizard's mist. Between them and the castle, the gill boiled with activity. Buildings and tents and trailers were scattered along both sides of the vale, as if tossed there randomly by a giant hand. People swarmed across the meadows, all seemingly in a hurry. Bright pennants flew from many of the temporary structures. Some bore a white rose and others red. The smell of food came faintly to them. It reminded Jack of a Renaissance fair he had attended years ago, or how he imagined a gypsy encampment might look. A large space had been left free of buildings on the valley floor just before the castle walls. Teams of workers were constructing reviewing stands on either side. He assumed that was to be the site of the tournament. The thought left him numb. "Who organizes all this?" he asked Hastings. "His name is Claude d'Orsay," Hastings said shortly. "He is a wizard, and the lineal master of games of the Weir. The Gill is the seat of the Wizards' Guild, the legendary source of their power. For centuries his family has had the job of keeping peace among the heirs. Under the rules, the master is a chancellor who works with the head of the Wizard Council, the holder of the tournament cup." He paused. The master of games is supposed to be neutral in these affairs, but d'Orsay has always been a political player, more powerful than he should be. He administers the rules, for example, the one that says that wizards are not allowed to attack each other except through the warriors. Only, he overlooks a lot when it suits him, he said dryly. Jack had wondered why Linda seemed to think Hastings was in danger, despite the protection of the rules. Where did all this come from? He waved a hand, then remembered again he was invisible. All these buildings, how did they get here? Hastings laughed. "We are wizards, after all. What with servants and so on, we can set up rather quickly. It will all be gone the day after the bout." The two picked their way down a stony path to the valley floor. Soon they were fighting their way through crowds of people who seemed startled at their touch. Jack's head was spinning, filled with a cacophony of voices, living wizards and dead warriors, an overwhelming din that grew as he approached the keep. The dead voices were warning him. "Away the warrior," they pleaded, "for this is where they spill your blood." The floor of the valley was a killing ground, watered with blood, salted with bones, the resting place of hundreds of warriors. It was brutally familiar, courtesy of Jeremiah Brooks. He tried to lick his lips, but his mouth was dry. He remembered coming there a captive, in full knowledge of what lay ahead. Hastings disabled the invisibility charm as they approached the festival grounds. They were assigned quarters in a permanent structure, a cottage in the manor garden. It was small and comfortable, with 2 bedrooms and a large room that served as a living room, kitchen and parlor, centered around a large stone fireplace. Jack was cold and tired and grimy after his trip up the mountain. Fortunately, the place had a shower. He spent considerable time under the hot spray, emerged to find new clothes piled on his bed, heavy canvas pants, a white shirt with full sleeves and a long tunic, navy blue with a device embroidered on the back and down the sleeves. It was a silver dragon rampant, if Jack recalled his heraldic terminology correctly. He and Nick had spent time studying heraldry a year or 2 ago. He never thought it would have any practical application. His old clothes, including Mercedes's vest, were gone. Whatever. He was beyond having an opinion about fashion. The clothes fit perfectly and were lightweight and comfortable. He caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror. He looked like a young knight or squire, dressed for a feast day. His mind flashed back to the golden-haired warrior from his dream. When he returned to the front room, Hastings was just hanging up the telephone. The wizard nodded approvingly when he saw Jack. "You look fit to play a part," he said. Hastings was dressed in his usual dark colors, but he wore a short cloak in the same midnight blue color as Jack's tunic, fastened at one shoulder with a silver clasp in the shape of a dragon. "Well, the game is going forward," Hastings said. "The Red Rose must have managed to get their champion here in one piece, because they are declaring the tournament as we speak, down at the lists. All interested parties are expected to be present. Are you ready?" Jack nodded, hoping it was true. "What will happen today?" "The banns, or announcement of the tournament, is made by the sponsor, putting forward a champion. Any challengers declare themselves. Then, the contestants are qualified. Lots of pageantry." Hastings tossed Jack his cloak, which was still damp, and pulled on his own. "Let's maintain our anonymity for as long as possible, shall we?" Jack pulled the cloak on over his clothes and tugged the hood up over his damp hair. Hastings carried a large leather-bound book under his arm. Jack realized with a start that it was his Weir book. Events were moving forward briskly, giving him little time to think. Maybe that's how they convince young men to go to war, Jack thought. You're just swept along until you find yourself looking death in the face, and you wonder how it ever happened. One of the galleries had been completed alongside the playing field, and a large crowd was already seated there. Many sported devices carrying the white or red rose. Some were in contemporary clothes, but most had dressed in medieval style for the occasion. There were more men than women, and appeared to be mostly young to middle age, but then you could never tell with wizards. He saw no children, and he was glad of that. He was sure it was entirely wizards in the crowd. He could feel the hard push of power from the stands. And still, the voices clamored inside his head. "Away the warrior!" He forced himself to ignore them. "You're going to kill somebody here, or be killed." It was as simple as that. Front and center in the stands, there was a small area of box seats, roped off for dignitaries. Several finely dressed wizards were seated there. Jessamine Longbranch sat above the judge's box, surrounded by a crowd in white rose livery. She was dressed in a green velvet riding dress, cut very low in front, with embroidered white roses and thorns emphasizing the neckline. Her shining black hair was pulled away from her face with a green velvet band. She held something that looked like a baton or a riding crop in her right hand, slapping it absently across her other palm. She didn't look happy. Jack was glad of the cover of the cloak, given his last encounter with the wizard. He pulled the hood forward to further cover his face. He had to admit, the woman intimidated him. Hastings pointed to a man with aristocratic features and dark, close-cropped hair who was leaning back in his seat, gesturing with fine-boned hands, talking to the man next to him. "Claude d'Orsay," Hastings said. "The others are members of the Wizard Council, who are judges of the field. Dr. Longbranch is representing the White Rose. She is current holder of the tournament cup." Hastings and Jack joined the crowd milling at the edge of the gallery. Several wizards in livery of the Red Rose were clustered together on the field. Jack recognized the gray-bearded wizard from the graveyard, the one with the burned face. "Geoffrey Wiley," Hastings murmured. "Premier Wizard of the Red Rose." There was an intensity about Hastings that hadn't been there before, like that of a wolf who has caught the scent of blood. Jack recalled what Linda had said, that Wiley had killed Hastings' sister. "Pity," Hastings added. "Looks like he's had some sort of magical accident." Wiley was reading from a thick leather-bound book. "What are they doing?" Jack whispered to Hastings. "They are reading their contestant's ancestry, proving that he is a legitimate warrior heir to the Weir. That is a first step to qualifying for the tournament." Hastings broadened his stance and folded his arms under the cloak. "This could take a while." Jack looked around to see if he could spot the other warrior, but he couldn't pick anyone out. Obviously, the Red Rose sponsors were maintaining their own sense of mystery. Wiley was fairly far along in the family tree, and it took only 10 or 15 minutes to wrap things up somewhere in the 10th century. He took a few more minutes to outline plans for the tournament, should a challenger appear. It was to be held on Midsummer's Day, 2 days hence, 2 p.m., Raven's Gill Field, under the rules of engagement. D'Orsay, who was obviously bored with the proceedings, returned his attention to the field when the announcements were finished. The 5 wizards seated in the boxes held a brief discussion, And then D'Orsay said, "Contingent on documentation of the same, the genealogy is accepted. The Red Rose shall submit said documentation. Contingent on verification of the stone, the warrior appears to qualify." A cheer went up from the crowd, at least from those wearing the livery of the Red Rose. It had been 3 years since the last tournament. D'Orsay was speaking again. "The tournament is declared by the Red Rose. Are there any challengers?" There was a long pause. The crowd was silent, everyone looking around for someone to step forward. "From the White Rose?" D'Orsay prompted, looking at Longbranch. "The White Rose can put forward no champion at this time," Dr. Longbranch said reluctantly. A murmur of disappointment ran through the crowd. It appeared there would be no tournament at all. "What happened to their last champion?" Jack whispered to Hastings. "Killed himself," he whispered back. He rested a hand on Jack's shoulder a moment, tightening his grip. "Now we're for it. Remember what we talked about." He moved away from Jack, closer to the judge's box. "We will challenge the Red Rose," he announced in a clear voice. D'Orsay scanned the crowd, trying to determine who had spoken. "Is it the White Rose after all?" he asked. Hastings stepped onto the field, into the sunlight. "I am the player's sponsor," he said. "Neither the White Rose nor the Red." And he ripped back his hood. There was a moment of stunned silence. Then, "Hastings!" D'Orsay exclaimed in disbelief, the name spoken as an epithet. The other judges of the field stood to get a better look. "What are you doing here?" the master demanded angrily. A ripple ran through the crowd, seated spectators standing to see better, turning to one another. Some seemed to know the identity of the tall stranger and were being kept busy explaining. Hastings shrugged, as if it were obvious. "I'm here to play," he said, smiling. Geoffrey Wiley was smiling also, but his grin was nasty. "We're so glad you've come, Leander. This is most convenient. The Red Rose has unfinished business with you." He turned to his colleagues on the field. "Take him!" 4 red-clad wizards advanced on Hastings, hands outstretched, wizard fire leaping from their fingers like Roman candles. It happened so fast that Jack stood frozen, unsure whether to try to intervene. Hastings had told him to stay put, but the wizard didn't seem to need his help. He threw out his right arm, and the air between him and the Red Rose shimmered, solidified, a barrier that turned the wizard attack for the moment, sending the flames careening out over the cowering crowd. With his left hand, he pulled a small book from under his cloak. "What about the rules, Claude?" Hastings thrust the book into the air. "As a wizard and potential sponsor, I am protected. Call them off." "This man has incited the servant guilds," Wiley argued. "He's a traitor who has spilled wizard blood in defiance of the rules. He doesn't deserve their protection." "Prove it," Hastings swiveled, still holding the rules aloft so everyone in the crowd could see. "Of course, I've always believed that blood is blood, wizard or warrior, enchanter or sorcerer or seer." "That's not what the rules say," Wiley snapped. "Why don't you read them for a change?" "Give over," D'Orsay said, reluctantly shaking his head at Wiley. "Desist, or you'll be disqualified." Wiley gestured, and the wizard posse stopped. "I should have cut your throat when I had the chance." He turned to D'Orsay. "This is preposterous. He cannot be a sponsor. This can't be allowed. The tournament holds between the roses." "Where is it written?" Hastings asked coolly. He extended the rules toward Wiley. "Show me." But Wiley persisted. He had just seen an obvious forfeit turn into a possible contest. This game is based on centuries of tradition. No one else has ever been allowed to play. Has anyone else ever tried to field a candidate? Hastings looked from one to the other. Wiley and D'Orsay were speechless for a moment. "What house do you represent?" D'Orsay asked warily. "The Silver Dragon." Hastings shed his plain cloak completely and folded it over his arm, revealing the blue cloak with the dragon device beneath. A rumble went through the crowd again. The Silver Dragon? Whoever had heard of the Silver Dragon? Jack glanced into the gallery, at Jessamine Longbranch. She was watching the proceedings, frowning, tapping her chin with her blood-red nails. Apparently, she hadn't yet made up her mind what this turn of events meant to the White Rose. "You must field a warrior, Hastings," D'Orsay said, then condescendingly, confident this condition could not be met, "or you can't play." "I have a player who qualifies," Hastings replied. He was still alert, like an arrow drawn back and ready to fly, keeping his back to the open field, his face to the red and white roses in the gallery. The crowd reacted to this with loud approval. Suddenly, it looked as if the tournament might actually go forward. Wiley turned to D'Orsay for help. "We need a ruling," he said plaintively. "This is ridiculous." D'Orsay sighed. "There's nothing in the rules to exclude the Silver Dragon. I don't know why he can't present his player. Perhaps he doesn't even qualify." He nodded to Hastings. "Proceed." Wiley stood, fuming at the edges of the field. Hastings opened Jack's book and found his place. Jackson Thomas Swift, son of Rebecca Downey and Thomas Swift. Now Jessamine Longbranch surged to her feet. "That is impossible," she shouted. "Jack Swift is dead." She leaned forward out of the box and almost out of her dress, to the delight of the crowd in the stands. Hastings frowned at her. "Dr. Longbranch, isn't it? Despite all your best efforts, and yours too," he said, nodding at Wiley, "Jack Swift is very much alive." Longbranch scanned the gallery, fists clenched, spinning off white-hot sparks into the crowd around her. Jack shrank further back into his cloak, acutely conscious of his missing vest. "May I continue?" Hastings asked D'Orsay mildly. The master nodded, speechless. Hastings continued to read through generations of Downeys, Hales, and other names less familiar. The genealogy was liberally sprinkled with heirs, warriors and wizards mostly. It was 20 minutes before they found themselves back in the 12th century and came to a stopping place. The judges conversed for a longer time this time, and there was some loud arguing and dramatic gesturing involved. Finally, D'Orsay nodded and turned back to the field. He didn't look happy. "The genealogy is in order. There is nothing in the rules of engagement that precludes his participation. The warrior appears to qualify, pending documentation of the same and assuming he passes the physical test." The crowd exploded in cheers. They had come for a spectacle, and now they would have one. Longbranch and Wiley mounted a vigorous protest. Wiley wanted to set aside the genealogy altogether, while Longbranch was willing to accept the genealogy, but was protesting Hastings' sponsorship. D'Orsay was becoming more and more annoyed, although Jack suspected it was rooted in his inability to find a reason to disqualify Hastings or his player. Any excuse would have to be convincing, given the mood of the crowd. Finally, he held up a hand. "Dr. Longbranch, you can file a grievance after the fact, if you would like. Mr. Wiley, we have already ruled on the genealogy. Please be quiet or there will be a forfeit." That possibility appealed to Jack, but Wiley shut up immediately. Dorsey sighed. There was one more chance to keep Hastings out of the tournament. The physical test. Produce your warrior. Jack looked quickly at Hastings, who nodded almost imperceptibly. Jack strode out onto the field, shedding his cloak as he came. The crowd leaped up to get a first look at the challenger. Jack could feel the wizard heat behind him. It was almost enough to blow him off his feet. One of the field judges climbed down out of the box, carrying a stethoscope similar to the one Dr. Longbranch used. He lifted Jack's tunic and pressed the silver cone against the skin of his chest. After a moment, he removed it and stepped away, surveying Jack with interest. He turned to Dorsey and announced, "There is a warrior stone. He qualifies." There was pandemonium. It was several minutes before order could be restored. Jessamine Longbranch stood again. Jack looked up into those black eyes, remembered the last examination in her office, and shuddered. "I own this boy, Claude. He was stolen from me by trickery. Now that he's turned up alive, you must return my property to me." Dorsey shook his head. "Jess, we can't decide that right now. As I said, file your grievance and we'll see. Mr. Wiley, your candidate?" Wiley looked across the field. The warrior of the Red Rose was already approaching them. Jack squinted, shading his eyes. He appeared young, not more than Jack's age, and perhaps not as tall. He wore a white tunic with red trim, and a red rose emblazoned on the front, knee-length leather boots, and a close-fitting hood covering his hair and most of his face. Jack was transfixed. There was something familiar about the stranger, in the graceful way he moved and carried himself. The warrior faced the judges, and the stethoscope was applied. The judge wielding it stepped back, startled for a moment. Then he turned to Dorsey. "There is a warrior stone. She qualifies," he said. The warrior turned to Jack and pulled off the hood. Brown, shoulder-length hair tumbled down. The face was unmistakable. It was Ellen Stevenson. "Hello, Jack," she said. Chapter 16. A Summons to Court. Jack lay on his back in his bed, staring at the ceiling. It was still early evening, but the drapes had been drawn to keep people from peering in the windows. He could hear the noise of the crowd outside, waxing and waning. More and more spectators were arriving all the time as news spread that the tournament would actually go forward. It seemed certain that the Gill would be full to capacity before long, if it weren't already. It was a feast, a festival, a celebration of the ancient sacrament of violence and death. Every so often there would be a pounding at the door. Groups of newcomers were anxious to meet the Silver Dragon's player. Hastings quickly sent them on their way. He had already spent considerable time laying traps and putting up barriers along the perimeter of the cottage, not trusting that his many enemies would play by the rules. Now, it had the embattled feeling of a fortress. The sounds of music and gaiety came faintly to Jack's ears. Tavern tents had sprung up everywhere, selling high-potency wizards' brews of various kinds. There seemed to be a great deal of serious drinking going on. Ellen Stevenson. Waves of self-doubt rolled over him. Stupid. He was stupid. He was so tired of being stupid. How could he have missed it? Little clues came back to him. The fact that he never seemed to have to explain anything to Ellen. Her mysterious past and home life. He'd never met her parents, nor had anyone else that he could recall. How had she managed that in the small town of Trinity? Another stupid question. With a little wizardry, anything was possible. She was always going to lessons. Piano lessons, he'd been told. or she had relatives visiting. He'd admired her sleek, muscular body, her athletic moves, from working in the garden, she'd said. No wonder she hadn't been afraid of Garrett Lobeck or his friends. She could have turned them into hamburger. Jack glanced over at Shadow Slayer, propped against the wall. He'd heard of people in tight places killing themselves by falling on their swords. The idea was appealing, but he didn't think he could manage it. Hastings appeared in the doorway. "Come and have some supper," he said. "No thanks," Jack said listlessly. The wizard stared at him for a moment, then snapped. "Get up and get in here." He stalked back into the main room. Jack lay there for a moment, then sighed and swung his legs over the side of the bed. Hastings had put out a supper of cold roast beef, cheese, hard rolls, horseradish sauce, potato salad, fruit, and cake. Jack was actually hungry, despite his black mood. He hadn't had anything substantial to eat since they'd hiked up the mountain. That seemed like a long time ago. Jack sat down at the table and filled his plate. Hastings set a glass of cider in front of him. Hastings sat across the table from Jack, picking at his food, the look on his face unreadable. He was drinking a tall glass of dark English beer quite rapidly. The two said little until Jack was finishing his second piece of cake. Then Hastings set his empty glass on the table, leaned back a bit and said, "You knew going into this that it would come to a fight, and that one of you would end up dead." Jack put his fork down. "I didn't know it would be her." He paused. "Did you?" Hastings shook his head. "No. Something about her caught my attention at the high school, but I never pursued it. She must be very disciplined." "I can't kill Ellen Stevenson," Jack muttered. "You don't even know Ellen Stevenson." Hastings tilted his head back and surveyed Jack from under his heavy brows. "The girl you thought you knew does not exist. She is not the person you'll be fighting. From what I understand, she's been in training for years. She's a killer, Jack. She'll cut your heart out." "Well, maybe you wouldn't understand. I'm just not into killing women," Jack snapped. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he knew he had made a mistake. But by then, he was flat on the floor, and the wizard was towering over him. After a moment, Hastings extended his hand and helped him to his feet. "I'm sorry," Hastings said stiffly. "Like you, it appears I have a control problem." The two sat down again. After a pause, he said, "I once asked you what you would do if someone tried to kill you." "I said I would kill them first," Jack said, remembering. "She'll kill you if she can," the wizard said. "I didn't bring you here to have you slaughtered." What he didn't say was that maybe Jack wouldn't have a chance against her, even if he made his best effort. Not the thing to say to your player before a bout. There came another pounding at the door. Hastings answered. Jack could hear voices, but it didn't sound like the fan club this time. When the wizard returned, he dropped an envelope on the table. "It seems there have been some grievances filed concerning your participation in the tournament," he said. He ripped open the envelope and scanned the paper quickly, then tossed it onto the table. "There's a suit by one Linda Downey claiming that you are not a warrior born at all, but a wizard. That a warrior stone was fraudulently implanted in you by one Jessamine Longbranch." "Creative," he said. "I wonder if they'll buy it." "The other is a suit by Jessamine Longbranch, claiming that you are her property, fraudulently stolen from her by one Leander Hastings. The remedy suggested is that you play in the tournament as the champion of the White Rose." "I'll never do that," Jack said with conviction. "I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'll never do that." "Well," Hastings drummed his fingers on the table, "you may find that she can be very persuasive. And considering who is making the ruling, it might not go our way." and Jack couldn't help but wonder what outcome Hastings hoped for. If Aunt Linda won her suit, he would be out a warrior. Fitch peered up at the frowning facade of the Carlisle Citadel railway station, blinking against the falling raindrops. Then he returned to his guidebook. The station dates to 1847. It was designed by Sir William Tite, who also designed the Bank of England and the Royal Exchange in London. Tite used a Tudor Gothic style to harmonize with the crenellated towers of the nearby citadel. Carlisle Castle was once the prison of Mary, Queen of Scots. It was captured by Bonnie Prince Charlie in 1745. If the railway stations look like castles, what must the castles be like? Fitch, will you come on? We only have an hour. If we don't find something for lunch, we're going to starve all the way to Edinburgh. From the expression on Will's face, this would be a completely preventable tragedy. There'll probably be a food car on the Edinburgh train, Fitch suggested. Cadbury Dairy won't do it, and I don't want to miss the train. Chill, Will. In a minute. Fitch pulled out a digital camera and snapped several photographs, including one of Will looking annoyed. The camera was borrowed from the media center at school. Officially, Fitch was covering the tour for the school website. He zipped it back into the pocket of his rain jacket. I wish we had time to tour the castle. Right. Will squinted out at the dismal scene. Aren't you castled out? Fitch scanned the map in his guidebook and made a quick calculation. Look, the Citadel and Cathedral are just over there. I can be up and back in an hour. Buy me something for lunch, a meat pie maybe. I'll pay you back. My parents will be pissed if you miss the train, Will warned. I won't. Fitch hunched his shoulders against the weather and Will's disapproval and crossed the court between the train station and the Citadel, skirting the sodden flower gardens. He had time for a quick look around at least. After circling and photographing the Citadel towers, Fitch turned onto English Street, heading for the cathedral, whose spires poked above the surrounding buildings. He jostled through crowds of tourists driven from the lakes into town by the weather. Ahead of him, a girl in a bright red slicker stepped from a doorway, catching a fistful of her dark curls to keep them from flying in the wind. As she turned, Fitch caught full view of her face. It was Leisha Middleton, recent high school student and wizard. He ducked his head and thrust himself backward into an entryway, colliding with a woman overburdened with packages. You appalling young hooligan! Do you know what these ornaments cost? She shook a bejeweled finger under his nose. He'd blundered into one of those year-round Christmas shops. Automatically muttering apologies, he peered out into the street again. Leisha looked both ways, then turned north, toward the cathedral. What was she doing here? Hunting Jack was the obvious answer. Could he be somewhere nearby? Leaving the tongue-lashing behind, Fitch stepped out onto the street following Leisha. Somehow, he had to find Jack and warn him. It didn't matter if he missed the train. Leisha walked briskly, seeming confident of the way. They passed a small church at the edge of the cathedral close, then the cathedral itself, turning left onto Castle Street. I may see the castle after all, Fitch thought. But Leisha skirted the fortifications, making for a park near the river. She disappeared into the woods, and Fitch put on speed, looking for the spot of red to guide him. It was gloomy under the trees. When the wind blew, water showered down from the leaves overhead. The riverside was nearly deserted, the more sensible tourists having taken refuge in the pubs and cafes in the city center. Where had she gone? He pivoted, swiping rain from his face. His only warning was a slight sound behind him. Then, a hot grip on his shoulder, and the words, driving him down, down into the soggy leaves. He lay flat on his face in the wet muck, but couldn't turn his head to clear his mouth and nose. In a moment of panic, he thought he might suffocate, but hot hands shoved him over onto his back. He lay there, helpless, blinking against the raindrops that spiraled down on him from the canopy above. Leisha knelt next to him. She pressed her bare knee against his windpipe until spots swam before his eyes. Finally, she released the pressure, and he sucked in great lungfuls of air. She sat down on the wet ground next to him with a sigh. "I never liked you much, Harmon," she said. She pulled a lipstick from her pink purse and reapplied it, then drew her knees up until her skirt nearly disappeared. "Always telling Jack he should break up with me." She came up on her knees again, leaning over him. She gripped the heavy chain around his neck and yanked him half upright. The metal heated, burned into his flesh. "What the hell do you think you are, with your grungy Salvation Army clothes, living in that dump over on Madison like a bunch of cockroaches? Nothing. That's what." She spat in his face, then released him. He fell backward like a rag doll, bouncing a little. "We're going to see Jack. Would you like that?" She smoothed the wet hair away from his forehead, noticed the hoop in his right ear, and tugged at it, experimentally. Tugged again, harder, until blood trickled into his ear. Fitch took a deep breath and closed his eyes. "Oh, Harmon," she whispered, "you should see your face. You scare so easily." She stood, brushing wet leaves off her skirt. "You sit tight. I'm going to go get Will." The hearing on the suits was to be held the next morning at 10 a.m. in the great hall of the castle. Only interested parties were permitted to attend. That didn't include the thousands of spectators who collected outside. Rumors were flying in the Gill. The odds-makers in the colorful blue and white striped betting tents along the midway were in a quandary. A huge crowd of people was gathered outside of the cottage when Jack and Hastings left for the hall. "Jack! Jack!" they chanted. As they pressed through the crowd, Jack felt a hot wizard hand fasten around his arm, and not gently. He turned to face an athletic-looking man with a stick-straight black hair, dressed in the livery of the Red Rose. He had a thin, cruel mouth and a shadow of beard along his jaw. "Hello, Jack. I'm Simon Page, Ellen's trainer. I've been working with her for years. I just wanted you to know that I can't wait to see your blood spilled tomorrow." His lips drew back from his teeth in a parody of a smile. "Don't worry. I told her to take her time. We want to make sure we give these people their money's worth." Angrily, Jack shook off the wizard's hand. Simon Page was laughing as he turned away. The guild had set up a makeshift court in one end of the great hall. D'Orsay and the other judges were sitting on a raised dais, and rows of chairs were drawn up around the platform. Hastings' hand on Jack's shoulder kept him moving to the front of the hall. "Most of these people are members of the Council of Wizards, the guild's governing body," the wizard explained. Jack and Hastings were directed to the chairs just in front of the dais, where the judges could look down on them. Jack spotted Linda sitting at one end of the front row, surrounded by several of the Jefferson Street neighbors. What were they doing here? Jack caught Linda's eye, and she nodded to him, managing a smile. Iris and Blaze lifted their hands in greeting. Hastings frowned at Linda. She should have sent a proxy. This is no place for an enchanter. Jack wondered what he meant. Jessamine Longbranch and several wizards of the White Rose were also seated together at the front. The surgeon smiled at Jack, as if he were chocolate. Geoffrey Wiley swept up the center aisle, into a swarm of red wizards. Before he sat down, he surveyed the crowd. When his gaze lit on Linda, he flinched as if startled. Lifting his hand to his scarred cheek, he scowled at some unpleasant memory. He continued to watch her after he sat down, running his tongue over his damaged lips. Jack looked for Ellen, but didn't see her. D'Orsay called the court to order. This is an informal hearing called to rule on 2 suits that have been filed relative to the participation of the warrior representing the Silver Dragon in the tournament scheduled for tomorrow. He spread several papers out in front of him. It appears these 2 claims are closely related. We will take testimony relative to them both, and then rule in the order that makes the most sense to the court. First, we must rule whether Jackson Swift is indeed a warrior, despite the fact that he seems to meet the usual criteria. I would like to ask the plaintiff in the matter to explain herself. Linda Downey rose to her feet. She was dressed for court in a loose black tunic and trousers, and her hair was uncharacteristically subdued. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, her lips a bruised purple red. She moved with an unconscious grace, like the progress of light across the stage. Her presence was having an effect on the judges. They leaned forward to get a better look at the enchanter. Thank you, Master D'Orsay. I will be brief. The details of the matter are in my deposition. I am the aunt of the player in question, and am also his godmother. His mother is my sister and Anna Weir. His father is also Anna Weir. Jack was born a wizard, Weirflesh without a stone. She paused, and a murmur ran through the gallery. I asked Dr. Longbranch if she could replace his Weirstone. She took that opportunity to implant a warrior stone into my nephew instead of the wizard stone he needed. Apparently, by so doing, she hoped to create a warrior from a wizard. Linda motioned to Jack. If you examine him, you will find the surgical scar from the implantation. There is no provision for created warriors under the rules. It was a nasty and inappropriate experiment on another wizard. What we have here is a boy who, under the rules of engagement, should never have qualified for a tournament, although it is easy to see why he seemed to meet the criteria. Jack was surprised to see that Linda seemed comfortable in this role, despite the audience of wizards. Perhaps my mother is not the only lawyer in the family. What proof do you have that the boy was a wizard? D'Orsay asked, rather than a warrior born without a stone. Jack's Weirbook identifies him as a wizard, and includes the usual chapter on charms and incantations. It's the same Weirbook that Leander Hastings used to present him on the field. Is that true? D'Orsay looked at Hastings. Jack's Weirbook lay on the table in front of him. It is true. The Weirbook identifies Jack as a wizard. Hastings handed the book to D'Orsay and looked over at Linda. She avoided his gaze. Once again a murmur ran through the crowd. Did Hastings mean to disqualify his own player? The judges looked thoughtful. Jack closed his eyes. It was a bold move. He wondered if it could work. He felt like someone with a terminal illness who had been given news of a possible cure. I have several of Jack's neighbors here to testify as well if need be. They know the history of his case, what was done to Jack. Linda crossed in front of the crowd again, ending in front of the judges. In rendering a decision, it's important to consider the long-term consequences. Dr. Longbranch has transformed a wizard into a warrior. Acceptance of this procedure could put other wizards at risk in the future and subvert the intent of the rules of engagement. After all, the rules were meant to prevent direct combat between wizards. D'Orsay turned to Hastings. Mr. Hastings, you are the boy's sponsor. Do you have any response to this? Hastings shrugged. Jack carries a warrior stone, and I have trained him as such. However, I'll not contest the judge's ruling. I have no desire to play a wizard in a tournament if the ruling goes that way. He put his hot hand on Jack's shoulder, but it felt somehow reassuring. He's going to save me from this if he can, Jack thought with surprise, no matter what it does to his own plans. Jack looked up at his aunt, who was staring at Hastings with an unreadable expression. D'Orsay turned to Jessamine Longbranch. "Dr. Longbranch." The doctor rose to her feet. She faced the judges, turning her back on Linda. "First of all, you should all be aware that you are being charmed by an enchanter and beguiled by a renegade. They've conspired to prevent the tournament from going forward. We should have all stopped our ears before they began speaking." The judges smiled. "The enchanter called me in the first place because her nephew was wereflesh born without a stone, and so was dying. She was desperate. Because I am a cardiothoracic surgeon, I thought I could save the boy. As it happened, a warrior stone became available when a warrior I was training suffered an accident. I implanted the crystal with Miss Downey's full knowledge and consent. The stone restored him. I did it with the intent of raising the child to fight for the White Rose. That was our bargain from the beginning." "I asked you to place a wizard stone," Linda replied. "I never agreed to this. I didn't know what you'd done until afterward. The fact is, he's still a wizard and always has been. He doesn't belong here." "A verdict in my favor in this case has few implications for wizards," Dr. Longbranch went on, as if Linda hadn't spoken. "It's not as if I removed a wizard's stone and replaced it with another. The boy was for all intents and purposes unaware, a nothing. And I made him into something by placing a stone. He should be grateful for it." She was about to continue, but then looked off to the right, where there was something of a commotion. "I believe I have a witness to present. Miss Middleton?" Leisha Middleton came into the room, pushing someone ahead of her. Two someones, Will Childers and Harmon Fitch. His friends were walking under their own power, looking back over their shoulders at Leisha, as if eager to keep a certain distance between them and her. Jack swore under his breath. Hastings was right. No one was safe. The Wizards of the Roses were never going to leave his family and friends alone. Not unless he managed to get himself killed, or disqualified. He was surprised to see that Leisha was still working for Longbranch after the double-cross with the traitors. But then, Longbranch would have had no way of knowing any of that. The traitors were dead and gone, thanks to Hastings. Jessamine Longbranch frowned at Leisha. "I told you to bring the boy's mother," she hissed. "Who is this?" Leisha shrugged. "I couldn't get to her. The old man has her hidden away." Jack looked at Aunt Linda, and she mouthed the word Snowbeard. "This is Will Childers and Harmon Fitch." She gave each of them a little push in turn. Will looked like he wanted to push back but thought better of it. "They are Jack's childhood friends." "They'll do." Leisha and Longbranch exchanged a look, and Jack sat up straighter, wondering what this was about. "Well, they'll have to do now, won't they?" Dr. Longbranch snapped. She paused, composed herself, and turned to the boys, who stood bewildered in front of the judges. "Which one of you was Will?" Let's start with you, Will. We were having a discussion about Jack's surgery years ago, and we were hoping you could help." Longbranch's voice was soothing. "What has Jack told you about it?" Will looked at Jack. I don't know much about it. Why don't you ask Jack? He added, nodding to his friend. We're asking you, Dr. Longbranch said, a dangerous edge to her voice. Will swallowed audibly. All right, then. When Jack was born, he had a heart problem. This Dr. Longbranch, I guess that's you, fixed it. That's what I know. The words came out in a rush. So, I saved his life, based on what you know? Longbranch asked. Will nodded. No one is disputing that, Linda said. You've known Jack all his life, is that right? Longbranch went on. Will nodded. Pretty much, as long as I can remember. Have you ever known Jack as a young boy to demonstrate any signs of special powers? Something you might call wizardry? Will frowned. No, not really. She turned to Fitch. Have you ever seen any signs of wizardry in Jackson Swift? Fitch cleared his throat. I don't know what you mean by wizardry, he replied, hunching his shoulders, as if for protection. No? Let me demonstrate. Longbranch put a hand on Fitch's shoulder. He stiffened, cried out, tried to twist away, then sank to his knees, his face going gray with pain and shock. Will took 3 long steps and launched himself at the wizard. She extended her other hand, palm outward, and Will dropped as if axed. Jack tried to push up out of his chair, but Hastings shoved him back. It won't help, believe me. She's abusing her own witnesses, Linda appealed to D'Orsay, spreading her hands in frustration. The master shrugged, as if to say that Longbranch could do whatever she wanted. They were her witnesses, after all, and Annawere at that. Now then, Harmon, Dr. Longbranch murmured, finally releasing him. Don't waste our time. I never noticed anything until recently, Fitch gasped, ducking away from the doctor's hand. In March, when he blew Garrett Lobeck across a soccer field. And then there was a fight in the graveyard with flames and all, but maybe that was because of the magical sword, he added lamely. Thank you, the doctor said. We all know wizardry manifests at a very young age. One would expect the wizard Jack to have shown some signs of it, something even Annawere would notice. She waved her hand at Will and Fitch. Will was struggling to sit up, and Fitch was helping. On the other hand, the warrior trait comes on after puberty, which was when Jack began to display his talents. He was suppressed, and you know it, Linda said tightly. He was taking Weir's Bane. He didn't manifest until he stopped taking it. The woman is a liar. Dr. Longbranch spread her fingers. The medication was a placebo. I prescribed it in order to keep track of him, so his parents would have to come back to me for more. That was Linda Downey's suggestion also, that I leave him with his parents instead of taking him when he was a baby. She promised to give him up when he was ready for training. Now, for the first time, Longbranch faced Linda. This enchanter has never understood her appropriate role. She has been rude and uncooperative from the very beginning. She should not be up here telling wizards what to do. In my opinion, someone on the council should volunteer to take charge of her. The girl needs a guarantor who can provide some discipline. Hastings swore softly. When Jack looked around the room, he could see several male council members leaning forward eagerly. It seemed there would be no shortage of volunteers willing to take on the problem of Linda Downey. Geoffrey Wiley stood, and his hand opened, revealing something metallic that caught the light. A hinged silver piece, like a collar. I'll accept responsibility for the enchanter, he said hoarsely. Now, Hastings rose out of his chair, but Iris Ballingame was already standing. "She already has a guarantor, Master d'Orsay," Iris said. "I am her friend, and I stand for the enchanter." She glared around at the other wizards, as if daring them to dispute her. Linda stood, cheeks flaming, eyes downcast, and saying nothing. It was clear to Jack why Linda had brought the neighbors along. He remembered the rules of engagement, and the description of the enchanter role he had assumed was archaic. No matter how articulate, an enchanter needed a sponsor in a gathering of wizards. Wiley shrugged as if he didn't really care, and sat down again. The caller disappeared. Longbranch seemed a little taken aback by Iris, but recovered quickly. "Perhaps you should teach us some manners, then," she snapped. She walked back along the front of the dais, stopping just in front of Jack. "The fact is, it is the Weir Stone, and nothing else, that determines the nature of an heir. It doesn't matter who Jack Swift was to begin with. He is a warrior now, and so qualified to play in the tournament. He would be dead if not for me. In that sense, I created him. So I own him." She reached out and slid her hand to the back of his neck, pulling his face in close to hers. His flesh burned under her touch. "And you'd better play well, my mongrel, or your two friends will pay the price." She breathed, just loud enough for him to hear. Jack stared at her, horrified, then pushed her hand away. Her nails left long scratches on his skin. And then he understood. Longbranch already knew what the outcome of the suit would be, was confident he would be back under her control in time for the game. That was why his friends had been brought to the Gill. Longbranch had been given no opportunity to bring out the killer in him, as she'd promised back in London, so she planned to use Will and Fitch to force him to play. To motivate him, as she put it. He looked from Jessamine Longbranch to Claude d'Orsay, and knew the fix was in. Will and Fitch sat huddled together on the steps, as if for mutual protection, as if that would make any difference. Jack shivered. "Jack Swift would be dead if not for me," Leander Hastings announced. Longbranch's head snapped up. "Leander Hastings has been a thorn in our sides for years. He has done everything in his power to sabotage the game. Why would he try to field a player if he didn't have an ulterior motive?" Hastings stood. "Dr. Longbranch has told you it was her intent to play Jack in the game. How do we know what was intended or agreed upon 17 years ago? There was no contract. The stone was placed under false pretenses. The White Rose has had minimal contact with Jack ever since. Whatever training he has received, I have provided. 2 weeks ago, Dr. Longbranch tried to murder him with a graph, and almost succeeded. It is through my efforts that he is still alive. If only for that reason, I say the boy is mine. I brought Jack to the game as his sponsor. I presented his genealogy and secured his approval as a player. Now your petitioner proposes to strip him from me. In matters of the game, possession has always been the law. Who will bring a warrior to play in future, knowing he might well be stolen? If Jack is deemed fit to play, he should play for me." Hastings remained standing. He must know he can't win this, Jack thought. He's nobody's fool. d'Orsay conversed briefly with the other judges, then turned to face the court. "Here is my ruling," he said. "On the first issue, whether Jack Swift is a warrior or wizard, I rule against the petitioner. It is the stone that determines what he is, and nothing else." Jack released his breath and looked over at Aunt Linda. She had her eyes closed, chin resting on her clasped hands as if praying. The hope of a reprieve was over. Hastings was still standing, and now he spoke quickly, before D'Orsay could continue. If Jack remains under my sponsorship, I'm willing to sweeten the deal. D'Orsay and the other judges looked up with interest. Longbranch looked wary. Hastings stood calmly, one hand grasping the other forearm. If Jack wins, I'll expect the usual award. I will be the holder of the cup and master of council. If Jack loses, I will submit to whatever justice the council deems appropriate for past crimes. After the game, and outside of the rules. There was a shocked silence. Again, Jack tried to rise. But now Hastings' hand was on his shoulder, full of power, keeping him in his seat. "What makes you think you can trust him?" Jessamine Longbranch demanded, her voice going shrill. "What's trust got to do with it?" Hastings asked, smiling. "You can do as you like. I am here, outnumbered in the Guild. You have plenty of witnesses to the agreement. If you would like me to sign something—" He shrugged. D'Orsay regarded Hastings thoughtfully, his lower lip caught behind his upper teeth. Then he studied Jack, no doubt evaluating his chances against the player for the Red Rose. He turned to the other judges, and there was another brief conference. When he turned back to the petitioners, he was smiling. "On the issue of sponsorship, we will leave matters as they are. It appears the Silver Dragon has more invested in the boy than the White Rose, despite their early involvement. And we accept Mr. Hastings' proposal. We will prepare the appropriate documents for his signature." He rubbed his hands together, once, twice, like a man at table anticipating a feast. He nodded to the assembly. "You may go." Thus, the judges had managed to issue a ruling that made nobody happy. The crowd cleared quickly, except for Jack's small group of supporters. Longbranch and Leisha left Will and Fitch sitting alone on the steps, discarded. As soon as Hastings released him, Jack turned on him angrily. "Why'd you have to do that? You don't think there's enough pressure on me already? Now if I lose, you put your head in a noose?" "Most likely not a noose, Jack," Hastings replied. "I'm sure they'll think of something more creative." At Jack's stricken expression, he sobered. "Look, did you want to play for the White Rose tomorrow? I had to give them a reason to rule my way. Claude D'Orsay would never have left you under my control otherwise. He has too many reasons not to. Don't ever expect fair play from wizards." And suddenly, Linda Downey stood in front of them, chin thrust forward. "Damn you, Leander!" She was pale, her blue eyes bright with heat. Hastings looked at her, startled. "What did I do?" He seemed genuinely puzzled. "You really don't care, do you? You're just as reckless as always. You are bound and determined to end up dead before this is over." "Damn you!" she repeated with feeling. Hastings glanced at Jack, then back at her. "And I suppose you weren't taking a chance coming in here?" He shook his head, smiled a little. "Cheer up. Jack will think you have no confidence in him." "I believe in Jack. It's you I wonder about, Leander." She turned back to Jack. "We'll be here for you, Jack," she said, nodding at the neighbors. "We'll think of something," she promised. Will and Fitch sat on the steps, afraid to move, like parishioners in an unforgiving church. "Hey, Will. Hey, Fitch," Jack said, crossing to where they sat. "I can't say I'm glad to see you. Are you all right?" Will's eye socket was going purple from when his face had hit the stone floor, but otherwise he seemed none the worse for wear. "Hey, Jack," Fitch said morosely. "I'm sorry I didn't do better with answering the questions, but when it was like I couldn't help myself." "It was like I was drugged or something," Will added. "You did fine," Jack said, raising his hands to stop the apologies. "If anyone's to blame, it's me." "How'd you get here anyway?" "It was Leisha," Will said, opening and closing his hands as if throttling her. "She set a trap for us in Carlisle, and we walked right in." "God, I'm sorry," Jack began. Fitch twitched impatiently. "Right. Let's all agree straight off we're all sorry to be here. Now what?" Jack was at a loss for what to do with his friends now that they were here. This was not a safe place for Anna Weir. "Why don't you come back to the cottage with us until we decide what to do?" Hastings suggested. "I think it's best if we keep you out of traffic." As it turned out, someone was happy with the verdict. Word had leaked to the crowd outside, and a great cheer erupted when Jack appeared. Once again, there were long lines at the betting parlors. The spectators tossed tiny gold and silver balls that exploded into flowers and miniature fireworks that rained down on their heads. Jack had seen them for sale in several of the booths that lined the gill. Despite Hastings' efforts to keep them at bay, women crowded forward, trying to embrace Jack, thrusting favors into his hands. Will and Fitch were jostled and pushed this way and that by the mob trying to get to Jack. All in all, he was glad to reach the refuge of the cottage and shake the flower petals from his hair. "They act like you're a rock star or something," Fitch said in amazement. "More like a gladiator, I guess," Jack shrugged, still distracted by the events in the courtroom. While Hastings went out in search of lunch, Jack brought his friends up to date on all that had happened. The one piece Will found hard to accept was Ellen Stevenson. "It can't be true," he said, shaking his head. "She wouldn't. She's our friend. Plus, you're all she ever talked about. Well, you and soccer," he amended. "That was before she knew who I am. Or what I am, rather." Jack spread a chamois over the table and laid out his weapons, oil and honing tools, all except Shadow Slayer, who never lost her edge. "Well, she had 100 chances to kill you in Trinity," Will persisted. "Why didn't she?" Jack shook his head. "I have no idea." Methodically, he tried the edges using the polishing stone, applied a thin coating of oil. "Is she any good?" Will asked, looking over his shoulder. "How should I know? I've never even seen her play a video game." He took a deep breath, released it. "I hear she's been training for years." "Maybe it's magic," Fitch suggested. "Maybe it just looks like Ellen Stevenson. Maybe they figured it would be hard for you to—" He didn't finish the sentence. Jack rather liked that idea. "I guess anything is possible," he said slowly. "I can't believe Mr. Hastings is making you do this," Will said angrily. "Fight in this tournament, I mean." "Well," said Jack, "we don't have much choice." He thought of what Jessamine Longbranch had said about Will and Fitch. At least Hastings had saved them from their intended role as hostages. Small blessings. That was what he had to focus on. "They would have caught up to me sooner or later. At least this way, it's on our terms." Will was not impressed. "Right. Our terms. And either you or Ellen end up dead. Why can't the four of us just slip out of here?" He gestured at Shadow Slayer. "We'll be like the Four Musketeers, with 2 swords." Jack didn't know what to say. He was beginning to realize how terribly expendable they were, warriors and Anawir alike. All Will and Fitch had to do was get between a wizard and something he wanted, and they would be history. Hastings returned with 2 roasted chickens, bread and salad, and bottles of cider and soda. "I have been trying to find an escort for you two," Hastings said after a while, passing Will another quarter chicken. "But Linda and the neighbors won't leave before the tournament. They're hoping to prevent it," he said. "You'll need help to get through the wizard's mist and a guide to get back to Keswick." "I'm not going anywhere without Jack," Will said stubbornly. "Forget it." "Me neither." Fitch delicately separated chicken from the bone. Hastings sighed. "You're both in danger here." "And Jack isn't?" Will said meanly. He licked his fingers and took a swig of soda. "I don't want you at the tournament tomorrow, either of you," Jack said suddenly. "Promise me you won't come." "I won't promise anything," Will said. He looked up at Hastings. "Only, my parents are probably going out of their minds." "All right," Hastings said, putting up a hand. "You have to stay anyway, until I can devise a safe way to get you out of here. I'll get some kind of message to your parents. God knows what." Jack and Hastings spent much of the rest of the day surveying the field and talking strategy. He had a strong sense of déjà vu as he walked up and down between the galleries, reliving Brooks's memories of slaughter. Ellen and her trainer walked the field on the other side. There might as well have been an ocean between them. A banquet was held that evening in the hall of the castle for players and sponsors and invited guests. The dais had been removed, and a table set up in a large U-shape extending halfway down the length of the hall. The White Rose was well represented, despite the fact that they were not fielding a player. Jessamine Longbranch was, after all, still master of the council, at least until after the tournament. Leisha Middleton was resplendent, dressed all in black, like the spider she was, her hair entwined with white roses. The Silver Dragon delegation occupied only a small part of one arm of the table. Linda, Iris, Mercedes, and Blaze were there, in addition to Jack and Hastings. Will and Fitch came also, since they were safer in company. There was always the chance that Ellen's handlers would decide to take hostages of their own. Besides, Hastings suggested they might as well see as much of the spectacle as they could. Intimidation seemed to be the order of the evening. Jack was dressed in a new tunic in the Silver Dragon colors, even more elaborate than the one he'd worn earlier in the day. Shadowslayer was belted at his waist. Jack quickly discovered that it was highly inconvenient to sit at a table wearing a sword. Hastings wore black and silver. Although he claimed he had never fielded a player, he seemed at home amidst the pageantry associated with the game. D'Orsay, Longbranch, and other high officials were seated at a table that connected the two arms of the U-shaped table. Red Rose representatives occupied almost the entire other arm of the table. Ellen entered, between Geoffrey Wiley and Simon Page. She wore a ceremonial white battle tunic with sprigs of red roses and a pure gold mail bishop's mantle over her shoulders. A short dagger was sheathed at her waist, much more practical for dining than a sword. Her hair was done up in a thick braid that circled her head. She looked beautiful and dangerous. They seated Ellen as far away from Jack as she could be, and still be at the same table. He supposed that was to prevent any early skirmishes. Not that he planned on starting anything, but he wanted desperately to talk to her. He spun mental messages out to that effect, but she was very careful never to meet his eyes. The food was elaborate and beautifully displayed, including 35 courses, many of which Jack didn't recognize, along with potent wines and liqueurs. Even tasting some of them was enough to set his head to spinning. Several times, Hastings had to intercept Will or Fitch before they tried something particularly exotic. "That will most likely kill you," he explained. After that, they became considerably less adventurous. After dinner, thousands of bubbles were released into the hall. They burst open, releasing tiny birds or butterflies, or showers of precious stones. This seemed to be routine entertainment to most of the people in attendance. Jeffrey Wiley was invited to propose a toast on behalf of the tournament sponsor, so to speak. He launched into a long and bloodthirsty history of the Red Rose, finishing with a prediction of what he expected to happen to Jack on the field the next day. "Thousands of warriors have been sacrificed to hallow this ground. Tomorrow we will continue that tradition. The warrior of the Red Rose will rip out the still-beating heart of the Silver Dragon and water the gill with his blood." Will put his hands over his ears, which some of the wizards seemed to find amusing. Fitch sat, pale and silent, folding and refolding his napkin. Ellen stared straight ahead, chin up, looking capable of almost anything. Jack sat impassively. He was yearning to just skip over the next day and land softly in the nothingness beyond. When the toast was concluded, there was enthusiastic clapping and cheering from the Red Rose contingent, except for Ellen. Bad form, Jack guessed. Afterward, Hastings got up and proposed his own toast, which was considerably briefer. "I would like to propose a toast in memory of all who have given their lives over the centuries to make this bloody tradition possible." At this, the Silver Dragon representatives raised their goblets, but many of the guests said later that the toast was in poor taste. After dinner, Jack tried to get close to Ellen, but her handlers hustled her off quickly. He kept close enough to see them head into the west wing, rather than out the front door, so he knew she was staying in the castle itself. Hastings remained after for a briefing on plans for the game the next day. Linda and Iris stayed with him. Jack and his friends walked back to their cottage, running the gauntlet of fans once again, some reaching out to touch him, others asking for autographs. When they were back inside, Will flopped miserably on Jack's bed. "I ate that big dinner and then I wanted to throw up during the toast," he said. "Ellen looked really different," Fitch said. "Sort of cold and fierce and unfamiliar." He studied Jack. "What are you going to do tomorrow? Do you have a plan?" "Don't worry about it," Jack said shortly. "Won't do any good anyway." He removed his sword and tunic and replaced them with a sweatshirt. The Dirna Seifa was still lying on the wardrobe where he'd left it when he'd showered that first day. Was it just a day ago that he had arrived in the Gill? He hung the stone around his neck, found Blaze's mirror in his duffel bag, and tucked it into his waistband. Then he unlatched the window. "What are you doing?" Will demanded. "I'm going out for a while. See if you can keep Hastings from finding out I'm gone." Jack lifted himself to the stone sill, swung his legs over, and dropped to the ground. He leaned back through the window. "Better close up after me. I'll tap when I'm ready to come in. Don't sleep so sound you don't hear me." Will reached through the open window and grabbed a fistful of Jack's sweatshirt. "You're going to go out walking through that mob? You'll probably come home with a knife in your back." "They'll have to find me first." Jack spoke the invisibility charm he'd made sure to memorize when Hastings used it. Will let go quickly, swearing, when Jack disappeared. He was the champion of the Silver Dragon, the talk of the Gill, the one whose name was on everyone's lips and tournament garb. Customers spilled from the tavern tents, danced in the pavilions under the trees, laid down their coin in the betting parlors. Private parties were just getting underway, but no one noticed as he made his way in the shadows between the cottage and the keep. The young maid didn't see him slip inside the castle as she stood smoking outside the kitchen door. He moved quickly along the corridors in the service part of the building, working his way to the west wing, always turning left when he had the chance. At first, he could smell the cooking from the feast. Then that faded, and he passed through laundry and storage areas. He encountered a number of servants, mostly Anawir. Eventually, he found himself in what looked like the family quarters. Now, wizards passed him in the corridors. He said nothing, and fortunately, they didn't seem to mark his presence. He had no particular plan for finding out where Ellen was housed, and was beginning to realize just how impossible it might be to find her in the warren of corridors, especially if she was already in her room. Then, he heard a familiar voice coming from around a corner. Instinctively, he flattened himself against the cold stone of the wall behind him as Paige and Wiley came into view. Apparently, they were at a parting of the ways because they paused a moment at the intersection, a foot away from Jack. He struggled to control his breathing, knowing he would be history if those two wizards were to spot him in a deserted corridor. Wiley handed a book to Paige. It was the Rules of Engagement. "Have her look it over one more time," the wizard said. "I don't want any missteps tomorrow." "She has it memorized," Paige replied. "It's like breathing for her. There won't be any problem." He was full of confidence. "Let's hope you're right," Wiley said with a trace of a smile. "Better get some sleep. I have some meetings yet tonight." Wiley continued on down the corridor, and Paige turned past Jack, passing close enough to touch. Jack followed him at a cautious distance. Paige took a few more turns, and then they were in a short corridor that dead-ended into two doors at the end. He knocked sharply on one of the doors. There was a long pause, and then Ellen opened it. She was wearing a short silk nightshirt and had taken her hair down. Jack approached as close as he dared. She had only opened the door a little, but Jack was in luck, because Paige shoved it open the rest of the way and plowed into the room. Jack managed to slip in after him. "You feeling all right?" Paige glared around the room. "You didn't eat much at the banquet. We don't want to take any chances so close to the event." "I'm fine," Ellen replied, putting her hand out for the book. "I didn't want to break training with all that rich food." Paige handed her the book. "Are you clear on strategy?" "I'm clear," Ellen replied, not meeting the wizard's eyes. She was obviously ill at ease, eager for her trainer to leave, and trying hard to hide it. Paige persisted. "The boy is stronger, so that's what you have to watch out for. Plus his reach is longer. Don't let him get inside, not even once. If you can't get at the body, go after his sword arm. He won't expect that. He's green, inexperienced. Don't go for the throat immediately. Try for a gut wound. Once you have him incapacitated, bleed him." "Bleed him," Ellen repeated dutifully. "You know. Take your time. Cut him up slowly. The crowd will love it. Only, as I said, don't take any chances. Cut out his heart to finish him off." Jack was finding he liked Simon Page less every time he opened his mouth. "Is that all?" Ellen looked at the floor. The trainer reached out, caught Ellen's chin, lifted it so she was looking at him. "You won't disappoint me." It was not a question. "No," she whispered, pale as ashes, gray eyes clouded by some memory of pain. "I'll be next door." The wizard backed out of the room, and Ellen shut the door behind him. She slipped the deadbolt into place and rested her face against the heavy wood of the door. The dagger she'd worn at dinner lay on the table next to the bed. Her sword leaned against the wall. Jack sat down at the table between Ellen and her weaponry, arranging himself carefully in the chair. First, he dissolved the noticeability charm. Then, he spoke a charm to secure the door. At his first words, Ellen spun around, grabbing for a weapon that wasn't there. "Jack," she whispered, "how did you—" She turned and released the deadbolt and yanked at the door, but it wouldn't budge. "It won't open," said Jack. "Don't get Paige involved. I want to talk to you." Ellen flattened herself against the door, still searching the room. "Are you looking for this?" Jack held up the dagger by the point, and then laid it back on the table. "Please, sit down for a minute. I won't take much time." Ellen finally sat down in an armchair across the room from Jack. She perched on the edge, palms braced against the seat as if she expected him to spring at any moment. "What are you doing here?" she demanded. "How'd you get in here?" "I need to ask you a few questions," Jack said. Ellen was regaining some of her confidence. She looked him over carefully. "You're either crazy or stupid. Paige is right next door." "Call him if you want." Jack sat back in his chair, affecting indifference. He really had no idea what Ellen would do, but he'd seen her interaction with her trainer, and he took a chance. After a moment, she said, "What did you want to ask me?" "Why did you come to Trinity?" Jack asked bluntly. She stared at him for a moment, then rolled her eyes as if he were an idiot. "I came to kill you, Jack." She flexed her hands in front of her. "Or capture you, rather. Only I didn't know it was you at the time. Wiley found out the White Rose had a young warrior hidden in Trinity, so I came to the high school to find you." She paused. "There was a huge flare-up of power the day of the soccer tryouts. Paige and Wiley came after you, but I guess practice had already broken up, so we knew for sure that it must be someone on the team. But after that there was nothing. Not a hint. I met Wiley in Coal Grove," Jack admitted. "He tried to take my sword away from me." "That was you?" Ellen studied him speculatively. "Paige told me about that. Wiley had been reading the history of the Seven. He hoped to find me one of the blades. Wiley was sure you were Anawir since he could detect no stone. He credited the sword with all the fireworks. Are you the one that did that to him? Burned up his face, I mean?" Jack shook his head. "It was burned when I first saw him. Looked fresh." Ellen studied him, as if not sure whether to believe him. "Wiley left town after that. Paige said he was hunting an enchanter, some agent of the White Rose who had stolen the blade. I guess that was your aunt. Wiley never connected you to Trinity. Then Hastings arrived and Paige went into hiding. I was the outside man, the spotter. And all that time, you and the sword were under our noses. It's kind of funny when you think about it." But she didn't smile. "Well, I didn't spot you either," Jack pointed out. "After all these years, I'm good at keeping my power under control. How else do you think I've stayed alive? I guess you never think your enemy is as clever as you are," she added. She dropped her hands into her lap. "Eventually, I convinced myself it wasn't you. Maybe I didn't want to believe it was you. And I was really getting into the whole small-town scene, the soccer team and everything. I'd never lived anywhere like Trinity. Hell, I don't think I've ever lived 9 months in one place." "So you knew about Hastings?" Jack persisted. Ellen nodded. "We assumed he must be trying to get to you first. We thought that was why he was focusing on the soccer team. But he was working with a number of players, and then there was the Chaucerian Society. That threw us off because you weren't involved with that." She shrugged. "I thought for sure it was Will. He's built, you know, and it took a while for you to—" She seemed to lose her train of thought. She was looking at Jack's chest and shoulders. Was that why you hung out with Will? At first, yes, but I finally realized he was unaware, and he became a friend. Fitch, too. She looked up at Jack. I was surprised to see them at the banquet. They were brought here as hostages, to make sure I perform. Ellen frowned. Hastings? Jack shook his head. Long Branch. She's pissed I'm playing for Hastings. The conversation died for a moment. Where are you from? Jack asked. Ellen shrugged. I don't know. She got up and started pacing back and forth. They've never told me. I must have been kidnapped as a baby. As far back as I can remember, Paige has been my coach. She shuddered and wrapped her arms around herself. Jack thought about what Hastings had said. You know what they do to warriors to get them ready for the game. She was obviously scared to death of Simon Page. He wanted to do something, to put his arms around her, or at least to take her hands, tell her how sorry he was. But he sat stupidly, knowing she might not react well to such a gesture. All the time you were tucked away in Trinity, in your wonderful old house with your wonderful quirky mother, I've been on the run. I've seen the world. I can speak 7 languages. I belong nowhere and I have no one. I always leave in the middle of the night. No goodbyes for me. Meanwhile, you've had the same friends all your life. It's not my fault, Jack whispered. He was finally realizing what Aunt Linda's intervention had meant. She had saved him from that life so he could stay in Trinity with Becca and grow up as he had. Things could have been very different. He thought of Jessamine Longbranch and shivered. Ellen was still pacing, still angry. And all this time I've been training, week in, week out, since I was 3 years old. You have no idea what they've done to me. She paused, swallowed, then went on. Not only was I born for this, I was raised for it too. Tomorrow is the payoff, she said, dropping back into her chair. Jack felt the need to change the subject. So it was the fight with Lobeck that tipped you off? Ellen nodded. I still can't believe you took that shot to the face before you let him have it. I was trying to help you out without giving myself away. You have a lot more control than I do. It was time for the jackpot question. He pulled the mirror from his waistband and toyed with it, then turned it so he could see Ellen's face. So you told Paige, and then he tried to poison me at Cedar Point. She was shaking her head before he finished speaking. Swift, you are so stupid sometimes. What do you mean? Wiley wanted to make sure of you before he called a tournament, so he could win the cup by default. Why risk his warrior unnecessarily? But they wouldn't have killed you unless they had to. They planned to capture you. With the 2 of us, he and Paige could start a... Here the word seemed to catch in her throat. They wanted to start a breeding program, all right? Raise warriors for the game. She stopped again, her cheeks flaming with embarrassment. She poked a glittering strand of her hair behind her ear. God only knows why I'm telling you all this. Jack didn't know what to say. This was the girl who sat in front of him in homeroom. Someone whose biggest problem should be whether she'd make the soccer team or how she would pay for college. He took a deep breath, then cleared his throat. If Paige and Wiley didn't try to poison me, then who did? That was me. You tried to kill me? Jack stared at her, speechless. She would rather see me dead than... Idiot! She blew out her breath in disgust. If I'd wanted to kill you, you'd be dead, and I wouldn't poison you. That's not my style. What is your style, then? Jack demanded. Forgive me if I'm a little lost here. She pointed at the dagger on the table. That's more like it, I guess. She tilted her head, studying him. I knew it was only a matter of time before you were discovered. Trinity just isn't that big. I poisoned your drink and then dumped it into the lagoon. That was supposed to scare you away, make you leave town. I thought I'd give you a taste of what I've been through. But you didn't leave. I wanted to run, Jack admitted, but I had nowhere to go. You don't run toward anything, Jack. You just run away. That's how it's done. Anyway, the next thing we know, fireworks are going off at the high school, and you and Hastings are hip-deep in it. We couldn't figure that out. The kidnappers, I mean. We thought we had everyone accounted for. Traitors, Jack said bluntly. Leisha Middleton was working with them. I should have known, Ellen scowled. So Paige is finally clued in. But now you and your family are completely inaccessible, wizards and wards everywhere. When you disappeared, the story was you'd gone to England. The Red Rose assumed you'd gone to fight, so they called a tournament, so they could set the date and location. You could have avoided this, Jack pointed out. You always had access, even after the kidnapping failed. It would have been easy enough. A blade in the throat, a quick getaway? Why am I still alive? He looked down into the mirror and waited for her answer, for the truth. I don't know. Paige was always pestering me about it. He made things very unpleasant. I kept telling him there was never an opportunity, that Snowbeard or Hastings were always around. I just kept thinking of your mother finding you. All that mess. I guess I'd rather have a fair fight. One with rules. And now, we're going to have one. She picked up the rules of engagement and began leafing through it. It's time to get going, Jack. Considering I have a 10-year head start, I'd suggest you study hard, she said mockingly. Don't think Shadowslayer will save you. I'll have your blade when this is all over. And get that thing away from me, she pointed to the mirror. Jack shrugged and returned it to its place under his sweatshirt. He considered what he had seen. I don't want to fight you, Ellen, he said. Don't you think it's a little late for that? Her voice was cruel. Lots of people will be disappointed. They're looking forward to seeing someone killed. I don't want to kill you, Jack said. I hardly think that will be a problem, she said coldly. She gestured at the weapon on the table. Maybe you'd better take your advantage while you can. Jack stood up. Good night, Ellen. He moved to the door, dissolved the locking charm, slipped silently through, and was gone. Chapter 17. The Game. Jack slept fitfully the first part of the night, but in the early morning hours he fell into a deep and healing sleep. He awoke to a commotion outside and then the sound of Will swearing at the window. Partisans of the Red Rose were pre-enacting the tournament outside the cottage. As might be expected, Jack was getting the worst of it. Don't encourage them, Will, Jack said, without moving. He felt strangely at peace. He lay back on the pillows and said a prayer for the day ahead. He'd finally left behind the dreadful whiplash of possible outcomes for the tournament. He knew what he was and wasn't capable of. And now he had a rudimentary plan. It was not a great plan, nor one that was likely to get him out alive, but it was a kind of template, nevertheless. Jack slid out of bed and got into the shower. He made the water as hot as he could endure and stood under it for a long time. Then he pulled on his t-shirt and shorts, towel-dried his hair, and measured out his medicine and swallowed it. Everything had the divinity, the significance of a ritual being carried out for the last time. He pulled out Blaze's mirror and turned it so it reflected back the light. He was afraid to look into it, unable not to. When Jack looked into the glass, he saw a young man standing in a clearing. His hair was red gold color and hung to his shoulders. It gleamed in the shafts of sunlight that poured through a rooftop of trees. He was arrayed for battle, in gleaming chainmail and carrying a sword, the Shadow Slayer. He carried a helmet under one arm. But then perhaps the battle had already occurred, because the warrior was surrounded by bodies. Hundreds of men lay about him, some of them cut to pieces, men who had died fighting. There was something uncannily familiar about the features of the man. Jack lifted his hand, ran it over his own face. The bodies on the field, were they friends or enemies? Jack didn't know. Hastings had already gone. Will paced from room to room like a caged animal looking for a way out. Fitch was morose, his face a study in dread. It didn't look like they'd slept much. When Jack came back from Ellen's, Will and Fitch had asked him about the visit. Jack said only, "It's Ellen, all right." After breakfast, Jack sat down at the little desk in the front room and found some paper and envelopes in the drawer. He began writing letters to his parents, to Aunt Linda, Will, Fitch, Nick Snowbeard, and Ellen. He sealed them up and addressed them neatly. He tried to leave them with Will and Fitch in turn, but they backed away, looking panicked. "You're crazy, Jack," Will said. "Stop thinking like that." Jack shrugged and left them on the desk. He wondered how his death would be explained if he died at Raven's Gill. Fortunately, that was not his problem. Hastings returned, stamping wet grass from his boots in the entryway. He had been down at the lists, surveying the field conditions. Bloody wet, but it's still in the shade. The weather's fair, so it should dry off by afternoon. Jack and Hastings had been over the field a number of times the day before. It was relatively flat considering the terrain surrounding it, but made treacherous by small gullies and stream beds that tunneled through it. Stands of tall grass and small bushes made them difficult to see. Jack estimated the entire field of play was about the size of a soccer field. It seemed overgenerous for 2 people. Hastings was uncharacteristically edgy. Maybe he's regretting the bargain he made, Jack thought. Given all of Ellen's years of training, Jack didn't exactly look like the horse to back, unless you were betting on a legendary sword. The wizard fussed over Jack's weaponry.
Take this brief pause to let your mind settle. The journey ahead awaits with new emotions and new discoveries.
He'd laid out Shadow Slayer along with a short dagger, a small shield, a mace, and a sling. There was also a razor-sharp axe, similar to the one Jeremiah Brooks had carried. The weight and use of it was familiar to Jack, courtesy of the frontiersman. The cottage hummed with tension. Will was so angry with Hastings that he could hardly look at him. Jack spent a half-hour reviewing the rules of engagement, but he found himself reading and rereading the same paragraph. Fitch tried unsuccessfully to concentrate on the Weirbook. It was almost a relief when it was time to get ready. Jack methodically pulled on the heavy canvas breeches, tunic, boots, and a bishop's mantle made of chainmail. The rules of engagement permitted little in the way of armor. He slid his arms into leathery gauntlets, laced them up using his teeth. He belted his sword around his waist and picked up the small shield. "This is all I'll need," he said, and left the rest where it was. Hastings frowned. As Jack pushed past him, the wizard put out a hand to stop him. "This plan only works if you win," he said quietly. "Who does it work for?" Jack asked, swinging around to face him. They looked at each other for a long moment, and then Jack nodded to his friends. "Could you guys find my gloves? I think I left them in the bedroom." The boys were eager to do something, anything. They disappeared into the other room. "I don't see them," Fitch was saying, when Jack pulled the door shut and locked it. "Hey!" Will pounded on the door. "Jack, let us out of here!" Jack spoke through the door. "You're better off in here. Trust me. I'll see you in a little while." There was a rising storm of protest from behind the door. Someone threw himself against the other side of it, and the door shivered with the impact. It was a good, sturdy door, however, and Jack thought it would hold. He turned to Hastings. "Let's go." Jack had estimated the galleries would hold several thousand people. He understood there was a great deal of money riding on the match, though he deliberately hadn't asked about the odds. Apparently the parties had gone on all night. Servants with trolleys were hauling away empty bottles and other debris from private pavilions. The day was growing pleasantly warm. Pleasant in the stands, Jack knew, but it would be deadly hot on the field. There were still open seats in the reserved section and box seats, but they were filling fast. The galleries were splashed with bright patches of red and white, shot with occasional silver. Pennants bearing the red and white rose snapped in the breeze. Here and there a spectator had even raised a hastily assembled pennant for the silver dragon. Influential council members had erected tents along the sidelines. Jack glanced into one of them and saw an elaborate buffet laid out inside. Beer and wine were already flowing freely. The cries of vendors rang out over the hubbub of the crowd. By now, the sky was a whitewashed blue. It was a beautiful day. A lusty cheer rose from the crowd when they spotted Jack walking along the sidelines. Jack was popular, even among those who had bet on his opponent. It was common knowledge that he had been in training for only a few months. Some of those present had watched him working out with Hastings the day before. Everyone agreed that the warrior of the Silver Dragon had considerable talent. Given a little more experience, he would be outstanding. Too bad he wouldn't be back, said some. Linda, Mercedes, Blaze, and Iris were all waiting at the side of the field. Linda's face was haggard, and her eyes red-rimmed from crying. She wore jeans and a baggy sweatshirt, intentionally nondescript. She embraced Jack for a long moment, then held him out at arm's length. "You haven't changed your mind?" Jack wasn't sure that changing his mind was still an option, but he shook his head. "No, I'm in." When he saw how stricken she looked, he said, "Look, it'll all work out. Why don't you go up and stay with Will and Fitch at the cottage until it's over? Not that they'll be very good company." Her body stiffened, and her chin came up stubbornly. "If you're in, I'm staying." And someone else was there as well. Jack saw a figure crossing the field, tall and gaunt, shoving a staff out into the grass ahead of him, showing his age but moving fast. It was Nicodemus Snowbeard, the Silver Bear. "Nick!" Jack embraced the wizard. "I heard you were here. You're right, you know. It is too noisy in England." "And the food is still bad," Snowbeard added. "Whoever put steak and kidneys together in a pie made a serious error in judgment." He looked Jack over carefully. "You're looking rather deadly, my boy." "More deadly than I feel," Jack admitted. The wizard smiled, a little sadly. "Do you remember what I told you when you left Trinity?" Jack inclined his head. "You told me to remember who I am." Snowbeard nodded. "Hastings has made you a dragon, but you'll always be a member of the Silver Bear clan. Don't let them turn you into something you're not. Your strength comes from that consistency." Jack nodded. "I won't forget." Snowbeard and Linda and the neighbors formed a circle around Jack. He felt the power in it, the love flowing to him from all around. He was surrounded by faces, all familiar from his childhood. Mercedes said, "Remember Jack's party and the giving of gifts 16 years ago today?" She circled his neck with a chain, fastening the clasp. From it hung an amulet, a silver bear. She put a hand on his head, speaking a benediction. "Keep him safe today." "Keep him safe today," they all repeated solemnly. Feeling somehow more confident, Jack slid the bear inside his neckline so it rested against his skin. He still wasn't sure what outcome to hope for. There was an excited stirring, and then another cheer went up. Ellen Stevenson had arrived at the lists amid an escort of wizards. She wore a red tunic overlaid with rosebuds in a deeper color, tan leggings and tall boots. Her sword was belted around her waist, and a sling hung over her shoulder. Her braided hair glittered in the afternoon sun like a crown. Jack released a long breath at the sight of her. Though surrounded by wizards, she was absolutely alone. He said his own prayer on her behalf, one voice among the thousands, not caring whether it made sense or not. Keep her safe today. By now the galleries were packed, and Claude d'Orsay and the judges were making their way to their seats. A table in front of the viewing stand held a large gold chalice. That must be the cup, the trophy of the day. Next to the chalice was an elaborate leather-bound volume. The rules of engagement, Jack thought, in case someone had to refer to them on a point of order. At the stroke of 2, 3 elaborately clad trumpeters advanced to the edge of the field and blew a fanfare. The warriors and their sponsors approached the judge's box, Jack with Hastings and Ellen with Geoffrey Wiley. Jack glanced over at Ellen. She looked straight ahead to the judges, her face pale and haggard, dark circles under her eyes. Maybe she'd been up all night studying the rules, except she already knew them by heart. Like breathing, Paige had said. Claude d'Orsay was turned out in a dove-gray tunic, a ceremonial sword belted about his waist. A red and white stole draped over his shoulders identified him as master of the game. He looked down at the players and their sponsors. "This tournament has been called by the Red Rose for Midsummer's Day, 2 p.m. at Raven's Gill," he proclaimed in a voice that carried to the far end of the galleries. "The banns were said on the 19th of June. The challenge has been accepted by the Silver Dragon. The defending champion, the White Rose, has brought forward no champion, thus is in forfeit. The tournament chalice and associated real and monetary property will be awarded to the sponsor of the winner of the match. By the rules, the winner's sponsor ascends as master of the Council of Wizards until a new tournament is called. The tournament is fought à outrance, to the death. under the rules of engagement as published by the Guild, A.D. 1532. He rested his hand on the volume on the table. All disputes are to be decided by the judges of the field based on the rules. He looked at Jack and Ellen. Do you understand? They both nodded. You will adhere to the rules or forfeit the match. Any warrior in forfeit will be put to death by the sword and his heart delivered to the judges. He turned to Wiley and Hastings. There is to be no interference from the galleries, and no wizardry on the part of the sponsors, wagerers, or spectators. He paused. There will be a 5-minute interlude after each half hour of play. The judges may stop play at any time for a point of order. The wagering windows should now be closed for this match, and sponsors shall leave the field. Hastings put a hand on Jack's shoulder. You can win this if you have the heart to do it, he said. And if you do win, it will be the end of this bloody game if I can help it. He gazed across the field at Ellen, then turned and walked to the sidelines. Ellen and Jack were left alone at midfield, facing each other, perhaps 10 feet apart. She stood, lightly balanced, her face expressionless. The sun was just past being directly overhead, and the shadows around their feet had diminished to nothing. The light caught Ellen's hair as she tilted her head, and then reflected off the shield slung over her left arm. She looked down at Shadow Slayer and back up at Jack. A breeze snapped the pennants above the gallery, but the crowd was quiet. Go to, said D'Orsay. The tournament was almost over before it started. Ellen fished a dagger from a sheath at her belt and threw it end over end at Jack. He just managed to get his shield up to chest level, and the blade glanced off and landed somewhere in the grass. The crowd gasped. Ellen shrugged the sling off her shoulder in one fluid motion. Jack drew his sword just in time to deflect a swarm of flaming stars with his shield and the flat of his blade. They splintered into shards of blue sparks that showered over him, momentarily blinding him. Ellen drew her own sword and thrust it forward, spinning long tongues of flame off the tip. Jack brought up his sword to defend against it. It was like blocking a goal kick in soccer from midfield. At that distance, there was always plenty of time to intercept. He wondered if Ellen might be wary of confronting Shadow Slayer at short distance. But when the aerial assault proved ineffective, Ellen moved in closer with her sword. The merits of his weapon aside, swordplay had always been one of Jack's strengths, and now he was also benefiting from Brooke's experience. He found he could hold his own very well. Ellen was quick and accurate, but Jack was stronger, and his weapon made him more powerful still. When he slammed his blade against hers, she almost lost hold on it. Sometimes she had to grip the hilt with both hands, which closed her reach even more, leaving her vulnerable to a quick thrust from the side. But Jack never seized the opening. His play was strictly defensive, although at times he stepped into the space between them and forced her backward. Ellen flowed gracefully from stance to stance, and Jack moved to meet her. Her play was instinctive, breathtaking, a dance learned from birth. Her blade hissed and sang, a bright blur in the sunlight. Although he often felt clumsy in opposition, he found he could anticipate her moves fairly well. Another gift from Brooks. It was a deadly pas de deux, in which the dancers never embraced, yet each was exquisitely attuned to his partner's every move. Ellen frowned and swiped sweat from her eyes. Perhaps she was surprised they were so well matched. The noise from the crowd had receded to a buzzing in Jack's ears, but he could feel the intimidating presence of thousands of wizards as an almost physical pressure. He tried to narrow his focus to the small space between them, the reach of Ellen's sword. He was relieved when the half-hour was finally called. His life was measured in 30-minute segments now. Sweat poured from Jack's face, despite the coolness of the day. Hastings handed him a large bottle of water, which he drained. The wizard watched him critically, hands on hips. "You're going to regret those missed opportunities, Jack. Sooner or later you'll get careless, or she'll get lucky. You'll never match her move for move. Use your power against her. Go to her left side. She has trouble with her backhand." He doesn't miss a thing, Jack thought, but didn't reply. He toweled off his face and sent up a prayer for another half hour. Time was called again, and they returned to the field. Ellen was more aggressive than before. Her sword was everywhere, and once it slashed through the fabric of his tunic, but missed him. With the increased intensity, however, she grew a little careless, and when Jack delivered a heavy blow to her blade near the hilt, it went flying from her hand. Ellen froze for a moment, then leaped after her weapon. She landed, rolling, and scooped it up, bringing it into a defensive position while she was still flat on her back. Jack dropped the point of his sword and stood waiting until she was back on her feet. This drew a mixed reaction from the crowd, silent disbelief and a few scattered boos. Ellen had a peculiar look on her face, which was soon replaced by irritation. She stepped in close to Jack. "What's the matter, Jack? Do you think you have to give me a break because I'm a girl?" she demanded. Jack shrugged. "I told you, Ellen, I don't want to kill you." "Well, that makes my job easier," she retorted. With a thrust of her sword, she penetrated Jack's defenses and sliced into his right arm above the leather. His shield smashed against her blade with a clang and a spray of sparks, shoving it aside, and he backpedaled out of range. Suddenly, he could hear the thunder of the crowd again, reacting to the blow. It was amazing how much it hurt, and it was all Jack could do to keep from dropping his sword. His pretty coat was torn from wrist to elbow and quickly soaked with blood. "Go after his sword arm," Paige had said, and it seemed she was taking her trainer's advice. Ellen came back after him grimly, leading with her sword, pursuing her advantage. She slashed at him 1, 2, 3 times, and Jack found he was having trouble stopping her blade. In desperation, he threw out a charm. Ellen all but bounced off the shimmering barrier that suddenly sprang up between them. She remained on her feet, but only just, and launched herself at Jack again with the same result. Then she stood, sword at her side, breathing hard, cheeks flushed, staring as if dumbfounded. There was pandemonium. The crowd came to its feet. Geoffrey Wiley furiously jabbed his finger at Leander Hastings. "Point of order," he shouted. "The Silver Dragon is interfering with the match." Hastings looked baffled. He scanned the crowd, focusing on the Jefferson Street neighbors, as if thinking that perhaps Iris or Snowbeard had intervened. Iris was turned around, gesturing, speaking to Snowbeard, who shrugged his shoulders innocently. Hastings' gaze drifted to Linda Downey, who did not look innocent at all. He pursed his lips and turned to D'Orsay. "I had nothing to do with this," he said. "I don't know whose charm it is." Meanwhile, Jack examined the gash in his arm as best he could. Fortunately, it seemed to be a flesh wound only. He opened and closed his hand. Everything seemed to be in working order. His muscles and tendons were intact. It was bleeding, not heavily, but it was definitely distracting. Ellen stared at him through the shimmer wall, head tilted, feet apart. D'Orsay addressed the crowd at large. "To repeat, there is to be no wizardry or other interference from the sponsors or galleries under the rules of engagement. This is your last warning." Wiley was still protesting. "It was Hastings. It must have been. Who else?" D'Orsay silenced him with a look and pointed at the barrier. It dissolved away, dwindling until it sparkled like a dew upon the grass. The match resumed. This time, both players were a bit off balance. Jack's arm was still bleeding, leaving smears of blood along the right side of his tunic. It was also throbbing, which made it hard to concentrate. Ellen seemed skittish, no doubt waiting for the next charm to fall. She seemed relieved when the half-hour was called. It already seemed like they had been fighting forever. Jack wondered how long the average match lasted. Something else he'd failed to find out. Ellen probably knew to the minute. Hastings was not allowed to use wizardry to heal up Jack's arm, so he applied a salve and bandaged it tightly. Jack drank another bottle of water while Hastings lectured him about his lack of offense. "You're stronger than she is," he pointed out, "but it will do you no good if you never land a blow." "I know what I'm doing," Jack said shortly. "If you lose fairly, that's one thing, but I won't see you sacrifice yourself if that's what you have in mind." He laid a hot hand on Jack's shoulder. "I can make you fight, you know." "Then make me," Jack retorted. "Only now that I'm on the field, you'd better do it without wizardry." He nodded at the judges. Hastings' eyes glittered, but he was stuck, and knew it. When the fight resumed, Ellen seemed to have adopted a new strategy. She launched a constant stream of taunts and challenges. She seemed to be trying to make him angry. "Come on, Jack. Are you afraid to fight me?" she called to him. "Don't make me chase you around the field. Are you just a little man with a big sword? Do you always run from women?" And so on. Jack tried to ignore it. He had less strength in his thrust now, which had been his primary advantage. Sometimes he needed both hands to counter one of Ellen's blows. He continued with his basic defensive posture, parrying Ellen's attacks as best he could. She became bolder as she realized he was mounting no offense. Finally, she feinted left and then lunged forward, leading with her sword, and got inside his blade again. Jack desperately threw up a hand, and suddenly Ellen was waving a large spray of gladiolas in place of her sword. She stared at the flowers in her hand, and then at Jack, finally understanding. "It's you," she whispered. Ellen wasn't the only one who caught on. Now Wiley had a new target. "It's the boy!" he cried, clearly amazed. "It is obvious he has been trained in wizardry." He glared accusingly at Hastings. "If the boy has been trained in wizardry, it was not by me," Hastings replied, his eyes on Linda Downey. She looked boldly back at him. He turned to D'Orsay. "And if he were truly a warrior, it wouldn't matter. He'd never be able to put it to use." "This is unacceptable," Wiley fumed. "The warrior of the Silver Dragon should forfeit the match, and his sponsor should be sanctioned." "Where is it written?" Hastings asked abruptly. He turned to Claude D'Orsay, hands on hips. Wiley was sputtering. "Everyone knows it. It doesn't have to be written. The high magic is not tricks and trifles to be practiced by Anna Wizard Weir. Who knows what harm might come of this?" Jack found it interesting that all communication took place through the sponsors, as if he and Ellen were incapable of answering a question. "Where is it written?" Hastings persisted. D'Orsay sighed. "It says in the rules of engagement that there is to be no wizardry or other interferences from the gallery or sponsors." "That is just my point." Hastings waved a hand at the assembly. "There is no wizardry from the gallery. There is wizardry on the field. The rules do not speak to that." D'Orsay was at a loss for a moment. "Warriors are not supposed to be trained as wizards," he said finally. "That is not written either," Hastings replied. He pulled a small volume of the rules from his tunic. The page was already marked. He read from the book. "The game may also be played as personal combat between two warriors. Only hand weapons are to be used, including blades, slings, cudgels, mace, and morning star. The outcome of the match will depend on the weapons chosen, along with whatever personal talent, skill, and training the warrior brings to the match. There is nothing here to exclude wizardry. You have already ruled him a warrior. If he is, then Jack's use of wizardry is perfectly legal. D'Orsay was still paging through the ancient volume on the table, as if he might have overlooked a passage that would save him. He finally stopped, stared at Jack, and then looked back at Hastings. His face was a study. It was clear that he believed himself the victim of a clever conspiracy. Jack was a wizard wolf in warrior's clothing. The master of the games had been had, and now he knew very well what the outcome of the match would be. The Silver Dragon would prevail, and Leander Hastings would be master of the council at the end of it all. Claude d'Orsay did not like being made a fool. He smoothed his elegant coat, straightened his stole of office, freed the lace from his sleeves, taking his time. "Well then," he said deliberately, "it appears we shall have to change the rules." There was a moment of silence, and then a great clamor broke out in the crowd, for and against. Now it was Hastings' turn to protest. "You cannot amend the rules in the middle of a match," he said angrily. "Where is it written?" Wiley asked mockingly. "You must not," Hastings repeated. "The warriors must fight under the rules as proclaimed." D'Orsay turned and consulted with the other judges. The crowd was on its feet, roaring opinions. Ellen stood, holding her strange bouquet, saying nothing. Jack felt a little dizzy and wished he could sit down for just a little while. D'Orsay turned back to the sponsors. "By order of the judges of the field, in consideration of the current situation, we will amend the rules of engagement. There is to be no wizardry or use of high magic by the players in the game. Let it be so written." Someone produced a pen. He opened the leather-bound book, found the last page, and scrawled something into it. The light changed, as if a shadow passed across the landscape. A cold breeze sprang up, lifting the damp hair from Jack's forehead and drying the sweat from his exposed flesh. He scanned the sky. A bank of clouds had appeared, rolling over the fells, a dark line on the horizon. They were a strange gray-green color, the leading edge boiling like vapors from a nasty brew. A change in the weather was on its way. Some of the judges cast their eyes skyward, but D'Orsay was unaware, or pretended to be. He pointed at Ellen, restoring her sword. "If my player is using wizardry, then he must be a wizard," Hastings persisted, "and if so, you must reverse yesterday's ruling and disqualify him from the game." D'Orsay smiled. "There is nothing I must do, Hastings. There will be a 5-minute interlude. Control your warrior, or he will forfeit." Hastings shook his head, and the muscle was working in his jaw again. Jack dropped wearily into a chair on the sidelines. Hastings handed him another bottle of water, which he gulped greedily. "So you've been studying out of school," the wizard murmured. Jack was too tired to respond, but stared straight ahead. After almost an hour and a half of play, he had little fight left in him. "This is wrong," Hastings said with conviction. "I know it is." "The whole thing is wrong," Jack retorted. He threw his head back and watched the clouds foaming overhead. "If you use the high magic again, you will forfeit," Hastings said quietly. "They will cut out your heart." "Maybe that's best," Jack replied. He was beyond caring. He thought of Brooks, lying on his back, that gentle letting go of life, all of it out of his hands. "Warriors to the field!" D'Orsay was calling. Somehow, Jack pushed himself up and out of his chair. The point of his sword drew a line in the grass as he stumbled back out on the field. Ellen looked weary as well, and when D'Orsay said, "Go to," there was little response, for a moment. Then Ellen raised her sword and grimly moved forward, and Jack retreated. Ellen wasn't talking anymore, but was businesslike and mechanical, doggedly pressing him farther downfield than before. Shadow Slayer blazed as he parried Ellen's sturdy blows. The sword was a part of him, but all his parts were heavy now, his arms and legs like lead, his breathing labored. At least the pain in his arms seemed distant now, like it was someone else's. It was more and more difficult to stay focused. The wind blew harder, and he smelled rain in the air. He found himself thinking about sailing, about the time he was caught in a gale, racing for shore with a storm behind him, spray breaking over the bow of the boat as he plunged through the swells. He had to force himself back to the business at hand. Ellen. Ellen was beautiful, graceful, determined. Ellen was doing her best to kill him. He blocked another killing blow and stepped back again. He stepped into space. Jack hadn't noticed that he had reached the banks of one of the small stream beds. He flailed a moment, seeking his balance, and then toppled backward. As he fell, his foot caught in the roots of a small shrub that grew on the bank of the creek. There was a nasty crack as the bone in his ankle gave way. He landed with his hips in the creek and his shoulders partway up the opposite bank. Jack broke into a cold sweat. The pain in his ankle overcame everything else. He managed to free his foot, crying out as he did so, but it hung at an impossible angle. Shadow Slayer had landed a few yards away, but it might have as well been a mile. He had no other weapon. Perhaps he should have gone with the dagger too, back at the start. Not that it would change anything. Well, it's over, he thought. Although he had anticipated this, the idea of ending frightened him. He desperately pushed himself partway up the slope on his elbows, so he was half sitting up. He saw Ellen appear at the top of the opposite bank. She stared at him a moment, and then jumped down, her boots landing in the soft mud next to him. She looked very tall from his angle of sight, lying on his back in the small ravine. Though he couldn't see the crowd, he could hear them well enough. He supposed he could use wizardry to hold her off and let the judges eviscerate him, to spare her the job. But maybe they would ask Ellen to do it for them. Maybe she would prefer to do it herself. Now she was between him and the sky, filling his field of vision, and she let the point of her sword drop until it rested lightly at the base of his throat. Jack closed his eyes, trying not to swallow. After a long moment, the blade was lifted, and Ellen said something. He didn't understand her at first, and she repeated it impatiently. "Get up, Jack." He opened his eyes to see her leaning over him, the expression on her face unreadable. She was taunting him again. "Go ahead," he said wearily. "Take your match. This is the payoff, as you said." Then he remembered what Paige had said. Perhaps Ellen would bleed him, now that he was helpless, slowly cut him into little pieces. Well, he wasn't going to bring it up. "Get up, Jack," she said again, more urgently, and she extended him a hand. He stared at her. "I can't," he whispered. "My leg is broken. I'm done." "You have to get up," she said stubbornly. She knelt beside him, pushed up his pants leg, drew her belt knife, and efficiently cut away his boot and sock. She ran her finger lightly over his ankle. It was swelling rapidly and had turned an odd purple color. When she looked back at him, her face was streaked with tears. "I can't do it, Jack," she said fiercely. "I don't know why, but I can't kill you." She reached beneath her tunic and pulled out a small wizard's bottle. She pulled the cork with her teeth, grabbed a fistful of his hair, lifted his head, and poured it into his mouth. Poisoning wasn't her style, she'd said. Poison or no, Jack swallowed it down. The liquid was warm from being next to her body. It was the same potion Hastings had used at the meadow, and it took most of the pain away. Probably highly illegal under the rules, he thought. Jack watched helplessly as Ellen unstrapped a long knife in its sheath from her back. She laid it alongside his foot and ankle and secured it with her sling. He gasped when she straightened his foot, but the drug was in him, and it wasn't too bad. She worked rapidly, muttering to herself the whole time. If you would just give me a reason to kill you, maybe I could do it. But no, you won't take the bait, not even when I cut you, not even when I provoke you. You just dance, so pretty with your blue eyes and your fine-looking... She looked up and saw Jack staring at her. So Hastings never taught you how to splint a broken bone? That's what you get for taking the short course. The crowd and judges must have seen Jack fall into the stream bed, and Ellen jumped down after him. But because of the fall of the land and the distance, they couldn't quite tell what was going on. Now Jack could hear D'Orsay's voice over the din. "Warriors, is there a winner?" "Come on, Jack," Ellen said, tying off her work. "You've got to get up or you'll forfeit." She was trembling, and there were spots of high color on her cheeks. "Ellen, I can't fight you on a broken leg," Jack protested. He just wanted to lay back on the grassy slope and let the stream rush over him. But she was not to be deterred. "Don't worry about that," she said grimly. She picked up his sword and placed it in his left hand. Then she moved to his right side, seized his wrist and pulled him to his feet, draping his right arm over her shoulders and throwing her arm around his waist so she carried most of his weight. His nose was full of the scent of her next to him, an intoxicating mixture of flowers and sweat, not like any soldier Brooks had ever encountered. She was amazingly strong. She half pushed, half lifted him up the slope. The two warriors emerged from the ravine, clinging to each other. Jack of the Silver Dragon was limping badly, one boot gone, carrying his sword in the wrong hand. The warrior of the Red Rose gasped, "There is no winner." D'Orsay was speechless for a moment, and then he snapped. "Approach the judges, warriors." Jack gathered all his strength and tried to help Ellen, maneuver them forward. Hastings and Wiley were standing below the judges' box. Hastings looked amazed, his eyes traveling from Jack to Ellen, while Wiley looked furious as usual. "Explain this," D'Orsay demanded, for once addressing the warriors directly. Ellen looked the master of games in the eye. "The match is over. There is no winner. It is a draw." An unhappy rumble rolled through the crowd. "There can be no draw," D'Orsay replied. "Under the rules, it is a fight to the death." "Not this time," Ellen said boldly. "The fight is over, and nobody is dead. I think you've had your money's worth. You can all go home now," she shouted to the crowd. D'Orsay's voice was cold. "Sponsors, control your warriors." Hastings gave an almost imperceptible shrug. His warrior was upright only through the grace of his opponent. Wiley, on the other hand, was in Ellen's face immediately. "What's the matter with you?" he hissed. "Finish him off and let's be done with this." He made as if to grab her sword arm, as if he intended to settle the matter himself, but she threw him off hard. He landed in the grass. "You're a killer, Ellen," he shouted. "You've trained for this for a lifetime. Now do what comes naturally." Ellen pointed her sword at Wiley, and flame ran along the blade. "Be careful what you wish for," she said coldly. A shudder ran through the crowd. Warriors threatening wizards. It was against the laws of nature. As if to commemorate it, there was a blaze of lightning, a crash of thunder, and the first fat drops of rain splattered down. D'Orsay came to his feet, his calm disinterest shattered. He pointed at Jack and Ellen, For violations of the rules of engagement, your lives are hereby forfeit. The other judges stood as well, and the death sentence was mirrored in their eyes. No! Hastings stepped between the judges and the two warriors. This tournament has been flawed from the start. Do you really mean to sacrifice the last remaining warriors for a set of rules you can't even adhere to yourself? What rules have they violated? The loser in the tournament dies, but there is no loser here. The rules do not speak to this. The two wizards glared at each other. For someone who has never played by the rules, you've become quite an expert, haven't you? If the rules don't speak to this, Dorsey said softly, we'll just change the rules again. He pointed at Hastings. We have made our decision. Get out of the way. No, Hastings said again. He flung out his arm and light exploded from his fingertips. A shimmering enclosure descended around Ellen and Jack like a house spun of glass. Suddenly, the sound of the crowd was blunted, and the rain no longer touched them. All 5 judges pointed at the barrier, speaking a dissolving charm. The wall fell away, but Hastings threw up another in time to turn a blizzard of blue wizard flame that ricocheted and exploded over the field like fireworks. The crowd shifted uneasily, some of the spectators throwing up their arms to shield their faces against the rain and the flames arcing over them. The sun had disappeared entirely, and the gill was shrouded in a dim twilight, although it was just after 4 in the afternoon. There was a low rumble that might have been thunder, but it was more persistent, as if the hills were speaking with 1,000 voices. The din surrounded them, growing louder and louder. The fells glowed eerily in the darkness, as if lit from an unseen source. High up on the slope of Ravenshead, the Weirstone stood out against the black shoulder of the mountain like a blue flame. The beleaguered trio on the lists hardly noticed. It was only a matter of time before the 5 wizards in the gallery overcame the one on the field. Jack desperately tried to follow the charms that were flying back and forth. He wanted to help, but it was beyond his skill. Hastings constantly shifted position, staying between the judges and the warriors. The judges were aiming for the players, but would hardly have hesitated to blow Hastings away to get to them. The 5 judges descended out of the stands, clearly meaning to surround the warriors and launch an attack from all directions, which would be more difficult to defend against. Wiley screamed something, but whether he was pleading for his warrior or encouraging her would-be executioners, Jack couldn't tell. Mercedes and Blaze, Snowbeard, Iris, and Linda joined Hastings on the field and formed a tight circle around Jack and Ellen. Snowbeard and Iris sent their own flames into the air, throwing up barriers as fast as the council could tear them down. The rain came down hard and flames flickered on the undersides of the clouds, white lightning and blue wizard fire. Now the roar of the battle competed with the howl of the storm. Many in the audience were fleeing their seats, fear of dying having overcome their love of spectacle. Suddenly, the earth itself shuddered. Jack could feel it shimmying beneath his feet, like logs rolling down a hillside. Ellen lost her hold on him, and he was pitched to the ground. Flat on his back, the cold rain in his face, and the pain renewed in his shattered leg, Jack couldn't help but think about Brooks, dying on this very field. But he could still feel a vibration, an earthquake, he thought at first. Cautiously, he propped himself on his elbows. His view of the field was blocked by the rest of his party, most of whom were on their hands and knees, attempting to get back on their feet. When he looked up at the surrounding hills, he could see a vast shadow flowing down their flanks, pooling at the bottom and spreading outward across the gill. A huge fissure had opened in Ravensgill Field, and an army was pouring from it. Up in the cottage, Will had grown increasingly agitated as the afternoon waned. He had tried the door and window 100 times, had even tried to force his massive shoulders through the chimney. Fitch lay on Jack's bed, as if in a trance. In fact, he was listening. Trapped in the back bedroom, he hadn't been able to see any of the tournament, but he could hear the roar of the crowd, so he knew it wasn't over. But now the sound he was hearing was more like screaming, full of panic and dismay. He'd felt the weather change and the wind come up. Now the light had gone and the building shuddered under the assault of the gale. Rain and hail crashed against the windows, and the wild electric scent of the storm came through the walls. It's the end of the world, Fitch thought, and we're going to die in here. Just then, the ground heaved and the floor buckled, setting the flagstones up at a crazy angle. Slate and plaster fell all around them, dust filling their lungs and stinging their eyes. Part of the wall next to the fireplace shifted and split away from the masonry. There was no daylight to speak of, but now the wind and rain howled through a large gap in the wall. "Come on!" Will shouted to Fitch over the growing din. "Let's get out of here before this place collapses!" Fitch scraped and skinned his shoulders and knees and elbows, leaving blood on some of the stones, but he managed to slide through the gap. Will squeezed through behind him. As soon as Fitch stepped outside, the rain slammed against his face so hard he could barely see. He found himself in the castle garden looking down on Ravensgill Field. At first, it looked as if the ground itself were on the march, in ghostly gray waves across the valley. Then, he could see it was an army of sorts, a motley army whose soldiers seemed drawn from many lands and many times. There were men and women, some were mere children. Some were armored, others lightly clad, and they carried a variety of weapons. Here and there were splashes of red gold, warriors with hair the color of Jack's. Fitch could hear drums and the wild scream of bagpipes. The warriors had overrun the midway, tents, and trailers at the other end of the valley. The structures were burning, the smoke from the flames adding to the gloom. "No way!" Fitch breathed. The cottage no longer seemed like a sanctuary, with its walls falling down around them. Spectators from the galleries fled past them. Others appeared frozen in their seats. Fitch scanned the chaotic scene, looking for Jack. Finally, he spotted what looked like a private war going on before the galleries. Hastings, Linda, and some of the neighbors from Jefferson Street were in a tight circle, under siege by a group of wizards who were attacking relentlessly in what looked like a spectacular light show. He could see Jack and Ellen at the center of the circle, sitting on the ground, holding each other tightly. Fitch shook his head. None of this was making sense. The long arms of the Shadow Army reached out to enclose the battle on the field. The warriors swung axes and broadswords, slaughtering any wizards who got in their way. Few of the wizards had time to respond, and those that did were impossibly outnumbered. Hastings and the Silver Dragon group, facing outward, stopped and stared in disbelief. But the tournament judges did not see their peril until a muscular Celtic warrior with bright red gold hair seized one of them and ran him through with his sword. He tossed the dead man to the ground, the blood running from his blade in the rain. The battle came to a swift halt after that. D'Orsay and the 4 remaining judges formed a tight circle of their own. There was a breathless pause as warriors and wizards faced one another, though small groups of warriors continued their work at the fringes of the crowd. The ranks of the army parted, and 2 women walked toward them. One was quite young, not much older than Jack, and she had a head of dark curls. She was dressed in a white linen shirt and trousers from another century, and moved with an elegant, athletic grace. The other was somewhat older, taller than the other woman, with bright strawberry blonde hair. She wore a long dress that seemed to float over the grass. They stopped in front of the Silver Dragon partisans, and the older one spoke. "The game is over," she announced. "Where are the warriors?" Her voice was eerily familiar. Jack had heard it once before. One night, in a graveyard, in another age it seemed. Ellen helped him to his feet, and they moved awkwardly to the front of the circle, he limping, she supporting him. As he approached the woman who had called for him, he was startled again by her resemblance to his mother. He had seen her before, only in pictures. "Hello, Jack," she said, smiling. "I see you've taken good care of my sword." She gestured at Shadow Slayer. "I think you've had more use of it than I ever did." "Susanna," Jack whispered. He was aware of tightly controlled energy, the presence of Hastings just beyond him. He turned. The wizard stared at the two women as if he had seen a ghost, which in truth he had. The younger woman spoke. "Lee, what a man you have become." She ran forward and threw her arms around Hastings, and he held her tightly, the joy on his face overlaid with wonder. "Carrie," he whispered, his voice hoarse with emotion. "I can't believe it. You look the same." Carrie smiled at him, and Jack could see the resemblance between the two. Strong noses, high cheekbones, dark curls plastered to their heads. "I've been dead for more than 100 years, and you've been living. Living marks a person. That is the difference." She released him and stepped back. It was all Jack could do to stay upright, even with Ellen's support. The earthquake might be over, but his head was spinning. Every part of his body competed for attention. Susanna noticed. "Can someone get the boy a chair?" she asked. "I think he has been through enough today." "Get 2 chairs," she added, looking at Ellen. 2 warriors pulled down chairs from the judge's box and set them in the grass. Jack was startled to see that both warriors looked familiar. One of them was Jeremiah Brooks, and the other was the young knight he had fought at the meadow in the first bout he'd won. Brooks helped Jack to his seat, being careful of his ripped arm and injured leg, Ellen assisting on his other side. "Looks like you took a beating today, my friend," he observed laconically. He nodded at Ellen. "Being as we're almost brothers and all, I'd suggest you say yes the next time the lady asks for a tumble." He rubbed his nose and grinned at Jack, who stared at him, too tired to be embarrassed. The knight brought a bottle of water, turning it over curiously in the hands before handing it to Jack. "I always appreciated that you would not kill me," he explained. "There comes a time for all of us to die, but you can't imagine what it is like to go through that over and over." He jerked a thumb at Ellen. "She always killed everybody." Ellen looked chastened. She perched uneasily on the edge of her chair, as if unsure whether she might need to fight her way out of there. Jack shared his bottle of water with her, then sat back and half closed his eyes. His leg was throbbing and he felt nauseous. After a moment, Ellen got up and set her chair in front of him, then propped his leg up on it. "You should elevate it to keep the swelling down," she suggested. She sat on the grass next to his seat and leaned her head against his hip, seeming oblivious to the water that ran in rivulets across the ground. The rain had slowed almost to a stop. "Susanna," Hastings began awkwardly. She turned to him, acknowledging him for the first time. "Hello, Lee." "Susanna, I'm sorry," he said simply. She ran her fingers through her streaming hair. "I did not see my son grow up. That is difficult to forgive." "I'm not asking you to forgive me." The wizard's hand was extended, something shining in his palm. It was the ring with Susanna's stone. I think I should return this to you. She studied him for a moment. 100 years is a long time to hold a grudge, she said. For both of us. Carrie and I are asking you to let go of yours, and I will part with mine. She paused. I have no use for the stone, now or ever. Keep it, and remember me by it. I believe you've learned something since I last saw you. Hastings looked as if he would say more, but D'Orsay shoved forward. Why have you brought this army to the Gill? He demanded. You have destroyed our property and disrupted our tournament. Susanna turned to him. Your tournament was already in a shambles before we arrived. She lifted her skirts and climbed into the judge's box. It is unlawful for this gang of warriors to come into the Gill uninvited. The warrior dead are not to cross unless called, according to the rules. You've already murdered a judge, D'Orsay continued. I hope you understand you will be held to account for this. Susanna was no longer smiling. You never minded it when we were murdering each other. She reached for the leather-bound volume of the Rules of Engagement. Are you ready to write some more rules, Master D'Orsay? What are you doing? He snapped. Leave that alone. We have some amendments of our own to suggest, she said calmly, now that you've waked the dragon. The look on D'Orsay's face was a mixture of incredulity and fear. You see, the rules of engagement have held us in bondage since 1532. The covenant was written, bound in the bones of the earth, the Raven's Head stone, never to be changed. The rules of the tournament, the relationship between wizards and warriors, our place in limbo, always waiting to be called to slaughter. But you've opened the book. First, you violated the rules by playing a wizard, and then you dared change them. You are the lineal master of the games, and you did it here in the shadow of the stone, the lair of the dragon. They must be reconsecrated. That's why we're here. She waved a hand at the assembled army. We are the dragon. It was not our intent to open the rules to amendment. We'll put them back the way they were, D'Orsay said quickly. We've decided we don't like the way they were. Susanna slid the book across the table toward D'Orsay. This is wizard business, the game master protested. The rules cannot be changed without a vote of the council. Susanna surveyed the wizards present. I think we have adequate representation here. We'll take a voice vote. However, I must point out that some among us will be very touchy about the outcome. She nodded at the sea of warriors. D'Orsay looked at them, then back at her. His face had lost its color. Susanna smiled. You must understand that there is a risk associated with maintaining an army, even an army of the dead. There is always the risk of mutiny. Now, Master D'Orsay, the rules? Reluctantly, D'Orsay climbed into the judge's box and sat down in front of the table. He slid the book over, flipped to the first blank page, and picked up his pen. Susanna dictated. Amendment number 1. The tournament system, as it has existed since 1532, is abolished. D'Orsay put down his pen. That's impossible, he said. You would destroy our most important tradition. This is the system that has kept us at peace. Second, Susanna continued, ignoring him, all guilds of the Weir are equal under the rules. There are no codified superior-subordinate relationships among wizards, warriors, enchanters, sorcerers, or any other class. D'Orsay was still shaking his head. but he had picked up his pen and was writing. Susanna looked out over the crowd, as if thinking. Linda Downey advanced to the edge of the judge's box, leaned forward, and spoke urgently to her. "Third," Susanna said, "the town of Trinity, Ohio, is established as a sanctuary. The Weir are to carry out no killings, kidnappings, mind magic, spell bindings, or other black arts within its boundaries." D'Orsay kept scribbling, struggling to keep up. Susanna looked over at Carrie, and then at the rest of the assembly, then turned back to D'Orsay. "Fourth, wizards may no longer call forth the warrior dead at will. However, the warrior dead will return in force if these amendments are violated." D'Orsay finished writing. "Is that it?" he asked sourly. "One more thing. Henceforth, the rules cannot be changed except by majority vote of a council in which all guilds of the Weir are equally represented, each with a single vote." When D'Orsay was finished, he angrily pushed the book toward Susanna. She read what was written and nodded. "Now for the vote. All in favor, say aye." D'Orsay and the 4 judges looked at one another, then out at the army, and hesitated. But only for a moment. "Aye," they mumbled. "Opposed?" "No." "It's unanimous, then," Susanna said with satisfaction. She closed the book with a thud. "We like the rules better this way." She turned and extended her hands to the Weirstone. "We are all heirs of the Weirstone, and submit these mended rules which would govern all of the magical guilds." The stone flared up, casting a cold blue light over the gill and everyone in it. And deep beneath the star-shaped scar, Jack, the wizard heir, felt the warrior stone in his breast respond. Susanna stood for a moment, her arms wrapped around herself, eyes closed. Then she sighed and opened them. "Now, it is time for us to cross." She turned and saw Nicodemus Snowbeard standing there, leaning on his staff, the wind whipping the clothes around his gaunt frame. "That was good work, Susanna," the wizard said, smiling. "I'm proud of you." He embraced her carefully, as if she might break. "It's good to see you too, old bear," she said, throwing her arms about him in turn. They stood like that for some minutes. Hastings stood nearby watching, his head tilted, as if trying to work a puzzle that was missing pieces. Jack drifted into semi-consciousness, but roused himself when a small group of warriors approached him and Ellen. Brooks seemed to be in charge, but he also seemed unaccustomed to making speeches. "Look," he said finally, scratching himself under the collar of his leather shirt, pulling at his ear. "We really appreciate what you two did here, forcing them to change the rules and all," he said. "And if you'd ever like to call us up and have a go, we'd be up for it." He looked at Ellen and smiled a little arrogantly. "I think I could teach your woman here a thing or two, just for fun, you know, and perhaps a pint or two of ale to make it interesting," he added quickly, seeing Ellen bristled. And Jack remembered how good a pint or two of ale could taste when a man was thirsty, part of his varied education in the past 6 months. "Thank you," Jack said. "I'd like that, but maybe not for a while." Carrie embraced Hastings once again. Her voice was quiet, her words for him alone. "I can't tell you what this has meant, to see you again. It's time for you to leave behind this obsession with revenge. You must find your own life." She looked at Linda, then back at Hastings. "Remember me, but you'll never find happiness if you live in the past." Hastings held on to her hands. "I'll do as you say, when this business is entirely finished." He nodded at the wreckage around them. "A thin promise for your sister who loves you," she smiled, but there was already something tenuous about her, as if she were fading. "And now I have to go." Hastings made as if to capture her with his arms. "Will you come back? Or perhaps I could come see you, where you are?" She shrugged. "Perhaps we shall travel more freely now, both ways. Only it's hard for me to be very long in the world," she said wistfully. He looked over her shoulder at Susanna, who still stood next to Snowbeard. "Goodbye, Susanna." Susanna smiled. "Maybe we'll see each other again. You never know." The two women stepped back with their comrades. The warrior army shimmered, grew insubstantial. For a moment it lay like a mist in the gill, and then dissipated in the wind. And with them went the galleries and all the trappings of the tournaments, the crowds and banners, the buildings that had been raised for the occasion. All that remained were the castle and the cottage in the castle garden, the permanent structures of the gill. Even the chairs were gone, and Jack found himself suddenly sitting on the ground. Jack and Ellen, Hastings and Linda, Mercedes, Blaze, Snowbeard, and Iris seemed to be the only living things in the valley, save a few sheep who grazed on the hillsides. Even the weather seemed to be clearing, and the wizard's mist no longer shrouded the sun, which blazed as it set behind Ravenshead. "Will and Fitch," Jack said suddenly. "I left them in the cottage." He tried to scramble to his feet, which he found was impossible. Ellen planted a hand firmly on his chest and pushed him back down. "I'll go find them," Linda said quickly. She turned to the cottage. "They're locked in," Jack added. Linda looked at him curiously. "Well, they must have found a way out." Two figures detached themselves from the side of the cottage and walked toward them. It was Will and Fitch. They were looking about in bewilderment. When they were close enough to be heard, Will shouted, "Where did everybody go?" "Back home," Linda shouted back. "The tournament's over." Will spotted Jack and Ellen sitting side by side on the grass. "I don't get it," he said slowly. "One of you is supposed to be dead." He glared at Ellen, daring her to defend herself. She made no such attempt. She lifted her shoulders, dropped them again, and looked away. "Ellen could have killed me," Jack said quietly, "but she didn't. She saved my life." "How come?" Fitch demanded. "After all this?" Ellen turned scarlet and stared at the ground. "Maybe none of my opponents ever gave me flowers before," she mumbled. Hastings knelt next to Jack. "Would you like me to look at your leg?" he asked. "Or would you rather I took you into Keswick?" "If you can treat it, go ahead," Jack said. "The arm too, while you're at it." He lay back on the ground, closing his eyes to stop his head from spinning. Hastings put his hand over the break and spoke his charm. It felt as though cold water were flowing over Jack's leg, carrying the pain and swelling away. A few more minutes and the wizard went to work on his arm. Soon, all pain was gone, and he was floating, comfortable, but unbelievably weary. Hastings turned to Ellen. "Are you all right?" he asked. Ellen didn't answer immediately. She untied the sling from around Jack's leg, using her teeth to free the knots. She draped it over her shoulder and restored the knife to the sheath on her back. Then She stood and jammed her sword back into its scabbard. "I'm fine," she said. "I'm sorry about all the trouble." She hesitated, then leaned down again and kissed Jack on the mouth, pressing him into the ground. "Goodbye, Jack. I need to get a few things from the castle, and then I've got to be on my way." "What do you mean? Where are you going?" Jack demanded, struggling to sit up. Linda was on one side of him now, helping to support him. Ellen shrugged. "I have no idea. At least I'm on my own now." "Hey, don't worry," she added hastily when she saw Jack's face. "This is a way of life for me. Don't know where I came from. Don't know where I'm going. I've always wanted to go back to Scotland. Maybe I'll go there." She glanced up at Hastings and the others warily, as if they might attempt to stop her. "Come back to Trinity with us," Jack urged. "You said you liked it there." Ellen laughed. "I'm 16 years old, Jack. I have no family and no way to make a living. I can't exactly rent an apartment. And the thing I know best how to do is kill people. I think I'm sort of a high-risk individual, if you know what I mean." She was matter-of-fact, not asking for sympathy. Surprisingly, it was shy Will who came to her defense. "You'll be fine," he said. "You have friends. We'll help you find a place to stay. I'll bet you could even learn not to kill people," he grinned. "And you're a cinch to make the girls' soccer team in the fall." "Maybe Trinity would be the safest place for you," Linda said, "now that it's a sanctuary. Who knows how the Wizard Guild will react to what happened today? You might be a target. Besides, you have no money and no camping gear, and you can't exactly hike through Britain carrying a sword." Ellen hesitated. "I don't usually stay in any one place for very long." Hastings had been staring down the gill, the expression on his face unreadable. Now he put a hand on Ellen's shoulder, and she flinched under his touch. "Why don't you finish the tour with the Chaucerian Society?" he suggested. "I can spend a little time debriefing you. We'll determine just how high risk you are. Then we can make a plan." As always, there was no resisting Hastings. And so, it was agreed. Chapter 18. Trinity. More and more, there were no revelations, but simply the uncovering of truths, long known but dimly remembered. Everything had been written long ago. There was nothing truly new in the world, but only the slow, circular march of time that revealed the old things once again. "Way to skunk Jen de Brock. She didn't even know you were there until you blew past her with the ball." Will grinned happily and signaled for the waitress. "But if it's anything like last season, you'll be seeing Garfield again in the playoffs. You only get one free one." Jack counted some money out onto the table. "Too bad Slansky can't clone you, Ellen," he said. "That way, he wouldn't have to choose. You could play goalie and forward at the same time." Nothing got through Ellen when she was in front of the goal. Trinity girls' fall soccer season had been a long series of shutouts for the opposing teams. It was the talk of the conference. Soccer was a good outlet for Ellen's natural aggression, which was a good thing since she had little use for the social intrigues of a small-town high school. Ellen grinned savagely. "I'd rather play forward. You know I like the attack, Jack." She held his eye for a long moment, then stood, slinging her team bag over her shoulder. "I'm heading back, Will. I told your mom I'd do the front yard. There's already a ton of leaves out there again." "I said I'd do it," he protested weakly. They both watched as she slammed through the front door of Corcoran's. Will was finding there were definite advantages to having Ellen as a house guest. Linda Downey had set it up. During the last part of the tour with the Chaucerian Society, she had told Will's parents some story that no one could remember about Ellen's parents moving away and Ellen wanting to finish high school in Trinity. Since Will's older sister had left for college, they had an extra room, and they immediately offered it to Ellen. Maybe there was sorcery involved, but Will was happy with the arrangement, and Hastings felt that Ellen posed a little danger to anyone who didn't draw a blade on her. She seemed eager to earn her keep. She was constantly chopping firewood, or raking leaves, or shoveling compost. She explained to her hosts that she came from a military family and was used to a very disciplined lifestyle. Besides, she liked to stay in shape. Ellen had also joined the drama club, since she said she was used to playing various roles, and she signed up for girls' basketball. She had not yet made any close friends outside of their small group, but it was more for lack of common ground than anything else. She'd had a non-traditional childhood, to say the least. Nightmarish, in fact. Jack worried about her, but she resolutely resisted any attempts to be drawn out. The events of the spring and summer had left their mark. Jack's dreams were filled with bloodthirsty wizards, spells, ambushes, and deception. Sometimes he couldn't sleep, and when he did, he woke up screaming. He managed to persuade Becca that therapy wasn't likely to help in his case. By fall, Trinity had had an entire summer to forget about the events at the end of the school year, since most of the players had spent the summer abroad. Some speculation resurfaced upon their return, but the town gradually fell into its usual autumn cadence with the startup of classes at both the university and the high school, and with the departure of the summer residents. Some people noticed that Jack and Ellen seemed different after their trip to England, but then travel abroad can change a person. "You want to hit some balls before it gets dark?" Will seemed inclined to allow Ellen to handle the leaves after all. Jack shook his head. "Mr. Hastings is back in town. Mom asked him to dinner." At first, they had seen a lot of Hastings. He spent long hours with Ellen, questioning her about her training and the tactics of the Red Rose. It could have been awkward, given the history between them, but Ellen seemed to find it therapeutic. After about a month, his appearances became more sporadic, sometimes coinciding with Linda's. She had been in and out of town more often than usual. To Becca's surprise, she had stayed the last part of the summer in Oxford with them, and had visited several times since their return to Trinity. It was as if she were unusually hungry for their company. Linda and Hastings seemed to have overcome their differences about Jack's participation in the tournament, given the way things had turned out. Jack wasn't sure where their relationship was otherwise. They spent considerable time together, discussing politics, but his aunt seemed determined to keep their relationship on a professional plane, which couldn't have been easy. Trinity High School had a new assistant principal, though everyone agreed that Hastings would be missed. Discipline had never been a problem during his tenure, despite the fact that he'd rarely issued a detention. There was just something about him that made discipline unnecessary. Becca often invited Hastings to dinner when she learned he was in town. She always said she wanted to thank him for what he had done that day at the high school, and for his hospitality while they were in England. But sometimes Jack caught her studying Hastings' face, as if eager to remember something lost. The wizard was a charming guest, but Jack had the sense that he was always under tight control, keeping her at arm's length, keeping a promise to Jack. His feelings about the wizard were complex. Hastings had pledged his life to keep Jack out of Jessamine Longbranch's hands. The possibility still sent shudders through him. Considering the likely outcome had he chosen not to fight, the decision to play seemed like a good one in retrospect, but he knew that matters could have turned out very differently, Under the wizard's influence, he'd come close to doing murder. On one of his visits, Hastings gave Jack 3 books on wizardry from his collection. Jack remembered them from the library in Cumbria. "If you keep up with your studies, you might find these useful." Then, Hastings handed Jack a tiny leather-bound book of attack charms. Jack examined it, surprised. He'd never seen it before. "I don't keep this one on the shelf," Hastings added with a faint smile. Jack stared at him, wondering how much the wizard knew, and how long he'd known it. The Wizard Council had not yet responded to the events of Midsummer's Day. It was hard to imagine they would quietly accept the dismantling of the system they'd maintained for centuries. Perhaps even now they were plotting a countermove. Jack tried to put it out of his mind. There was nothing he could do about it after all. Nick Snowbeard slipped easily back into his role as caretaker when he returned to Trinity. He finished wallpapering the second floor of the house and completed the renovation of the bathroom. Jack suspected there was more than a little sorcery involved. He still devoted time each day to tutoring Jack. Sometimes they focused on wizardry, sometimes other topics. There was less intensity to these sessions now, more like the old days. Jack had never thought of Nick as anything but relaxed, but now it seemed that some kind of burden had slipped from the old wizard's shoulders. Perhaps it was the presence of the sanctuary. Nick often frequented the coffee houses and taverns down by the university, spending hours in philosophical dialogues with his friends. He also enjoyed walking along the lakeshore, often long after night had fallen, gazing out at the stars and the tumbling gray water. Sometimes Jack walked with him, old wizard and young warrior, as the cold northwest wind drove the scent of burning leaves inland. "So I suppose you don't have to keep an eye on me anymore," Jack remarked. He hesitated to bring the subject up, but he wondered if the old man might have business elsewhere, and a sense of duty was keeping him in Trinity. Snowbeard smiled at him and put an arm about his shoulders. "Jack, this war has been going on for centuries. I found it easy to enjoy any time of truce while recognizing it for what it is. A truce." That wasn't exactly reassuring. Still, Jack couldn't help but feel optimistic. Freed from the effects of the Weersbane, he'd been reborn to the race of the Weirland. Despite their fractious interactions, he saw promise in his relationship with Ellen, and he felt safer than he had at any time since the day he took his sword out of the ground in Cole Grove. And sometimes, Jack or Ellen developed a restlessness, a need that couldn't be denied. Ellen might call Jack or the other way around, and they would agree to meet at the meadow. Jack would throw up his wizard's barrier, and they would have at each other with their foils, or call up Brooks or some other old friends from the warrior army for a bout. Brooks taught Ellen a few moves, as promised, and she taught him not to underestimate women warriors. They fought because they loved the dance and the weight of a sword in their hands. The clash and spark of metal and hiss of flame was like music written just for them. They fought for glory, but not for blood. They were Weirland, heirs of the warrior's stone, and they always slept better with blades beneath their beds.
The end. You've been listening to The Warrior Heir by Cinda Williams Chima, narrated by Robert Ramirez. This book is copyrighted 2006 by Cinda Williams Chima. This recording is copyrighted 2006 by Recorded Books. If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, Recorded Books recommends The Telling Pool by David Clement Davis, narrated by Gerard Doyle. Though Rodri dreams of traveling to far-off lands and having adventures like those of King Arthur and his knights, his days are usually spent helping his father on the farm and with the falcons and other birds of prey they keep for a local lord. Yet, as the boy goes about his chores, the words of a blind blacksmith who once foretold his ability to see into the mysterious-sounding telling pool remain with him like a promise. Set against the backdrop of Richard the Lionheart's crusade to Jerusalem, David Clement Davis delivers a thrilling, provocative tale about becoming oneself in a world of great conflict and even greater wonder. We also recommend Rash by Pete Hauptmann, narrated by Andy Paris. In the late 21st century, Bo Marston is unjustly accused of causing a rash that plagues his entire high school. He loses it, and as a result, he's sentenced to work in the Canadian tundra at a pizza factory that's surrounded by hungry polar bears. When Bork, an artificial intelligence that Bo created for a science project, tracks Bo down in prison, he offers to get Bo's sentence shortened. But Bork has spun out of control and shouldn't be doing what he's doing, and Bo is unsure if he can trust him. Will he ever be able to get back to his old, highly regulated life? Pete Hauptmann takes a satirical look at an antiseptic future in this darkly comic adventure. You'll find a wide selection of titles in the Recorded Books catalog, including bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more. So to order another recorded book, or for a copy of our latest listing, please call the toll-free number found on the back of this book. Don't forget to ask about easy 30-day rentals by mail. On our website, you can browse our catalog, place orders, hear about our latest releases, or tune into narrator profiles and author interviews. So visit us there at www.recordedbooks.com. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.